I don't know how to fucking do this, bro. Yo, this shit is so annoying. What the fuck? Alright, whatever. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? How's everybody doing, feeling? What's up with the stuff? Yes, I have read the new One Piece chapter. It was alright. It was a recap. Ban the person that told me it was a recap yesterday. Ban them! Ban them! Find out who it was. Ban them forever. But seriously. Signing in to restore your protection. It's not about really signing in to restore my protection. I'm just trying to get this thing to stop fucking notifying me because it's annoying as fuck. I'm not paying for fucking protection, dude. Just got back from the gym. Nice. One second, guys. Let me go get my glasses. I'm gonna get my some eye drops. You got a girlfriend. Protection should be your top priority. I think I'll be fine. Don't worry about that. Listen. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that at all. But when it comes to my computer security, I think it'll be. I think we need to. I think I need to figure out how to like get rid of that notification. Okay. Where the fuck are my eye drops? Oh no! I can't find my eye drops. That's an unfortunate fucking problem. Where are they? Here's this. One second, guys. I'm gonna start up. I should have probably have done this sooner rather than later, but it's fine. Okay. That's one. That's two. And glasses. Alright, we're here. We're ready to get to work. We're ready to start. I'm ready to go back into the mines. We're going to finish up Alabasta today. Hopefully, I get it done early. I cannot stay around too late. I need to go out and do something. Cold weather advisory. Whatever. Alright. New chapter was alright. Grandpa's got to keep his reading glasses. What do you got to call me Grandpa for? Why can't you just say, our favorite, smart, handsome, young YouTuber over here needs his glasses so he's able to properly gather up all the information necessary for this bullshit. Anyway, can punch 5 times mid explosion and tank set explosion. Let me put in a thing right here that says landed 2 punches prior. Statement up for interpretation. 2 punches prior. 2 punches prior. Did not. Either. How to reversal unk goes hard. What's usual debate stuff? Basically we're just on the same thing. Eo needs to cook. I hear the usual Don Chinja complaining. I will mute, I swear. Yep, please do that. Please mute anyone who makes me bring up Don Chinja again. I'm tired of having to talk about that fat fuck. Okay, what was the last thing we checked out at? It was somewhere around Alabasta. We were checking out It was around like the 160s. That's correct. I think we got up to chapter 170, if I remember right. I think it was around here. What about Don Sai? That ugly fuck as well. I don't want to talk about either of them. How about that? Old Needle Day. I mean head. That's crazy. Alright. Welcome to Alabasta. Yeah. Vivi really tried to fight Crocodile. Vivi really tried to shoot the shits with Crocodile. That was so funny. That was extremely freaking hilarious, if I had to say so myself. What about the Goat Don Krieg? You guys can talk about the Goat Don Krieg all you want. That man Solo's fiction itself. He's the strongest man in the world. He said it himself. Why would he lie? Why would he be facetious about that at all? Why would he even remotely say something as dastardly or as wild as, oh, hey, what's up, guys? I'm Don Krieg. I'm the world's strongest man. Like, come on now. Come on now. People are out here calling Whitebeard the world's strongest man. That fucking fraud. Don Krieg's got military power and then some. No Don anythings. The only Don I want to see is... I want to see it done as an Eon's homework being done. That's crazy. Type shit. Alabasta is my second favorite arc. Don Krieg over Akainu. Type shit. That's what I'm saying. Listen, Akainu lost to some old man with pirate cancer. You're out here gonna sit here and tell me that Don Krieg, the self-proclaimed world's strongest man, isn't actually that powerful? How you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Had a rough start to my morning. Had a rough start to like just the early morning and stuff like that, but it was fine. Sometimes I struggle to get out of bed. Not for any reason other than like it's cold in my house and and the only thing keeping me warm is my blanket. Okay, people die, those routes, savage, blah, 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 blah. They felt no anger or hatred for you. Everybody believed in you. It's not the king's fault. He's a good man. At least lie and say you're innocent or that you'll destroy the trust that they had in you. Come to apologize. This is no junking matter, though. After all, who dried up this country? After all, who dried up this country with Don's power? I did no more games, you piece of shit. Well, if it ain't time, the whole country's been wanting to declare your innocence. That's why we rebelled. A huge ship is about to crash into the harbor. At least I did. What's with that ship? It's coming down. Get away from the harbor. It's almost too easy for the grand finale. What did you expect? You're not missing any chapters or any pages, right? Look at the fire fast. Phew, I don't feel like myself without these. Come on. Gahaha, what do you think of my royal act? You're the best, Mr. 2. A large ship crashes into the harbor. The royal army set fire to the city and left. Put out the fire. Also, worst take on power scaling. Final War Sasuke versus Gear 5 Luffy. No or low if claims for Sasuke is baffling and shows no one there reads or watches One Piece. So you saw a really bad take about someone saying that like Final War Arc Sasuke would beat Gear 5 Luffy. That is a crazy take to have. At this place, you can end Alabasta in like an hour if no one interrupts you. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's only like 30 more chapters. Okay, so a giant ship is crashed into... A huge ship crashes into the harbor, larger than buildings. We've got to meet Mr. 2 at the edge of town. The finale will be at Lubarna. I can hardly wait. It's all iffy. Iffy is my favorite word. My powers are perfect for being queer. I can be a man or a woman whenever I want, and you can't even tell. Like the limpets of raw octopus in an octopus parfait. It's so iffy. You can't tell if this country's king is a king or something else. My plan is a success. Where's Banshee, Mr. 2, Bon Clay? What? The king turned into a queen? What the fuck? That king was a fake. This is bad. We've been tricked. Here to tell you, what did you see, you naughty boy? That queer bitch went and fucked up. That's crazy. I guess it's pointless to ask questions and keep quiet. Water. There's not enough water. Those are warfare. Looks like utopia burning down. We've got to plant these flames. Hey kid, are you all right? How cruel is this world? No, nosebleed. Don't worry, we'll take care of you. Try not to talk, I'll get you a doctor. How could they? He's just a kid. No, you've got it all wrong. We've all been tricked. That wasn't the real Oriole Army. Hang in there, kid. Koza. It's time to bring this down. Alert the areas. It's final time. We don't have enough weapons. That ship that crashed into the harbor was an arms freighter. We can get all the weapons we need. Really? It's divine providence. A brat saw me? You okay? You say, oh totes, my bad, Swan, sorry. Nah, she's all that's left is for Mr. Force team to do their part. You can count on Fatty and Granny when it comes to it. Kidnapping the king is gonna be a piece of cake. Hello, my fellow rebels. The Alabasta we know is dead. This is our final battle. We're going to take the capital. We're launching an assault on Alubarna. It's time for the king to pay for his crimes. Don't be absurd. King Cobra never do such a thing. Your Majesty is ending the time frame with his absence without evidence suggests otherwise. The new incidents of Nanohana has spread throughout the kingdom. Rebel commands. Okay. We're taking up arms against them. The flames of rebellion are spreading. There are too many riots for us to suppress. The whole country's enraged and they're headed for Alubarna. We can't stop them. Lord Chanka, what should we do? We'll follow orders. Terrible. It clouds everything His Majesty told me yesterday. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to suspect? Anything that means do our duty. We're going to be guardians of the Alabasta. We must hold the kingdom together until the king returns. Defend the truth and see your eyes. Defend Alabasta. We meet the rebellions and destroy them. Okay. Looks like the rebels are beginning an all-out offense. The rebel leader has been shot. I never thought the king would stoop so low. Let's take Alubarna. Bring it down. Preparation. Alright. Amatsu is powerful, but it never killed any high-tier ninjas. Sasuke can switch to objects? Yeah, so can Law. What about it? A cold night makes you feel so cozy underneath the blanket, but in the morning it makes you feel like you're in the trenches storming the beaches of Normandy. That's what I'm saying. The motherfuckers out here don't know what it's like to be cozy in bed in the middle of a fucking winter morning, to then like move your legs slightly or slightly shift, having your blanket expose either your back or your feet or whatever the fuck part of your body, and then all of a sudden you get a chill that's the worst thing in human history. You're what? Kids storming Normandy, 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds, that shit's child's play. We're out here talking about our bodies being frozen underneath the cold winter evening in the middle of our homes when there's no war, man. Come on now. What are we actually going to say is worse, right? Come on now. Like, come on. Dude, come on now. Dude. Anyway, what did you say? Yep, they say Amaterasu, one-shots, usual, Genjutsu claims, Susanoo, stomp, overinflating stats. It's silly. Can Rinnegan Sasuke switch two objects, or can only switch himself with another object? He can switch two objects, yep. Naruto has no chance at how Luffy is getting stronger. Heck, Loki, Gunko, Holy Knights, most likely being the Trash Ninja Alliance. Now the real question is Ragnar versus Madara. Hey, can you give me an example of when he did that? It's not even Boruto's fine. I ain't looking for a ghost of Ichigo. Someone asked a good question. What blanket diff? Getting blanket diff is crazy. Skill issue? It's not a skill issue. Is it safe to say that Naruto is pansexual? Why would Naruto be pansexual? I guess you could maybe say because of the Haku thing, but I mean, you can find somebody who's trans attractive without necessarily being pan. Montor is unknown in all stats and versus Battle Week. Have you seen that? I'm a goon to gun. All right, man, that really does add to this conversation, man. Well, what do you think, Miss Wednesday? Master Plan. You were once part of the finally is coming to fruition. Listen carefully. You reach the death of Alabasta. Defend Alabasta. Stop it. I could do something. It's inhumane. Your love for your country moves me to tears, but your love will destroy Alabasta. He really loves to play up the villain part. That jerk. If it weren't for this cage-eyed, I had to overcome a great obstacle to get to this point. I had to find the right people. I had to raise enough money, but the silver needed to manufacture the dense powder. I had to orchestrate acts of sabotage in order to destroy crumbling towns. I had to have my people spread rumors that they had been wronged by the king's army. I had to undermine the people's trust in the king at every turn until the frustrations were overflowing. Do you know why I want Alabasta? How should I know? You're a mind of yours, such a sharp tongue on this one. Come on now. What are you trying to do, Miss Wednesday? I'm going to stop it. There's still time. I just have to get to Alubarna. We can get to the rebels' army and still might be able to prevent the slaughter. What a coincidence. We were just about to leave for Alubarna ourselves. I need to ask your father a question. I've been doing enough to my father. Who do you value more, your father or your people? Well, it comes to this if you wish. A key? Is that key to this cage? Hand it over, you jerk. Oh no, a trap door. The choice is yours, Miss Wednesday. Okay, there's still time to prevent the kings. You have about 8 hours before the slaughter begins, but I don't think you're going to make it. It would take longer to reach... It'd take longer than that to reach Alubarna from here. Croc says it would take longer... reach Alubarna from Marine. It would take longer than 8 hours. 8 hours to reach Alubarna from Marine Base. That's a 50-kilometer river, so even if you were going at 50 kilometers an hour, if you were going at like 50 kilometers an hour, you wouldn't be able to cross it. But Haku isn't trans, right? I don't know if Haku's actually trans. I think he just likes to dress like a chick. You liking what's happening in JJK Modulo? Yeah. Because, look, if I was Sasuke, I would open up another dimension gate and teleport Luffy with some rock and trap him in the dimension. And, of course, it's possible when speeds are nearly equal of characters. Nothing ain't straight. Sasuke needs to have eye view to swap two things, and his rifts are the same as Kaguya's, who opens them, the doors. Sasuke just transports himself. No, he does open doors. I would be so fine with Naruto and Sasuke up in a gay relationship at the end of Shippuden. I mean, it would wouldn't it kind of technically be incestuous though, because like they're technically reincarnations of brothers. I guess from like a DNA standpoint, they're probably far enough removed, but even then, as a woman, he just looks like one. No, because he was wearing like a pink kimono. He was wearing like some kind of like a pink kimono or something like that when Naruto first met him. He's even wearing like a choker. I don't know. Like that's very close to like the outfit that you would usually see like I'd say you would on more than average you would see a person of female identification, I guess you could say, a person who identifies as a female wear that over a guy. I don't know. Sweet Home Konoha, I guess. When did Sasuke open a door in a similar way to Kaguya? Wasn't it in he did that in the Boruto movie. Not the Boruto, well, the Boruto movie, but he also did it in the in Naruto not Naruto the Last. Fuck. He did it in Boruto movie and he did it in the Boruto anime. He can open up wormholes between that and time space. But color generally tends to be non-canon. That's fine. No, but even in the anime, his color it ended up being pink. He ended up having a pink like what was it? It was like a pink kimono like outfit that he was wearing, or a haori. If you want to stop the rebellion, you leave it right now, Miss Wednesday. Hundreds will perish. Of course, you could stay with your friends and you can open up the cage, but I accidentally dropped it inside the banana dial pen, no less. Well, there's your choice, the banana dial. Hey, are those giant growing out of those bananas? They're enormous. Yeah, we were in an underwater chamber. What weird bananas. Look stupid. The bananas are outgrowing the crocodiles. It's a gator. That are weird. One of them has a key. Okay, what's the matter? Swallowed the key. What? Go after it and you're going after and spit it out. I can't. Bananas are ferocious. They even prey on sea kings. Vivi has to get a key from a banana gator that can prey on sea kings. They even prey on sea kings. I'll go near them. They'll eat me up. I'm sorry about that, but I think that anything that falls in there is food. How much would you figure out if which one swallowed the key at that point? You beast. If we could open this cage, I'd teach those lizards lessons. Or we can't get this cage out of here because one of them swallowed the key. I know that. Well, then we're going to be going. By the way, in an hour, this room will be one big fish tank. I use the secret room as President Baroque works, but I won't be needing anymore. Soon the water will start pouring as it sinks into rain base. A multitude of innocent citizens or 4 non-account pirates. Make your choice. You'll be lucky to save anyone. We decided you have to decide to whom you bet on. Do you like to gamble? The situation like this, even the princess is powerless. This country made my work easy since it's populated by idiots like the young rebels. That dried up old man, you know him. The oasis died a long time ago, but that Superman just keeps doggedly digging away at it. Doesn't that make you laugh? He needs to dig his heedless of those recurring sandstorms. He digs heedless of those recurring sandstorms. Why you? Let me ask you this, Straw Hat. Do you really think it's natural that sandstorms hit the same town over and over like that? What do you mean? Could he have... Yeah. Crocodile implies... Croc implies he has been tossing sandstorms at Yuba, which resulted in half the town being covered in sand. Be comparable to Kakashi's speed, at least with why would he be comparable to Kakashi's speed? What implication gives you that? He does off screen, maybe he does it when he's going to Momoshiki as a mention, but I don't remember. He probably can't do it in Shippuden. He can't do it in Shippuden as far as we know because he's still learning. We're still learning, at least at the time, or at least he is still learning how to use his Rinnegan abilities at the time. As far as Naruto, okay, let me ask you this. What implication within the context of Part 1 implies that Naruto can run at the speed of a lightning bolt or can run fast enough to tag a lightning bolt? Because we're not going to sit here and compare Sasuke to Kid Kakashi that struck a lightning bolt on low chakra when A, Kakashi would still be multiple years older than Sasuke, B, he would also still be a ranked Jonin and a higher skilled shinobi than Sasuke even at that point, and C, there's no direct statement or feat that even remotely compares the two. By Land of Wakes, I was surprised by Naruto's chakra. Being surprised by chakra and being as fast as somebody does not even remotely equate to the same thing. It's like, I get the logic there. He was surprised by Naruto's chakra, but the question still is, how does that imply that Naruto is able to run at the speed of lightning? Because it's not a matter of having impressive chakra that you can run at the speed of lightning. It's about their speed counter, or whatever you'd like to call it. Yeah, you did mention that. I did read that. I mean, she spawns arms on whatever she sees. I think she can also spawn arms on things she can't see. I'm pretty sure it's on everything she sees. I don't know yet. As we go through the series, I'll see where I fall on that. But as far as Kakashi goes, it's like Kakashi is never stated to have impressive chakra. He's never stated to have anything crazy. He was stated to be low on chakra. He tagged a lightning bolt. Nothing implies the same for Naruto. Having impressive chakra doesn't exactly equate to it. As far as the theory goes. I mean, I don't think that speed is irrelevant for Robin, and I do think that she still would have to have a level of physical strength at least comparable to the individual in order to be able to grapple all of their arms and limbs down shut. You know what I mean? The water's coming in. It's going to flood the whole place. Save us, do something. I don't want to die in an hour. This is no time to panic. Somebody here, my country, my friends would like to have it. But even if you'd like to kill me before I reach Yellow Barno, so this is done. You're dead. You know nothing. And she falls down. Do something. Get us out of here. Begging for your life, Ace Strawhead, but of course everyone fears death. If we die here, who's going to kick his ass? Don't be so full of yourself, Fishbait. Oh yeah, say that again, Fishbait. Please, he's a warlord. Okay, if you're going to abandon your friends, this is going to be a good time to do it, Miss Wednesday. Do you want to stop the rebellion? Yeah. Vivi, take him. You're asking the impossible. It's too big. Vivi, you can't run. You're the one asking. Hey, look out the window. They're waiting their turn. That's crazy. We're just lunch to them. Looks like you made your choice. You just have to kill them on the other inside. Where do you scale the Kyuubi cloak? Part 1. Naruto is not as fast as Rock Lee. Naruto is never implied to be as fast as Rock Lee. Even if you think I have read the new chapters. Even if you believe that Naruto has the capacity to run at least as far as Lee while using the first gate, which would only be Mach 1, and even then, there's no way to imply that Naruto can ever move that fast, but sure, let's just say you think that Naruto is that fast with, like, I don't know, a smidge of the Nine-Tails chakra, that bit of Nine-Tails chakra that he got, that would still mean that Naruto is 1/5 the speed of sound if you think he's at least as fast as base Rock Lee. Nothing implies that Naruto is as fast as base Rock Lee. You have to genuinely believe that Naruto is, at the very least... Do you think Choji's butterfly form is 100 times amped to his stats? I mean, it can be. It can be 100 times amped to his stats. Nobody has to scale to that... nobody really scales to that version of Choji anyway. But anyway, so Naruto would be 1/5 the speed of Mach 1. He would have to be at least as fast as Rock Lee with his weights if he takes off his, sorry. Or at least if you want to say that, I don't know, he is 5 times... It's kind of weird. Weightless Lee in terms of speed? What makes Naruto with just a bit... What makes Naruto with just a bit of the Ninetales chakra Mach 5? What makes him faster than Weightless Lee? Because Weightless Lee also popped the first gate. So that means he's not just amping himself by the weights, he's amping himself by the first gate. At least when he hits Gaara with the primary Lotus. Anyway, Naruto's anywhere around like what? Mach... Let me think. It's just Naruto never scales to Lee. That's the fucking problem. Guys state Sasuke's speed is comparable to Lee while weightless. No, his practically comparable. Not practically. He's still slightly slower than Lee. He's almost as fast as Lee's speed. Sasuke's not as fast as Lee. You can honestly say that Rock Lee's like Mach 6, and you can say that Sasuke's Mach 5 or Mach... You can say that they're like Mach 6 or Mach 7 if you want to. Yep, chapter's out. Which is a 10 times amp. Cool. And you realize that Naruto doesn't exactly scale to that level of speed for Sasuke, specifically because they don't actually fight. All they really do is just Sasuke whacks away Naruto, and then they literally clash once. They literally clash once. He's not amping himself with the weight. The weight is nerfing him. I never said that the weight was amping him. Is able to clash, right? But the clash wasn't a matter of speed. It was a matter of power. It was never a matter of speed. Yeah. Naruto can be as fast as Sasuke. Naruto never keeps up with Sasuke's speed on his own. As a matter of fact, Sasuke literally blitzes Naruto multiple times over and over again. Jesus Christ, dude, why are you guys asking me this bullshit now? I'm trying to get to the fucking One Piece thing. God damn it. It doesn't matter how many times I go through shit. I have to constantly go back through this bullshit. Alright. Sasuke legitimately outspeeds Naruto at almost every turn. And when he gets his fucking Sharingan again after Naruto gets his amp. Sasuke quite literally, even with this, Sasuke's absolutely blitzing Naruto. Sasuke's consistently faster than Naruto. Them charging at each other head on is not a matter of fucking speed. It's never been a matter of speed. Yes, the weights suppress Lee. And base Lee, with the weights on, was saving the gates for Neji. Neji was unimpressed by weightless Lee. Neji was getting pressed by Naruto's speed when amped by Kurama. Not really. He wasn't really getting all that pressed. It was a matter of force, not a matter of speed. And besides, Neji is also a character that doesn't move around a lot in fights. You can look at the fight yourself. He doesn't move around a lot in fights. What the fuck is the Naruto fight for Neji? Yeah, Neji doesn't move around instead staying in like one position usually while hitting everything from there. Hits the Tenketsu points. Alright. He also keeps up with Naruto's speed. He actually physically keeps up with Naruto's speed. He wasn't getting pressed by him. The only thing you can't argue is that the only thing you can't really argue here is that Neji is able to keep up with Naruto. Yeah, no, he never gets blitzed by Naruto's speed. Naruto, if anything, physically overpowers him. It's never a matter of speed for Neji. Literally, look at it right here. Literally, Naruto disappears. Neji's literally keeping up. He's even looking in the same direction as Naruto. Keeps up with the Shuriken. What, are we going to argue here that Neji can throw Shuriken at faster than Mach 5 speeds? Come on now. Sorry, somebody brought up the movies, and Naruto himself said that if you wanted to say the movies are canon. I don't know about that. Naruto's speed should be comparable in speed with Sasuke. Otherwise, he would have gotten blitzed by Sasuke as they rushed at each other. Not necessarily. You can only really argue that Sasuke's fast while running on the ground, and they both flew at each other. Literally, come back here and look at this. They literally fly at each other. This isn't a matter of speed. This was never a matter of speed. You can't even say that, like, Sasuke can fly. You can't even really argue that Sasuke can fly at, like, Mach 5 or Mach 10 speeds. They reached the middle of the waterfall after they started rushing at each other. Yes, and they both jumped. Right? They both jumped. You have no argument that even implies Sasuke can jump at Mach 5 speeds. Sasuke runs at those speeds. He can run at them on the ground. He never keeps up with those speeds when he's jumping. There's nothing that implies that. What implies that Sasuke is jumping at Mach 10 speeds or Mach 50 speeds? Nothing does that. Can I get the SBS, Jeff, if you have it? When do they jump? All he does is literally jump off the ground once, and Naruto jumps off as well. As a matter of fact, Naruto jumps first, technically. Not increase the velocity and acceleration of the user, let alone a faster and stronger Chidori. Chidori does increase the acceleration of the user, but even then, that's also like saying that Sasuke's normal running speed is equal to that of Chidori, and even then, again, he is flying. He is not running on the ground. Type movie in the library. I got you. He is flying. He's not running off of the ground. It's the same fucking argument for Naruto, quote unquote, trying to speed blitz Madara in KCM2. Prove to me that Naruto can jump up into the air at light speed and also fall down at light speed. It's in the same way, like, not all speeds are the same. Your jumping speed, the speed at which you leap off of one time, but wouldn't that mean that they had the same momentum? You can literally just argue Naruto and Sasuke have the same momentum when they both jump at each other, but you can argue that Sasuke on the ground runs faster than Naruto. Block the Raikage's punch in the air? What Raikage's punch in the air? When did Madara block the Raikage's punch? Because he never dodges it. Neji does the 360-degree vision, so going by the attacks Naruto avoids Neji from Neji is more reliable to tell. So going by the attacks that Naruto avoids, not necessarily. That's not an argument, and I'm going to tell you why. You have to literally prove that Neji can throw. You have to literally prove that Neji can throw his shuriken at faster than Mach speeds. You would have to actually prove that. Wait, not here. In the library? Where is it stated movies in the library? Just type movie in the library? Sure. 1 second. Video ideas, movie. Nope, not here. Wait, right here. Right here. It seems Shiki the Golden Line has finally appeared in the manga. Does that mean that the anime movie Strong World is part of the canon timeline? Well, you can force any of the movies into the timeline if you really want, but then they would be obligatory to watch so to understand the story, which is why I don't connect them in the manga. But in the Strong World's case, that was a story I came up with, and I used a character named Shiki, whom I was already planning to introduce in the manga. He was always part of the plan. On the other hand, if I hadn't used Shiki for the movie, he wouldn't have eaten the float fruit. I wasn't using the float fruit because I had an internal rule that I didn't want characters who could simply fly or float without limitations. This is a pirate manga after all. Then I used him in a movie instead, and now he's come back to the show now he's come back to show up in the manga. It's certainly a strange case of reverse importation. Interesting. You think so, right? But in chapter 1072, Bonnie said, my powers don't work on living things, so after the effect wears off, when you use this to send other people... Oh, wait. I have a power that makes it possible to manipulate ages. Does that mean she can make herself young permanently and never die of old age? You think so, right? But in chapter, Bonnie said, my powers don't work on living things indefinitely, so after a while they do wear off. When uses powers of pop-up fruit to send people to other places, it's limited to where Kuma has seen before. That's correct, and Kuma sailed all around the world when he was younger. I'm taking this one. Thank you. Or Gojo versus Sukuna and DBS return? Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you, Jeff. So you think Naruto is stronger than Lee, but is slower than him? He can be stronger than him and slower than him. What's stopping Naruto from being that? Tsunade is literally physically stronger than the Raikage, but slower than the Raikage. Why can't Naruto be stronger than Rock Lee, but slower than him? Why can't that be the case? What's exactly stopping me from believing that? Speed blitzing requires a character to be 2.3 times faster. Perception blitzing, yeah. Also avoid the debates. Different, yeah. So wouldn't that be Weightless Leap Blitz's Gara be around Mach 10? I mean, yeah. You could argue it if you want. The street says that Prime Yuji is stronger than Gojo and Sukuna already. I mean, they can say whatever the fuck they want. I don't have to agree with anyone that I have if I haven't seen the thing myself. Didn't Luffy beat Shiki with Gear 3 and armament? What can we expect from this video? You guys keep asking me that. I'm going to keep saying the same thing. I don't know. They think multi-shadow clone jutsu amplifies Naruto's AP by 1,000 times if his clones hit simultaneously. No, because that would mean his clones are weaker than average. That would by the very nature of him making a metric fuck ton of clones, the very nature of Naruto making a metric fuck ton of clones means that those clones would objectively be weaker than the original by a large margin. I found it when I was doing Wano. Thank you. I appreciate that. If Bonnie could age someone to death, giving it the split moment, she'd be insanely deadly. That's what I'm saying. What was Kuma doing in Amazon Lily? Trying to find a cure for his daughter. Just clarifying. No problem. Okay, you're very active lately. I am. You can go off of that. You can go off by that, but when you find out how fast Gaara's sand reaction speed is the new Modulo chapter out? It is not out. In the spin-off JJ Kim Modulo, have you seen it? I have read it all up until the latest chapter. I have not read chapter 20. Shattered those stones with one bite. Go for the tail. What can she do with the monster like that? Vivi, get up. Okay. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Here's the millions. We're connected. Just be... Hurry up by that. What's going on with the voice? I've heard this before. This is restaurant le shit. Then you remember. I'm glad to hear that. This is I'm glad. Transponder Snell. Did you hear that? Restaurant le shit. Could that be? Wait, Luffy might not know about him. That's Sanji. Sanji and Chopper are free. Who are you? Me? I'm Mr. Prince. She literally can age you to death. She did that in the manga to some fodder marines, but that effect only lasts a very short period of time. The vision of the feature's death. Clones is a quantity over quality. In mass, they have quality and support uses. You can use a strong equal foe, but they aren't as useful at one tap. For you, is it a reach to say that Kisame's sword somehow has faster reaction speeds than him? Heard that a lot. Depending on what the argument is, I could see it. I could see it, Like, here's the thing. You can't just think that everything is so black and white in a series, right? Naruto isn't a story where a character that is stronger is automatically just faster. A character that hits harder is automatically tougher than another character, right? Like, it doesn't just work like that. When it comes to Naruto scaling and a lot of other series scaling, series scaling, you can even throw Bleach into this. A character's stats can often be different than another character's depending on what the context of the story and the scaling is like. Naruto is a series where characters can be faster than they are stronger. You can 100% make the argument that no one in part 1 scales to Haku's speed because Haku was quite literally can pain attack at light speed since he uses gravitational pull. I mean, you can argue that the speed of like universal pull is light speed. You can say that like it just automatically pulls you in at light speed. I think that's a fine enough interpretation in and of itself, but that doesn't mean that Almighty pushes light speed. That doesn't mean that Shibaku Tensei's light speed. That doesn't mean that his punches are light speed. That doesn't mean anything else. It just means that universal pull is light speed. Going by how the clones function, Luffy flexing Conqueror's Haki would make all of Naruto's clone go away. That's only, you can only really argue that though if like he makes so many clones that you think the power difference at that point is that massive. Well, whether you can kill me or not is debatable, but I'm not fool enough to give out information for you for free, unlike you, Mr. Zero. Prince, save us. We've come to capture. There's not much time. Sounds like my crewmates. Are you there? I think so. I'll teach you that. I'm show you what I'm doing now. Sanji, no. Huff, huff. I've got him. What should I do now? Sanji, no. Where are you? Tell me. At the front of gay rain dinners. That useless idiot. He better not have gotten himself killed. Sanji, wow. There goes our last hope. Excellent. Let's go to the front gate. Are you sure? The millions still don't know what he looks like. I'm not going there as the boss. Only the number agents know your face. I'll arouse no suspicion if I show up as Crocodile to investigate a commotion in front of the gates. I low-key missed the Gunda baits. Eon, is 1,000 clones a fuck ton for endgame Naruto? I'm not saying that 1,000 clones is a fuck ton for endgame Naruto, but to be fair, didn't he make 100 clones in that fight and still be fine afterwards? I think if I counted right, actually, I don't remember. Let me see. It's never, people say that Naruto can make upwards of like 10,000 clones, but he never like makes that many if you actually count the number of clones on page. He never makes that many. Do you know how much 10,000 is? I don't know Kishimoto's going to sit down and draw 10,000 clones, right? But even then, 1,000 clones, splitting up his chakra perfectly 1,000 ways, yeah, I would say they're weaker. I would say that they would be weaker, yes. I mean, Kaguya was literally blitzing around them, no problem, and Naruto normally is able to just jump up on Kaguya and rip her arm off, so, yeah, you tell me. From being able to literally attack Kaguya, blitz her, whatever, from like a standstill in just him alone versus, what was it? What the fuck? Go down. Versus 1,000 clones that are each, their Kaguya's just jumping from one to another, none of them are reacting. I would say that, yeah, it does weaken them to a degree. I would say so. Have different stat distributions. Getting punched by 2 people equals 2C damage. Okay, I don't know about that. Show Naruto and Luffy B if the verse would become if the verses combine Naruto with Haki and Luffy with Jutsu. You can make the argument that Naruto can get way more powerful just off of being a One Piece character. You can definitely make the argument that Naruto on his own can get way stronger. Luffy kind of doesn't get much out of it unless you think that he can learn like ninjutsu skills. How you doing? Where we at? Have you done the first croc fight yet? No, we haven't. If Haku gets light speed for being able to teleport, then Robert Oppenheimer should be small country P because for being able to create a nuke. Alright. That 10,000 clones would be more effective, like 90% of the... Would have been more effective than like 90% of the 80,000 Shinobi Alliance? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would be fair. Isn't it stated to be 10,000 or 100,000? You gotta find the chapter for that. I'm not looking for that right now. You gotta find the chapter for that. I'm fine with it being that. I'm perfectly fine with him making 1,000 or 100,000 clones. I think that's fine. That just means that if he ever does make them, though, Luffy is 100% putting those 100,000 clones out with Conqueror's Haki. There's no reason for me not to believe that. Holy shit. Banana Gator. 6, 7, 8. Okay, might still be alive. You can find them. The Romper Chakras, there's still hope too. There's still time for the flood. Okay. Hey, look out. Vivi, what do you think you're doing? Vivi, wake up. The Gator's coming. If you care about your friends so much, you should die here with them. Soon the water will cover the Vandanator's feeding area. I'll even bring that smartass Mr. Prince here too, if you don't mind. A corpse, haha. Shit. Sir Crocodile, have you heard about what happened in Anohana? Yes, I heard. The final clash between the Kingdom Realm is coming. Finally coming. The city's in an uproar. The whole kingdom is in an uproar. I was always afraid it would come to this. This is the king that wouldn't do anything when a pirate attacked their town. Look, it's Sir Crocodile. It is him. The person's a hero. He rarely shows his face in the casino. They really love you, Sir Crocodile. Those must have been rescued. I won't let you die. You guys would have to rescue me in the past. Vivi can evade a giant banana gator. Can evade and jump over a giant banana gator that can easily destroy a large sum of stone stairs. Sure, I'll just say banana gator. Do you think that the Sharingan's a stat amp or just a reaction speed amp? I lean more towards the second option. I do as well. I don't know if the Sharingan is innately like a full-on stat amp. I don't know if I would necessarily agree with it. Give Smoker an upgrade. Prime Garp versus Prime Beard. You could probably give it a Garp. I wouldn't be upset with Garp, but I think Whitebeard's fine too. It's always so funny when they swear in One Piece. Hold up, 80,000 is actually a real small number. No, it's like square of 100 times 100. 100 times 100 is 10,000 people standing by. That's like one hockey stadium. No way that's the entire war. Yeah, that was the entire war. Dude, the larger number, the weaker they are, the easier time Luffy will have with Conqueror's Haki. If Smoker got caught by Crocodile, Luffy should be longer, but even if Baryon mode is slightly longer, Luffy can re-enter it. Naruto can't do shit after his time expires. Yeah, the thing about Baryon mode, even if you want it, even if you wanted to say that like Baryon mode, you actually, I don't even think you can remotely argue that Baryon mode lasts longer than Gear 5. I don't think it's possible to argue, because Naruto legitimately gets 10 hits in max in the manga. He gets 10 hits in, and by the first 5, he's already running out of power. He's already starting to struggle against Ishiki again. Like, I'm sorry. Baryon mode, in the context of a versus battle, is dog shit unless you believe that, like, the amp Naruto gets is so much he can beat an opponent in less than 10 hits. And even then, those 10 hits, you'd have to argue that, like, the person can be either whittled down or Naruto's attack potency shoots so much far up higher. And we know for a fact that, at least based on what Ishiki said, his punches aren't necessarily the problem, it's what they're doing. Lucci versus Katakuri, I'd probably give it to Lucci. I hate YouTube sometimes just randomly acts up. What about the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan likely does give an amp. There is an argument to be made that the Rinnegan does offer an amp, though it is unquantifiable. Even Obito was like, it was too much for him to handle a regular Rinnegan. Having both up. He could barely handle having one up without losing himself. There's an argument to be made that the Sharingan does amp the character, but by how much? I can't answer that. I don't know how much the Sharingan amps you by. There's like no quantitative way to do it. Or at least I haven't found one yet. Baryon mode is a huge amp with a small time frame and just means you're dead or depowered. It just gives you hacks abilities and better perceptions and is able to see Limbo clones. So incredibly based of Crocodile to not only trap the Straw Hats in a Bond style trap, but to also leave the feed the key to the Banana Gator isn't even the real key. That's devious work. Without Mr. 3, they'd be cooked. Yeah. Then Gear 5 lasts for a couple of hours. You could at least say it lasts for a minute at best. No, it does not. It definitely does not last for a minute at best. And we know that it doesn't last for a minute at best because when Luffy flies up to Onigashima, again, there's like 15 minutes left before the island falls. Mind you, that was just the first and second use of Gear 5. The Rinnegan gives more of abilities, but it drains you. It's mostly negs. No, it doesn't neg characters. Even Nagato was dying with every use. He wasn't dying with every use. He was just running out of chakra. How fast would Baryon mode react to the rods Ishiki sent him? Even Sasuke couldn't see them then. That's the thing. I feel like it amps mostly speed over anything else. I don't think it really amps power by that much. And even if it does amp power, like, it really didn't do much to Ishiki. It really wasn't much to make the difference up. You could argue that because it consumes chakra for being active and you can't turn it off. That's also true. But, like, we also know that Nagato never had an issue maintaining the Rinnegan. It was more so that he had used 5 bodies, blown up the entirety of the village, multiple jutsus back to back with each of the bodies. There's also the argument to be made that it probably does waste energy to have to send your chakra through like a Wi-Fi signal. You can probably argue it. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not saying that he wastes chakra manipulating the corpses, though. I wouldn't see why using a jutsu that allows you to move corpses doesn't actually do it. Yeah, he's an Uzumaki, though. That's right, he is an Uzumaki, but what I'm saying is that just in general, like, it never seems to be an issue of, like, the Rinnegan using up a person's chakra. It never seems to be at least an issue. People really underestimate how well Luffy handles Gear 5. Every time he used it, the duration time has been improved. I feel like it has been. Lasted longer in End since we had the VP speech, which was 10 minutes to take, and Luffy was using it way before, so roughly around 15 minutes worth of stamina. Maybe 15 minutes max. I wouldn't probably go beyond that. Smart 2 should be, if so, assuming Curse Mark 2 should be a 2x amp on top of that. Top of what? Fatigue base Hokage Naruto stomps Gear 5 Luffy by virtue of fighting fused Momoshiki. What does fused Momoshiki have that puts him above him? Because if you're gonna say he eats planets or whatever, he doesn't. He plants a chakra seed. It absorbs all the chakra from the planet that they're using, and he simply eats it. Do you have a favorite transformation? Gear 5. Gear 5, easy. Gear 5, easy. Can Aizen solo both Naruto versus by the fact that no one counters Kyoka Suigetsu? Nope, because Observation Haki counters Kyoka Suigetsu. He's star level per guides. No, he's not. Not actually star level. Never blows up a star, never actually destroys a star, not star level. I don't have a reason to believe that. Stronger than Kaguya? Kaguya is not star level either. Why is she star level? You're going to say because of the ETSO? You're going to say what? Because of the ETSO? Okay. Also, Baron mode is only limited to Taijutsu, which is a bad matchup for Luffy since he can't use Jutsu. Yeah. The ETSO? Yeah, sure. We've gone through this a lot of times. How the fuck does One Piece Observation Haki counter Kyoka Suigetsu? Kyoka Suigetsu affects all 5 senses. observation haki is literally a sixth sense that doesn't use the five senses. There are literally moments in Punk Hazard where Kinemon's body can sense everything around him. Every movement around him without touching, hearing, or feeling anything. He basically starts to swing his arms violently at the people that are nearby because of the observation haki. And mind you, that's only his torso. That's just a torso with no head, with no eyes, with no fucking nose, mouth, teeth, nothing. Kyokasui Getsu only affects the five senses. Observation haki does not require the five senses. There are many statements that imply planetary destruction, and yet there's no feat that implies planetary destruction. There is no singular attack that implies planetary destruction besides a single-tailed beast bomb, and even then, Naruto loses because he does not have a chakra network in his heart. You could honestly say Naruto is, neither does Whitebeard destroy a planet. Yeah, but Whitebeard's statement doesn't come from a supplementary source where the language is usually very flowery and doesn't actually, and most of the time actually, doesn't really back up anything that happens. Works on your SP senses too? Your specials, how does it work on your special senses? Where is that stated? Author's intent, what's written in the data book? This is author's intent. You know what else is author's intent? What's written in the manga and anime, and none of that backs it up. So, yeah. How are we doing this wonderful day? I'm doing good, Al. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, Al. What in the world happened? Adding those people to the Falcon, and millions have been out yet. Adding to those people that the Falcon took out. All the millions have been wiped out. He called himself Mr. Perez. I thought you captured him. He took off just now on the other south side just now. That must be him. Little peon. Do you think you can get away from me? Why not forget him? Silence. No one makes a fool of me and lives. What the... I mean, Whitebeard has shown... Do Brooke and Robin have observation haki? They do not. As far as I can tell, they do not. Doesn't matter if it pertains to the canon? Ah, but it does matter if you're trying to make an argument for it. It does matter if you're trying to make an argument. Kyogo's definitely will make them see a lot of things, the stupid characters especially. So you're saying that because Luffy's stupid, he'll have no idea what to do, even though he can literally sense where Aizen is at? You know, Luffy, the guy that could figure out that Crocodile was weak to water off of just grabbing him with his blood while half dead. Luffy, the guy that, with no warning other than being hit one time by Kaido's Ragnarok, could figure out how to use the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, or Luffy figuring out off of one look that CP9 uses Soru by kicking off the ground 10 times. Yeah, he wouldn't be able to figure it out. We personally pull up, take away all of your food items and fill your cabinet with beans for life. I would call the cops on every single one of you. I would 100% call the cops on you guys and probably, I don't know. Is my state a self-defense state? Depends on whether or not my self-defense literally works on observation haki on steroids almighty. Okay? Just because it works on the almighty, which lets them see futures, doesn't mean that it works on a extrasensory ability that works beyond the five senses. Why would I believe that? Sure, it works on the almighty. Who gives a shit? Where is it implied that it works on somebody with a sixth sense that allows them to sense the person's spiritual energy? If we grant those statements by series, Naruto outclasses One Piece. And yet Naruto still loses because he gets punched in the chest one time with an internal destruction punch, and his heart pops, and there's nothing he can do about it. Low-key, Naruto could go exactly like Luffy versus Fox, alluding to shenanigans and all, including Naruto pretending to be his own sister and Luffy falling for that. Yep. Yeah, because the data books aren't full of hyperboles too, right? Naruto and Baryon was able to lift giant cubes that crushed Sage of Six Paths mode Naruto. That's a substantial increase in strength. Okay, how heavy are those cubes? Tell me that. It's like literally 1,000 senses combined, bro? Okay, what do I give a shit? What is that? Is that observation haki, though? Is it observation haki? Does it allow you to see every single person around you, their numbers, behind walls, all that shit? Does Almighty let you do that? No. I don't care if it affects the Almighty. Why should I believe it affects observation haki when it works only on the five senses? If it works on the five senses and it affected Almighty, that means the Almighty likely works off of the five senses as well. And I don't have a reason to believe that it works with that. What AP does he have that would allow Luffy to punch Naruto? AP enough to split a continent that is tougher than metal, and he has the ability to inject his damage into Naruto's heart that once again does not have a chakra network, therefore he cannot heal himself. Let's see. Hello, what am I going to do? Where are you? Tell me. Rain dinner. Yeah. Put Madara on the rooftop, teaming up with Big Mom is going to curb stomp the worst generation? No, he wouldn't. As a matter of fact, Madara would objectively be the weakest person there including Killer and Kid, he would objectively be the worst person there. You put Madara Uchiha, especially without the 10 tails, on the rooftop, he is absolutely getting curb stomped. Observation Haki is already broken. Oda made Future Sight the next stage, yeah. Kyoku Suigetsu works on other senses like spirit sensing. The only way you could have Yama could get over was by touching the sword. Okay, would it work on Observation Haki? Would it work on Observation Haki? What do you think of the new TikTok? I don't know what you're referring to. Is there a new TikTok? I don't use the app. My name is Mr. Prince. Who are you? Who are you? Helping out. My name is Mr. Prince. Okay, what's this? What happened? Yeah. Why do you say N-Kid as if he isn't stronger than Zoro? People think that he's weaker, so I might as well just throw it in. I think he's stronger than Zoro, but it's fine. Where'd that pirate disappear to? Mr. Prince, I'll find him. I'll beat him to death. Okage Naruto scales above his war counterpart in base? Cool. That doesn't change the fact that he's still slower than Luffy. That doesn't change the fact that he is still objectively slower than Luffy. Kyoku Suigetsu doesn't work on Reiatsu sensing? Does Kyoku Suigetsu not work on Reiatsu sensing? Kyuubi 1 or Cloak 1 Naruto? What's Kyuubi 1 and Cloak 1? Just say One-Tailed Naruto and just say Red Eyes Naruto. It's much easier to figure out. I've always wondered, wouldn't Madara spam his ultimate attack on them non-stop to tire them out? What's his ultimate attack? Swinging a sword that slashes through mountains? Cool. Kaido does that casually, with a blast breath. Slower, but not weaker. Okay, and what does power matter when Luffy punches him one in the chest? He punches him once in the chest, and Naruto fucking dies. That's why. Naruto dies off of a single punch to the chest or head. Internal destruction kills Naruto off of one hit. I don't have to argue more than that. You have to prove to me that Naruto can withstand an attack that literally turns his brain into mush. He's able to recognize eyes and spiritual pressure. Ah, right. Okay. If this is the case, gets flooded, we're goners. If it's up to the knees, up to water. Wait, how is Killer Continental as well? He was able to hurt Kaido. He's stronger than the version, and he outperformed this version of Luffy that got one shot by Kaido. He was also able to take attacks from Big Mom and Kaido. Luffy can't do that on his own. Naruto chucks a TSO at Luffy and he dies. The TSO are way too slow. The TSO are unironically not even light speed. The TSO are, objectively speaking, not even light speed. Like, objectively speaking, not even light speed. Luffy has nothing to worry about. They unironically cannot catch Luffy at any point. He also doesn't use them like Madara anyway. But yeah, you can believe that. Gators are coming at us. What are you saying? Come up to the cage. What's great? Stupid banana gators. If it gets flooded, we're fucked. No, you're not wrong. They're not bananas. They're gators with bananas on their heads. They're not animals, not fruit. It's like the monkey dance. It's not a kind of monkey. It's a dance. Well, banana gators are both edible. Here it comes. It didn't work. What kind of a cage is this? Hurry. The cage is too tough. The cage... Actually, that doesn't matter. This doesn't fucking matter. If the Straw Hats at any point break the cage... I just gotta add something real quick. I just gotta see something. No, they opened up the cage, right? Yeah, they opened up the cage. Okay, just to make sure. Just to make sure. Okay. It didn't work. What kind of a cage is this? Hurry, Vivi. Hey, you lot. How are you so calm? How much do you guys know what Crocodile is up to? The woman with Crocodile had a bounty on her head for 20 years. A bounty of over 70 million. What 70 million? Same level as Crocodiles. For the moment those two joined forces, stake on the fate of the country. If we won't stop them, we would die injured. Okay, then I can argue Luffy would get outsmarted by Naruto. Luffy can't sense Naruto via his shadow clones. But he does have the ability to literally see into the future. Luffy has the ability to quite literally see into the future. Naruto cannot catch him off guard. There is no argument you could possibly even remotely make. There's no way you can plug a controller into Naruto that would make him catch Luffy off guard. It's impossible. You can, before Naruto even remotely makes the hand sign to make the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Luffy would already know how many Shadow Clones he's already made. Future Sight is a stupid ability to have, and Luffy just so happens to have it. It won't stop them. I drag the entire world into an incident of unprepared proportions. Yeah. I don't need any more reasons to kick his ass, so how do you explain and play? It's up to my thighs. Whoa, we're gonna die now. I feel weak. Oh no, just hang on, Luffy. Vivi's coming back with help. Vivi must have been hard, but we don't have that much time. Okay, Luffy gets covered in water up to his waist and loses strength. Loses strength. Then goes limp. Goes limp. Luffy would capitalize on Future Sight? Why wouldn't he capitalize on Future Sight? What makes you believe that he wouldn't use an ability that he statically just has? So I doubt having internal destruction is enough. What makes you think that the explosion... What makes you think that the bomb itself is exploding inside of him? What makes you think that the bomb itself is exploding inside of him when Naruto also turns into a giant amalgamation that literally warps around and changes? If you look at the anime version, his body literally stretches out and expands out. So why would I believe that it's actually exploding inside of him? You can believe it explodes inside of him, sure, but he's also just letting out the explosion of the tailed beast bomb outwardly. How would that be possible? Just to have that Luffy lacks the AP to damage Naruto? Why does he lack the AP to damage Naruto? What do you actually believe that in Naruto their punches are star level? Are you actually saying are you actually arguing that you think that their punches are star level or some shit? You think that Naruto has planet level punches? Yeah, alright. Guys, we got another one. Now that American administration controls TikTok, the app keeps tracking things like your religion, sex, gender, medical history. Okay, then yeah, they're not protecting your privacy. They're not doing any of that. Yes, by lore they would. No, they would not. Naruto does not have star level punches. Are we actually arguing here would be ignorance? Why yes? Why yes? Why would Naruto have star level punches? Since when are his punches ever even remotely implied to be as powerful as a tailed beast bomb? Baby must be hard. Don't worry about it. If I were a better swordsman, I could shatter this cage. It's not polite to roar at your dinner table. Anti-manners kick course. Luffy goes limp. Sanji kicks a massive banana gator once in the stomach and knocks it up into the air. Let me guess, what's next? Naruto is universal because of a movie, right? I've now come to the conclusion that Toji is above Hikari. For Hikari's domain to work, the sure hit effect needs to work, and obviously that wouldn't work for Toji, so it would be base Hikari. He burps out the shockwave. That's like Kurama's done multiple times. That doesn't mean that he's exploding the tailed beast bomb inside of him. That doesn't mean that he's exploding the entirety of the tailed beast bomb inside of him. That doesn't even remotely imply that. You can believe it, sure, but I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that Kurama can explode a tailed beast bomb inside of himself and he just takes no damage and then the tailed beast bomb still explodes afterwards. You're basically assuming that the tailed beast bomb itself explodes inward, the entire explosion happens on the inside, and he just shoots another one out by that logic. No, I don't believe that. The stream is Naruto Glaze Trap Session. It is. It is a Naruto Glaze Trap Session. Naruto can be universal. A continental Luffy still curb stomps him into the ground because of speed. He still loses to a continental... Listen, I'm going to say it like this. Naruto could be multiversal. Naruto could be boundless. Luffy still wins because of speed and because he punches him in his heart and his heart explodes. There you go. There you go. An argument from incredulity? It's not an argument from incredulity. Why? What do you mean? Why do you mean it's an argument from incredulity? Give me the statement or feat that implies Naruto's fucking punches with star level amounts of force. Give me the feat that says Naruto's punch literally shatters a star. Do that first and then I'll believe you. Then the Ten Tails tank its own tailed beast bomb. It tanked its own tailed beast bomb from the inside. Killer Bee. You can technically make the argument that Killer Bee actually blew it up before it was fully formed, because he jumps inside its mouth and then explodes his own tailed beast bomb on the inside, which also blasts out Killer Bee's face. He literally loses his other horn, and his face literally is covered in damage. Let's see. Also, Kurama isn't the Ten Tails. Let's see. It was like right here. It was something at like, what was it? No. It wasn't there. No. It wasn't there. The full, let me see. Over here. Shoots that. Mouth, mouth, mouth. Yes, it's forming a tailed beast bomb, and Killer Beast shoves his own and blows it up on the inside. And he's also covered in blood right afterwards. He barely tanked it himself. Yeah, he also doesn't do anything until, like, I think the Ten Tails shoots a second tailed beast bomb. Yeah. 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 And we see the 8-Tails hold off the 10-Tails attack, but it wasn't a fully charged tailed beast bomb. The arguing that tailed beast bomb from the 10-Tails was fully charged is like saying that Minato literally clashed with a fully charged tailed beast bomb from Kurama while he was inside of him as a teenager. Never happened. Really depends on your interpretation of a fight like that. The 4-Tails beast bomb isn't usable internal durability feat, since Orochimaru said that it was just dense chakra. If a Naruto character Luffy starts in second gear, Naruto is going to be fighting in afterimage, basically. And Naruto in character would start in base form or KCM. When using Ashura mode, what are you talking about? On low ball is country level when using Ashura form. I agree with that. Superman will definitely lose to base Luffy because he has no haki. No one said that Superman would lose to Luffy because he has haki. See, now you're making a false equivalency. You're saying that because I think that Naruto... Why would his stomach expand if it didn't explode? Yeah, and tell me how Naruto's body is able to convult and turn like this, too. Naruto goes 6 tails. Yeah. And Naruto all of a sudden also just has... Yeah. And Naruto also has the ability to just randomly... I guess It's not just Naruto's durability. I guess he also just has the ability to literally change his body's appearance by, like, literally making different versions of himself pop out, right? Because Naruto's body isn't malleable while in that form, right? Naruto's body isn't malleable within that form. Also, the administration censoring everything, every post they don't like, that's crazy. Superman has tough organs on the inside. Here's where the false equivalency doesn't work. Isn't that anime only? You can argue it. He also does something like this in the manga as well. 1 second. He also does something like this in the manga as well. Let's see. Naruto... Land of Waves, Rasen Shuriken, Sasuke Retrieval, Tenchi Bridge. It was like right here. What the fuck? Go back up. Transforms. Yeah, Naruto's able to split his own arms out and shoot them out like that, right? Yeah, Naruto's able to split his own arm rounds and create extra limbs and all that other crap. Yeah. It's totally... Naruto's internal durability makes total sense. Wouldn't that Naruto think you should be considered intangibility? Should be considered intangibility? What do you mean it should be considered intangibility? His body doesn't automatically allow things to phase through him. You can even see it right there. Sasuke put all the Biju bombs and meteors and absorbed all their chakra into the 6 paths thing, yeah. Like, him expanding here doesn't mean that the tailed beast bomb exploded inward, and you can still see that the bomb is still there. You can still see that the projectile itself is there. That doesn't mean that he had an actual tailed beast bomb explode inside of him. That just means he basically turned the projectile into a fast-launching blast. I meant the clip of him morphing. That wouldn't mean that Naruto's intangible. It never implies that Naruto's intangible. He still has a physical body. By being covered in the chakra cloak, it allows his body to literally warp and shape around. That's what I'm saying, that him expanding like that doesn't exactly mean anything for his actual internal durability. Orochimaru wasn't dicking around with 4-Tails Naruto. I would not argue it. I would not argue that. No way, people still say Naruto isn't planetary. By the way, I'm talking about in the comments. He isn't planetary. He's not planetary. What makes Naruto planetary? I can agree to Hokage Naruto. That version of Naruto, 100%. But didn't Sasuke's sword easily get pierced? Sasuke's sword easily get pierced by... Didn't Sasuke easily get pierced by... I don't know what you're asking me here. Did Sasuke get pierced by his own sword? Yes, he was just stabbed with it. Nami, can you praise me? Good job. Come out already. Good work. Okay. Don't you need to make chakra from like trillions of cells in your body? So how didn't you scale to the chakra to your durability? How don't you scale to your durability? Because different characters have different stats, and not every character has the same amount of stats. You can't necessarily argue that the third Raikage has higher quality chakra than Naruto, than a QB champ, in a QB amped chakra cloak. Yet his cloak is way stronger. His cloak is way tankier than the. Is there a way for Sukuna to beat Kurama? World cutting slash. World cutting slash. That's all he needs. Also, if you want to use the planetary above, we can unironically get one Luffy to star level without glazing or being disingenuous. Blowing up a planet is not planetary. It's beyond that. I don't know, man. Some people say that you have to blow up a planet to be planetary. I don't know why. I don't know why blowing up a planet would be automatically make it higher than planet level. Gojo, Sanji kick all of their asses. Sorry, I meant Naruto. I meant Naruto got pierced by Sasuke's sword. When did that happen? Oh, you're talking about in Boruto. Yeah, that also happens. Come at me all at once, you banana shits. I'll knock some table manners into you. It's not polite to attack young ladies. Sanji, there's no time to count. Just kill the third one that came in. Why that one? Are those ears of yours for decoration? Don't you recognize that growl? That's the one that stole the key. Taking out the bridge to buy time. Very clever. There must have been other members of the Straw Hats crew on the loose. They lured us away in order to rescue their comrades, but I will avail them. Even if they manage to find the banana dial, that's all the key. The door, the stage won't open because I have the real key right here. Their efforts will be in vain, evil man, but I won't let any of those little fish get away. I will kill them all with my own hands. What the? See you later, shitty gator. Damn. It came out. Is it the key? It doesn't look like the key. Okay. A wax ball. Open up. Water. It's water. It's a miracle. That's the key, Mr. 3. Are you insane? That's a banana dial. Gasp. I'm alive. Thought I was a goner. Crocodile thinks he can get rid of me and he underestimated me. The moment the monster swallowed me, I used every ounce of my power to form a wax ball fruit inside and I managed to survive. What a brilliant move, I'd say, for myself. But that's... Well, what's that stuck to my wax? A key? Are you guys stuck? It's the key. What's the What's this key? A room filled up with water, steel cage. What's going on here? You must be Mr. 3. Good, hand over the key. Here you go. Hi, don't I know who you are? Your friends. Find key. Try not to get eaten in the process. What jerk. He's sure catches on fast. Don't jerk around. Wait, Sanji. Maybe you can use his wax powers to make a duplicate key. Check. Not bad, Candlehead. Oof. Here's no time. Pass this way. Lead on the me. It's crawling with banana dials. Well, that takes care of that. Come on, there aren't any more. Hey, I'm not as strong as when I'm wet. Okay. Luffy and Zoro take care of the banana gators after they are released. And Luffy states he's not as strong when he's wet. As strong when he's wet. For pertinence of evidence, we can safely assume that there's a solar system because it acts like a sun. What do you mean it acts like a sun? A star does not innately act like a sun. A sun. You know, there's a part where they stopped a giant snake when he was a small toddler alone. Consider that. You mean this feat right here? A-Train, you mean this feat right here? Let's see. Tuning exams. When he was a toddler. You're saying when he was a toddler, he stopped a giant snake. Man, we just love making shit up, don't we? First of all, he's not a toddler. He's 12 years old. Okay, he makes enough clones to pop himself out of a snake. That is very impressive. I can't deny that. Naruto gets knocked around, whacked through multiple branches, hits the ground, and then he goes into his red-eyed state, punches one of these snakes down. The snake is still up. You see, it's still visible. It's still standing. And then he charges in at Sasuke, which Naruto stops. Cool. Did you know that this snake right here isn't as strong or as powerful? The sun is a star, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, but you can't really argue that those stars that the star is A, the size of the sun. You can't argue that B. First, what I'm trying to say is that the star in Kaguya's dimension is not, you can't argue it's the same size of the sun. You can argue it's larger than the sun, you can argue it's smaller than the sun, you cannot argue it is the same size as the sun. There's actually no way to quantify it in comparison to that. You also can't argue it's like a solar system because this is the only place that we see. This is the only dimension that has that star, specifically. Unless you think that all of them are interchanged. Just denying what people are saying. So you see how he stops this giant snake? The snake isn't as big, or at least it isn't as powerful as Gamabunta and Manda, who scale to one another. And here is Luffy. Let me show you something funny. Naruto stopped it, right? Yeah, Naruto stopped it, right? You know how impressive that is? That Naruto stopped a giant snake that is at best as large as Gamabunta? Sorry, as large as Manda? Sure. We can totally go with that. Then let's not disagree with the notion. What the fuck? What the fuck's going on? Why would it work? There we go. That Luffy did this to Momu. Fuck you. That Luffy did this specifically to Momu. Who is, objectively speaking, 36 meters tall. We have more evidence it's a sun versus if it's not. What makes you think that it's a sun versus that it's not? You could argue its size is based on the color, but I don't know how to do it. Maybe. You'd also have to argue that they colored it in such a way that it imply that it's a sun. But either way, Kaguya it is a part of the dimension that is a ninjutsu and ETSO counter and nullify ninjutsu. There you go. It was not going to wipe out a sun because it has the power to destroy a sun. It was going to wipe it out because it is part of the ninjutsu. You cannot say that it is existence erasure and also say that it's solar system at the same time. Both don't work. You alive, Luffy? People with double free powers sure have some rotten weaknesses. Get up. What do you mean? Usopp, help us out. Cough, cough. Whoa, Smoker, why did you save him? It wasn't my decision. Couldn't let him die. Cough, cough. Forget it. Let's hurry up and go. We lost time. We still have to make it. Luffy one-shot the King of the Coast, swung Momo, strikes harder than Buggy Bomb, and destroys many houses and buildings. Yeah, but Naruto stopped a large snake, man, that destroys through multiple branches. Stopped while being a toddler. What's the definition of a toddler, guys? What age range is a toddler? Let's see. 1 to 3 years old. Guys, quick question. Guys, honest question here. Guys, honest question here. Is Naruto a 1 to 3 year old? Is Naruto 1 to 3 years old in this theme? I didn't know that Naruto went through a 12-year time skip instead of a 2-year time skip, man. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's a crazy assertion to make. I love when people who don't know what they're talking about try to argue things against people that know what they're talking about. I absolutely love that. I just realized how you have to explain in the video what size scaling between Naruto matters, bro. You got a kind of a tough job. I know what I'm in for. I know what I'm gonna have to write. Always say Naruto's a fucking child throughout the story, not a toddler. Yeah. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Wow. Naruto stopped a large snake. Yeah, Luffy literally swung a giant sea cow twice its size. Yeah, okay. Why would the ETSO work on a planet that has natural energy? The TSO still work on natural energy. They're not innately immune to them either. Nature energy works on TSO, man. It does. I don't know what to tell you. The time space is so large, Obito makes note when trying to use Kamui. Okay. And? He's not a toddler, but he's still significantly younger than Luffy. He's only 5 years younger than Luffy. And even then, the feats... I mean, what do you want me to tell you about the feat? I'm putting up a 17-year-old against a 12-year-old. That was part of the fucking fight. Now we're gonna say, well, Naruto's younger. Naruto's a kid, so obviously, like, he would lose. Like, come on now. You can't sit here and make all these bullshit arguments about Naruto is stronger, and then when you make the comparison, you're like, well, Naruto's still a kid. Like, fuck off. At that point, actually fuck off. I'm sorry. At that point, actually fuck off. It's like always trying to move the goalpost. Naruto curb stomps Luffy. Naruto does this. Naruto is country level. Naruto, as a child, is planetary and massively faster than light while he's 12 years old. But then, oh man. Oh, wait, you think Luffy's stronger than Naruto? Well, he's a kid, man. I mean, when you can prove that Luffy is physically strong, well, Naruto's still a kid, man. What do you want me to tell you? Like, okay, yeah. At that point, actually fuck off. Sage mode it's stated to work, not that it's a weakness. It's stated to work, not that it's a weakness. You don't owe me anything. I was my captain's orders. I'd have let you drown, and you don't mind. Be willing to debate someone in voice chat. Full stop civilized. I'll probably lose, but I gotta try anyway. No, I don't debate people, especially people that are just gonna bring up disingenuous arguments. Listen, dude, you can believe whatever you want to believe. My argument is very simple, and I'll make it very clear for you, Vader. Luffy wins because of speed. It's not power, it's not durability, it's speed. Luffy has the ability to inject damage internally, and Naruto does not have a chakra network in his heart. I can give you all the scans right now if you want to see all the scans. There's no reason for you and I to go into a debate, for you to sit here and try to bring up some bullshit arguments or bring up the goal or try to move the goalpost. Naruto can be universal. He could have universal attack potency. The TSO could be light speed. I could give Naruto every benefit of doubt. He still loses to Luffy because Luffy can inject damage into his chest or head. Naruto has no defenses against that. It is stated verbatim by Kakashi. There is no way to train internal organs. Naruto is shown verbatim by Kabuto to have destroyed the chakra network around his heart. It is stated verbatim by Tsunade that she cannot repair the chakra network or reattach it to a cell once it's been severed. Kabuto severed the chakra network from his heart. Luffy blitzes, punches Naruto with a country level punch, with an island level punch to his heart. His heart is not special. It does not have higher durability. It does not have higher resistances. And Naruto does not have a single feat within the entire context of the story that even remotely implies that he can survive his heart exploding or his brain exploding. There you go. Drop the ego and have some epistemic humility. There's no what ego am I telling you? I'm just telling you straight up. That is what the argument is. I am giving you my argument. You're not going to convince me otherwise. I've already got the argument laid out. I've already got all the evidence I need. I'm reading through One Piece just to find more shit for Luffy. It's not an ego thing. I'm just telling you straight up, dude. I'm just telling you straight up. It's not ego. I'm not trying. There's no ego or humbleness here. I'm just telling you straight up. The information's right there. I can pull it up all for you. Dude. I can bring up every single scan, the line of logic, everything there. Doesn't survive a single... I don't care if he doesn't. He never gets hit in the first place. There you go. I have info too. Yeah, you have high-end interpretations that aren't supported by actual feats and statements in the anime and manga, but sure, you can believe that. You're also state Manda and Gamabunta scale above that snake, even though it's similar sizes, which removes the assumption of size scaling. You already stated Gamma scale above that snake. Okay. Even if they are similar in size. Which removes the assumption of size scaling. I hope you realize that most characters in Naruto physically cannot stop that giant snake. Naruto is literally stated by Kurama. Are you playing anything these days? Not really. Maybe like a little bit of Digimon here and there, like Time Strangers, but not really. I'm not arguing against Kishimoto, dude. I'm going with Kishimoto's own information. You're the one here taking statements and information hyperbolically in order to get Naruto to star level or massive level. Like what are we doing here? You're basically saying would the Raikage be the fastest in JJK verse? Yeah, you could probably argue it. If you wanted to, you could probably argue it. Movement speed wise, yeah, sure. If you wanted to. But then again, if we also put him in JJK, he wouldn't be able to move at those speeds physically. That's also if you highball the Raikage. The next time we meet Straw Hat, you're dead meat. The Marines are coming this way to Alabarna. Dude, go east. Just this once. It's a mismatch because of speed. Naruto is fine. That Naruto is star level, that's fine. You could say Naruto is star level, he still loses to Luffy. He's just distracting you. I know. It's just the same thing always, though, man. It's like, God, it's so annoying. Believe whatever you want to believe, dude. I don't personally care. Hurry, get this way. The smell of Nami's perfume is getting stronger. We're not running. We're not gonna run all the way. Eon, you debate or not? I don't care to debate. The only point about debating is usually if you can catch somebody in some gotcha bullshit, and that's really it. Debating has never been about actually trying to like have an actual conversation. More so, it's just about, well, how can I find something to make you look stupid or prove you wrong? And that's really what it is. That's why I don't like debating. That's why I don't debate. I'll have a conversation with a person. I'll be like, okay, so can you explain to me why you reached this conclusion? Okay, this, and that. Okay, I can see where you're coming from. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm really not here to debate anybody on this. At the end of the day, it's all up for interpretation. I'm not afraid to debate. And I'm definitely not against you either. I'm definitely not afraid to debate. I'm not a meta debater, but we can discuss, though. I'm not a weird twin. I mean, it's fine. But at the same time, dude, I'm just trying to get through these scans, and I'm just trying to write down everything that I need to get for Luffy. I'm only 24 pages in, and I did this for Luffy. I had like 47 pages of everything that happens in Naruto. We can run it. You can definitely debate. You can definitely debate that person. I'm not debating anybody. Because power scaling is all about interpretation. You can get Naruto to star level, you can get Naruto to planetary, you can get Naruto to faster than light in the first arc. That doesn't mean that all those metas are objectively correct. It doesn't mean that all those metas are 100% true. It doesn't mean that all those metas are inherently, well, you can say that they're not inherently incorrect, but you can't also say that they're inherently correct either. Is about objectivity. No, it's not about objectivity. Power scaling is objectively not objective because it's all about how you choose to interpret things. The way that you're going to read something is different. The way that you're going to read something or interpret something that another person read the exact same page is going to be different, and depending on the confines and the context of what we're reading, it's subjective. Where you scale a character is subjective. The only person that can tell you objectively where a character scales is the author. If you say that Naruto is star level, but then there is a literal statement from Kishimoto that says Naruto can blow up the earth with a single-tailed beast bomb, that would make Naruto not star level, that would make him planetary. And that comes from a data book. You can ride that thing. It's creepy. Lear, Eyelash's friend, is Eyelash's hometown. He has the thing. Do Naruto characters have Zenkai boosts or similar? No, I don't believe that they get like actual Zenkai boosts, or at least I don't believe that Naruto characters get Zenkai boosts unless it's like Naruto himself, and specifically because he gets he basically becomes stronger throughout the Fourth Great Ninja War because he's having his clones fight for him, and all of the experience that they gain immediately shoots back at him. But unlike with Dragon Ball, there's no way to definitively quantify how much more powerful Naruto gets. Whatever value you can get Naruto, even throughout his fights in the Fourth Great Ninja War, whatever value you want to give Naruto, at the end of the day, it doesn't really quantify. It's not really stated within the story. It's never stated in Naruto. Like, you could basically make the argument like, well, Naruto with like 10,000 clones, through his training was able to get through like 8,000 hours worth of training. Sure, but how do you quantify that to like 13 clones? How do you quantify that to the fights that the clones did? Is he getting more experience off the fights from the clones, or is he getting more experience? Or is he getting more experience from just sitting there and doing training for multiple days on end? It is subjective. There is no definitive value that you can go for it. Are you able to see my last comment, or was it blocked? I didn't get the chance to see it. Let me see. Eon, have you heard of the Trump administration cutting funding to research and development vaccines for cancer and was having good results? I heard about that. A friend of mine, her fiance is a doctor. They live on another state. Her boyfriend slash fiance is a doctor, and the guy's actually been struggling to like make a case for himself. Not struggling. I don't want to say struggling because I don't know his exact situation, but like he's had to make like or at least he's working to become a doctor. He works at a lab, and they basically have been trying to like make a case for himself with a lot of his research, specifically so that he's able to like, stick around for the team and also, earn his money, right? It really sucks with the Trump administration, just what like the stuff that's happening in terms of like the real world with the Trump administration, ICE. I just found out about that whole Nicki Minaj situation yesterday. I'm like, yo, Nicki Minaj really just sold her entire fucking fan base out for papers. That shit is crazy. I don't know. It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. is humble and kind of a gentleman. Meanwhile, Eon is like a dictator. Cough, cough, cough. Time out of race. Cough, cough, cough. That's crazy. You think I'm a dictator? That's crazy. When you say meta, what do you mean? Meta usually stands for most effective tactic available. It just means that, but in terms of power scaling, meta generally just boils down to a specific line of logic or a specific line of argumentation for a character. For example, there is such a thing as the early Naruto Lightspeed meta. That is a meta where you try to use evidence from the data books and the series to try and imply that Naruto characters are Lightspeed at the very first arc of the series. It's a very flawed meta that doesn't really. Wait, but Sasuke got stronger though by near lifeless experiences. I'm not saying that Sasuke isn't getting stronger from that. I'm just saying it's not quantifiable. I didn't time out Vader myself. Seems like he changed his thing. Eon silence because he's afraid of the truth. What am I afraid of? What am I afraid of? That I don't want to give you the time and energy today to fucking debate something that I already know the arguments for? No, I don't want to do that. What is the size of Kurama? AI is saying 100 meters. I can tell you right now. You want to see how big Kurama is? I can tell you this easily right now. Alright, where the fuck is that fat frog? You see this guy right here, Gamabunta? You see how big he is? It says right here, 17 meters tall. 1,700 centimeters equals to 17 meters tall. There you go. Gamabunta is 17 meters tall. Let's look at it. Now let's look at something interesting right here, right? Let's go to the tuning exams. You know when Gamabunta fights the Shukaku? You know when he gets summoned against them? Like right here? Yeah, Gamabunta's about the same size as Shukaku. Right here, he's about the same size as Shukaku. You could say Shukaku's a little bit bigger, sure. And you know who's about as big as Shukaku? Let's just up it to 20 meters. Let's up it to 20 meters if you really want to, right? Even though Shukaku has a hump on his back, but whatever. Let's go to the 4th Great Ninja War, right? Alright, we're at the 4th Great Ninja War, right? Let's see Shukaku and all the other tailed beasts come out of nowhere, right? Alright, they're somewhere around here. Look at Shukaku, and ooh, look at that! He's about the same size as the other tailed beasts, including Kurama. Oh, look at that. All about the same size. As a matter of fact, you can probably tell that Shukaku's a bit taller than Kurama, but not even then. Oh, wait, but Eon, Kurama is only half of that chakra. The real Kurama is a lot bigger. Why don't you just go on and talk about that? Yeah, we can talk about how big real Kurama is. All right, let me show you. So, when you go back to, like, the past where Kurama was with Kushina and all that stuff, you see how big Kurama is right here? You see how massive he is? Yeah. Well, Minato at one point summons Gamabunta right on top of him. Minato at some point summons Gamabunta right on top of Kurama. And look at this, Gamabunta is still about the same size as Kurama. So now let's think about this, right? Gamabunta is 17 meters tall, and he is literally able to not only be heavy enough to knock down Kurama, but he's also large enough that his head is almost the same size as Kurama's head. Right? But obviously Gamabunta doesn't fight Kurama, right? Then Minato has half of his chakra stolen, and oh, look at that, Kurama's smaller. Now, could you say that Kurama's half of the size? Well, maybe not, right? Even if you wanted to say that this hand size is 4 times larger than Kurama, Kurama would only be 80 meters tall at best. A full-sized Kurama, even if you wanted to say with no information or no evidence to actually imply that he is 4 times larger when he got half of his chakra taken down, means that Kurama is anywhere between, at best, 80 kilometers tall to 40 kilometers tall. Why do you keep bringing up the same Gamabunta scan? It's so annoying and unoriginal. Come on, dude. That's your only material? That's the only thing I have. If I had anything else, I'd use it. If Kishimoto give me anything else, I would use it. Why would I not use the only canon piece of evidence that implies the size of these giant beings? Other people in the chat, too. This is a back and forth. Let him fight his own battles. I don't know what you're talking about. Kurama's barely bigger than the Sunny. Kurama is barely bigger than the Sunny if you give him every benefit of doubt. If you genuinely believe, for whatever reason, that Kurama is anything bigger than 2 to 3 times his size, then sure, he might be bigger. But even at, like, his best, Kurama's like 4 meters taller than the 1,000 Sunny. And at worst, he's less than 16 meters taller than the 1,000 Sunny. Question, why does full-size Kurama matter for Naruto versus Luffy? It doesn't matter per se, but people need to bring up the full size of Kurama to try to make a case that, oh, but because he swats down mountains. Yeah, no, you mean a statement that doesn't have any evidence to actually back it up. And the one time that he does quote-unquote swap mountains with the tails, it's when he's literally spinning around with a majestic attire Susanoo on top of him with blades that are also splitting the mountains. So yeah, I don't know. Was towering over the village? I don't give a fuck what he was doing. I don't give a fuck what he was doing. The 1,000 Sunny is, let me show you. 1,000 Sunny. I don't give a fuck how big Kishimoto decides to draw Kurama. The only thing I have to go off of is that one scan, and the only thing I have to go off of this is this scan right here. 56 meters tall. The 1,000 Sunny is unironically, this ship is unironically over twice as large as Gamabunta, over 3 times as large as Gamabunta. Gamabunta is unironically like this tall. This is how big Gamabunta is. He is tiny. There you go. Gamabunta is a tiny little guy. He's a tiny little cute little frog in the One Piece verse. Gamabunta is such a tiny little guy. Oh man. Oh, big frog. Oh, cool. Cool. There, little guy. There. Yeah, 2 to 3 story buildings, right. How big are those 2 3-story buildings? You tell me. How big are they? How tall are they? Versus the frog boxing with the sea train. Vivi's strength isn't in her muscles, it's in her heart. She's always trying to help others. And now, alright, we finally get there. That would be an empty... Then what would an empty house in the Sunny? In the Sunny is bigger than half of the buildings in Naruto. See how flawed that is? Yes! The 1,000 Sunny is bigger than houses in Naruto. Yes. Yes, actually, objectively speaking, the 1,000 Sunny would be huge in Konoha. Yes, objectively speaking. You cannot sit here and say, well, it doesn't make sense because why would a house not be bigger than a boat? You'd be surprised how big these battleships are. You would be very much surprised. Don't argue with me. Argue with the fact that Kishimoto gave Gamabunta 17 meters in height and the 1,000 Sunny is 56. It's not a matter. You don't like the evidence. But if you don't have a counter for the evidence, what am I supposed to tell you? Where the fuck is it? There we go. Wasn't Shukaku not fully released? What? Explain to me how Shukaku not being fully released changes his size. Because the difference, because if you're going to try to bring up Kurama's size change, Kurama literally had half of his chakra ripped right out of him. His yin half and his yang half. We're not going to sit here and make some disingenuous argument about Shukaku not being full-sized or whatever. Because, oh, he wasn't quote-unquote fully released when that has nothing to do with his chakra being split in half. Yeah. The 1,000 Sunny is not bigger than the entire village, and neither is Kurama. Kurama's not bigger than the entirety of the village. You guys go to extremes. You guys, I don't understand what the point of going into extremes are. I never understand that. She feels companionship, compassion for others, the world, but as long as you're still around, she'll kill herself trying to stop. Your mods are pussies, and that is all I needed to now put you on a timeout. You're not going to call my mods pussies. My mods are not pussies. Nobody here is a pussy. You are not going to sit here and insult anybody because they have a difference in opinion against you when it comes to actual made-up characters from a random manga. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. You can believe whatever you want to believe. If you want to believe the Naruto curb stomps, you have every right to believe that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're wrong. I will just sit here and say, I disagree, and you're going to have to live with that. Now, it wasn't his final form. His final forms could be bigger. Okay, explain to me why the Shukaku being quote-unquote fully realized when he was also in full control of the body isn't his true height. I'm not here to listen to any bullshit, alright? The only conversations I'm willing to have here, we can have a back and forth, and it might be frustrating for the two of us. It's fine if it's frustrating for the two of us, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to anybody literally disrespect my mods or my community members because they don't like somebody else's opinion. But isn't the whole point of this to change somebody else's mind? You can try to change somebody else's mind, we'll get to, but here's the thing. Your argument to try and change my mind is, well, your argument here to try and change my mind is, are you seriously expecting me to believe that the 1,000 Sunny is larger than houses in Konoha? I'm here to tell you, yes, it is. Because I can quantify the size of the Sunny, and I can quantify the size of Gamabunta, but I cannot tell you what the objective size of Kurama is. Could he be bigger than 80 meters? Probably. Maybe. Could he be large? Could the numbers be wrong? Maybe, but that is the only canon statement for Gamabunta's size. You cannot convince me because you cannot bring me another piece of actual evidence. Not look at it from this perspective, not just look at the size of the houses. Looking at the size of the houses means jack shit. What I need is an objective statement from the author that says those houses are bigger than that. Otherwise, it's not about that. I can convince my mind. I can easily convince my mind. I can easily convince... you can easily convince me of anything if you provide me actual objective evidence that I have no arguments for. If Naruto actually did have a Rasengan that was capable of blowing up a planet, and it's stated verbatim in the series, yes, Naruto can blow up the planet with a Rasengan, oh, 100%, I would believe it. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? But no, that's not the case here, so why would I? Yeah, but anyway, back to this. I have no issue with saying that Naruto's a powerful character. I have no issue with saying that Naruto can blow up a continent, but what I need from Naruto is a feat or a statement that actually implies it. I'm using evidence, not, well, I mean, you're expecting me to believe this? No, I don't give a fuck if you would believe it. It's right there. The evidence is right there. That's all you really need. Or 3 meters per story plus the roof. So if a house is apparently 3 meters per story, which is about what, like 9 feet, that would mean that every single room is about 9 feet tall. 9 to 10 feet tall. 17 meters is taller than 30 feet, mind you. 17 meters is larger than that much size. It just means that the Thousand Sunny is fucking huge. Why can't the Thousand Sunny just be big? What does it matter if the Thousand Sunny is actually larger than buildings in Naruto? Who gives a shit at that point? It's like I said, if you keep wasting time on Eon's time, you do not provide scans, I will drop the hammer on people. Eon loves Tsunade and Hinata, not Naruto. I love Tsunade, I do not care for Hinata. Gamabunta's like 6 stories tall. Gamabunta's like 6 stories tall. Huh. Let's see, where is the, Pain Assault? No, we would have to actually go back. It's probably like pre-war. No. We have to go back. It's like, Pain and Itachi arcs. I need the scenes where Naruto is, yeah. Gamabunta's like as tall as the Hokage statue. He's like technically, not Hokage statue. Gamabunta is as tall, is technically shorter than the entire building where the Hokage resides. And that building's like 3 to 4 stories. Yeah, he's not that tall. I don't get why people think that he's like that tall. Listen, I'm going to be real with you guys. I've actually considered just doing all of this research on my own time. I wasn't arguing that. I'm just asking how big are a house. I gave you a number. No, I know you weren't arguing it. I know you weren't arguing it per se. I'm just showing that, like, okay, Gamabunta should be about this size because somebody else said Gamabunta should be like 6 stories tall. So I'm just saying it's about the size of this building. And I can't tell you if these walls are 3 meters tall each. You can't eyeball things in anime. That's all I'm saying. But there is a part of me that maybe next week I'll just spend the entire week just working on this shit by myself. I might be able to just get through it as quickly as possible. Crocodile gives Luffy 3 minutes. Alright, we're about to the first round of Crocodile. It's 2:48. It's before 3 p.m. We're right up to the first line of Crocodile. We should be able to get it done before that. Croc gives Luffy 3 minutes to fight before he takes him down. Okay, let's keep... 6 stories is 18 to 20 meters, so it doesn't change anything. Either way, it's fine. You could also just say that this building, even if it's like, it looks like it's 3 stories, you could also say that like each of the floors is twice the height and size. Yeah, at least hear me out. It's not about hear me out this time. Hey, at least it's not about hear me out. Yeah. Fun question for the chat. Who you people think are faster? Who here thinks people in Naruto are faster? Or, yeah, everyone here would probably believe that. No stoke the flames. If you want to say I'm very well equipped to vomit, the size scaling is based on eyeball. I have heavy prescription glasses. I didn't mean an eyeball. I meant 17 out of 13 is roughly 6. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from, Devin. Devin. Let's see, 100. 10,000 Sunny unironically squishes the Colossal Titan. These people would probably be happier if you follow the teachings of Miyamoto Musashi's book, The Five Rings, which basically says if you can't change something, don't waste energy worrying about it. Yeah, probably. And Hamburger mention... they will bring up equal for Naruto and Luffy. Yeah, they're gonna say, well, okay, but what about, so you're saying that Luffy versus Naruto with speed equalized is it goes to Naruto? Yeah, maybe. He'd still have to make up the difference in speed for like Future Sight, but I guess none of Luffy's attacks work. Luffy is able to dodge Crocodile. None of his attacks work. How big do you think Sukuna's world cutting slash range is? I have no fucking idea. Luffy can keep up with Croc, but... Okay. Orochimaru versus Mayuri Kurotsuchi. Does Mayuri get prep time? I'm usually not an authoritarian with people, but I want you to be on track and release the video sooner rather than later. Yeah, I know. It depends on how you scale Bleach characters, because it really just depends on how you scale Bleach characters. If you think they're light speed, like early into the story, Kurotsuchi. If you think that the characters aren't light speed because of the later feats with Candace Catnip, making Yoruichi think that lightning blasts are fast and they're impressive, then probably Orochimaru. Is it enough to be fatal to do damage to full-size Kurama? I mean, put it like this. It splits the world itself. Everything will be split. Even if you think that it's not the same size as, like, Kurama's full body. If he aims it at Kurama's head, he can literally either split Kurama's head, or he can at least, like, leave a giant gash through Kurama's head, literally straight through half. I don't know if Kurama is necessarily surviving his head being split in two. I don't think Kurama's surviving that. You could probably even use it to, like, split a tailed beast bomb right before Kurama fires it. Battle Axe. Take that, squished. Are you squashed? Let's run. You're wasting your time. No matter how much rubber you'll try, you'll never be it. You're trying to say something, Kruk? What? You'll never we? We what? What are you trying to say? Something, Croc? Playtime's over? I wasn't playing. What am I supposed to do? It's impossible to hit this jerk. He keeps turning into sand. I completely outclass you as a pirate. Desert Spada. Okay, good move. If you had met that head on, woe wouldn't have been half of it. Croc splits the desert. Croc splits the desert with a single desert spada. It worked. I can make them into any weapon. Can make his sand into any weapon. Unlike fools who are satisfied with their powers they are. And states he continuously continuously conditions himself and improves his skill. Do you think the world cutting slash could cut Obito if he was intangible? Not maybe because... Nah, it exists in another dimension. Obito's body is literally being teleported somewhere else. I don't think it would. Kuro with the pussyfoot maneuver. People are scaling Kaguya's solar system level by her slow back... Yeah. I have seen Assassination Classroom. It was alright. Koro Sensei's kind of crazy. Luffy bleeding and in pain, Blackbeard hitting him into the ground hard when Naruto was eating some punishment from pain also. Naruto got his hands stabbed into the ground and he got choke slammed and yelled. Yeah, okay. Also, we're talking about One Piece characters with higher physical strength, and Blackbeard completely nullified Luffy's Devil Fruit, so he literally slammed him and smashed the ground as well, but a larger man... likely physically stronger than Pain. Yeah, okay. It could if the world cutting slash doesn't make physical contact. I think it needs to make contact. I think it at least needs to have something within the target of the range, within the targeted range. So heartbreaking watching a kid getting beat up with his own mother for trying to stop a coup to overthrow the government. Yeah. Karen being light, Kakashi being omnipotent, Tamari being universal. Yep. Okay, I'll make you regret that you ever tangled with me, Desert Hero Soul. Okay, the sand is sucking me in. Never heard of quicksand. It's a convenient grave in the desert. The sand gets sucked down into the ground, underground. It was easy for me to detect its location. No one has a chance against me in a desert battle. I'm not going to be buried alone in the sand. Gum gum. Bazooka. Punching doesn't work. Snare. Don't you learn it's futile? Gum gum whip. You never learn. Barjan. Okay. Luffy outruns Croc's quicksand and gets hit with Barjan, which completely dried out his arm of all its fluids. Luffy counters by drinking water. Ridiculous. No, it's not. The water. I need to get it. Take this with you, Luffy. U-boat won't lose to the sand, Gum Gum. You still want to fight? Chomp, chomp. Enough of this nonsense. Die along with you, but it's been 3 minutes. That's what I told you in the beginning. Stop wasting my time, Sables. The sand is just right. There's a sandstorm that can be seen all the way from... Luffy and Croc fight. They fight right out of Rain Base. They fight, and Croc makes a Sables actually, but Sables. That Sabres is a giant desert easily seen towering over Rain Base. You're at the point in the story where the 4 kids dub Crocodile calls Luffy Desert Doodoo. There's no way he actually calls him Desert Doodoo. That's so fucking funny. Wouldn't tell Beast Bomb still explode even if it was cut in half? It would. The reason why I said that he can world cutting slash Kurama's tailed Beast Bomb is because that way it would explode right on him. The wind is blowing towards the south. That should miss us. What's the matter? There's a sandstorm headed for Rain Base. Vivi can also see it. Vivi can also see it from a massive distance away. Was Desert Doodoo? Yeah, it was Desert Doodoo. Regarding the Naruto surviving the moon split, I recently saw the movie and it was clearly a TSO attack and Naruto has natural resistance to that. Is this a debunk in your opinion? It depends on how you choose to interpret that beam. We've had many discussions about it on stream. As some people on stream believe, it must have different properties. Even though it is created from a TSO, it doesn't seem to have at least the same properties, at least because it's a glowing beam of energy that's simply slicing down. It definitely does depend, again, on whether or not you think that the TSO in general are... It definitely does depend on whether or not you think the TSO in general are existence erasure or not. There is an argument that could be made... There is an argument that could be made that if it's just a beam of energy that is still comprised of the same properties of the TSO, then it erasing the moon is more akin to hacks rather than actual attack potency. However, if you believe that the beam has different properties and it is actually just raw attack potency and it does not erase existence, then you can argue it's moon level. Either way, I think it's fine. Like, it doesn't really change the result of the fight at all. I think that giving Naruto moon level is completely fine, especially if he can stop the attack and then one-shot the dude. Although, it doesn't necessarily imply that Naruto's punch, if it's big enough to wipe out the mountain radius, Sukuna would still be hit. Probably. Prevailing in this area always blows from the north toward the stance or where it heads south, growing stronger it went as it went. What would lie in its devastation path? To the south, Yuba. Why are you? What are you doing? Stop it. See, it's gradually going south. The Dryable Man has nothing to do with it. Stop. That's a distance away. Croc adds. It will build up in power as it travels south to Yuba, and Luffy is blown back by the storm. You think Katakuri will come back in the story? I missed the guy. Yeah, he can come back. Maybe for like the end. Has cataclysmic power. Yeah. Who do you think you're ordering around? Going back by the storm. He's then blitzed by... No, he's not blitzed by. He's not... He's then stabbed by... I thought Crocodile blitzed him. My bad. I have to take that out. I think objectively the beam implied force to the moon since it cracked and pulled it apart. The two halves. You realize that the same thing could be said about TSO, right, though? Because, again, the TSO doesn't innately just erase everything. It also splinters it and cracks it, so it still works for both sides. Why does fighter size even matter if it's fiction? Look at Goku versus Nappa or Naruto versus Kurama, for example. The smaller dude won, so that debunked your false claim. What are you talking about? Oh, why does size matter? Because size usually equates to mass and weight. And on average, even if Naruto can stop a 17-meter tall... giant snake with the power of the Nine Tails that grants him super strength, Luffy still picks up a larger animal that is twice the size of Gamabunta and Manda and just tosses him into the ocean. So yeah, size does matter if the character has the ability to literally pick up and throw things that are of a much larger and heavier size, in addition to a character also having larger quantifiable feats than Naruto. I don't know what to tell you. Like, oh man, why does size matter? Because Luffy is stronger than guys who can split continents, and Naruto characters don't have a single continental feat besides like Six Paths characters. That's why it matters. It doesn't debunk anything. There's a theme of a fight of the smaller guy beating the bigger guy. I mean, sure, that's fine, but let's also not act like Naruto beat Kurama on his own. Let's not act like Naruto didn't get help from the Eight-Tails absorbing a tailed beast bomb blast, his mom using adamantine chains would seal the Nine-Tails chakra and weaken it, also making him trip. Like, let's not act like Naruto only landed the giant Rasengan Mega Barrage because his mom literally made Kurama trip. My guy, that sea beast from Arc is smaller than the one that Shanks scared off. No, it's not. No, it's not. What makes you think that? Can you tell me how big the Lord of the Coast is? Because I can't tell you how big the Lord of the Coast is. But even then, that just makes Luffy even stronger. Luffy picked up Momu, which was 36 meters tall. You want me to bring it up? I can bring it up for you. Here you go. Momu. One Piece. Here you go. Here you go. Look at that. 36 meters tall. Look at that. 36 meters tall. Twice as large as Gamabunta. Picked him up by the throat, wrapped his arms around him, and then literally launched him flying. Tell me the last time Naruto did something like that in base form with no power-ups. Tell me the last time Naruto even did something that impressive without any kind of amps whatsoever. Just lifting things up with his own physical strength. It looks goofy though. Okay, who gives a fuck if it looks goofy? No one cares if it looks goofy. It still pushed the two parts apart. So there's force supplied. I mean, I don't know why that would matter at all, but sure. Also, the beam isn't confirmed to be made of TSO. It would just be generated by the TSO. So if it's generated by 5 objects that are TSO, why would it also not be TSO? Make that make sense. We've already talked about it, and I said before, there are different ways you can interpret it. You have no way of telling me that it has different properties of a TSO. I have no way of telling you if it doesn't have properties of the TSO. It's up to how you choose to interpret it. So again, It's up to her interpretation. If you want to say that does not have the properties of the TSO, it has attack potency. I told you. Like I said earlier, it has attack potency. We don't need to cover the same thing. You don't need to ask the same question when I literally already covered it. You don't need to ask the same question over and over again every time. We've already gone past it. You have no evidence for it. I have no evidence for it. It's up to interpretation, and that's completely fine. I don't have a reason to believe. And I also said, I have no issue with Naruto being moon level. If you think that Naruto's moon level because he tanked that feat, I think that's completely fine. I never said it wasn't. Okay, then when I said to him, you bow-legged freak, all this, crab walks. That's why, Zoro, stop that, Zoro. You're wasting your strength. Shut up, there's always. Also, don't jump backwards. Ignore those guys, Nami. They have to do something to ease the tension. They're incompetent, especially the muscle-bound fool who isn't even warlord level. You're trying to say something to my face? I'll say it. You're scared Luffy might lose. Me? Scared? We're pretty... No way, pretty brow boy. What are you, mosshead? Okay, you want to fight? That's it. I love the little heart. After One Piece, are there plans for modulo scaling? I'm planning on getting back to JJK, but I'm probably going to do some video game scaling first. I want to play some games on stream. I want to be able to do some stuff on the side that isn't just... that it isn't all just about power scaling. I'd also just like to play Claire Obscure with everybody, see through this stuff. You know, I think it'd be fun. We made a promise to each other we go back to Alabarn. At least one video for Claire Obscure. I'm definitely going to go back to Bleach, though. I definitely do need to go back to Bleach, put up the Bleach video, maybe do a Claire Obscure videos. The stream is lagging for you? It says that we're fine. I've also got my Ethernet connected. The size of Momo inside the panel doesn't translate to that. I don't give a fuck if it doesn't translate to it. I told you. You can look at it. You can eyeball it all you want. It is you saying that the giant cow isn't 36 meters tall versus what the cannon height is. It's you believing that the cow isn't 36 meters tall, even though I'm not reading Mashal. Mashal does not interest me at all. Mashal, I don't know. Mashal just feels... I don't like those kind of gag series are like, oh my god, the guy is so strong, he just does whatever he wants. They just don't feel that fun to me. I do not want to scale Kratos. I'm not interested in God of War. It just doesn't do it for me. To be fair, the framing of Naruto's big attacks is just very impressive. I've said that before as well. I said that yesterday. Naruto, the thing that usually has people believe that Naruto is stronger, or at least the Naruto characters are more powerful, is because Kishimoto does a fantastic job at giving us a sense of size and scale. It's really funny. Short read. Okay. Yeah, no, if it's funny, I'm fine for stuff like that. I just don't feel like really watching that stuff. A friend of mine tried to get me into it, but I don't know. I have a friend that's always trying to get me into anime. I love honestly like all of his like opinions in terms of like what enemies you should check out, what enemies are really good. The guy has fantastic fucking taste when it comes to anime, but it's like, dude, I just don't have the energy. I'm sitting here reading through anime every single day. It's just Oda's bad with size scaling though. Okay, so is Kishimoto. Kishimoto is terrible at size scaling as well. Kishimoto is terrible at size scaling as well. Let me show you something really fucking funny. Let me show you something absolutely fucking hilarious. You remember, everybody knows this feat, right? Everybody knows the feat that I'm about to bring up right now. You see this giant fucking meteor? What if I told you that meteor isn't anything bigger than 80 meters? What if I told you that this big-ass meteor that looks so absolutely positively massive isn't bigger than 80 meters? And you want to know why it's not bigger than 80 meters? You want to know why? I'll show you why. I'll do you a very easy kindness as to why. Because the perfect Susanoo is taller than it. The perfect Susanoo is taller than this thing. The perfect Susanoo is taller than this thing. Literally goes over it in terms of size, and the perfect Susanoo is only as large as Kurama, which at best is about 80 meters tall if you give it every benefit of doubt, and you say it's 4 times larger when he got half of its chakra removed. There's no argument here for this stuff, man. Where's the picture of, what's his face? 630, 620 something. Yeah, right here. Yeah, and the perfect Susanoo is about the same size as Kurama. Yeah. You tell me, yeah. Kishimoto isn't also bad with size and scale. Yeah. True. Hey, apenas veo que estabas transmitiendo, yeah? What do you think about the 10-tail sizes? I'm not arguing, I'm just interested in how you scale the characters. The 10-tail seems to be, give or take, 5 to 10 times bigger than Kurama, so you can give it anywhere between, at least Kurama and Gyuki, so you can give the 10-tails anywhere between, I'll show you actually. I'm eyeballing it. I can't give you the size because I don't know how big the 10-tails actually is. There's no quantifiable statement for it within the entire context of the story. I personally wish that there was. I personally wish I could tell you how big the 10-tails is, but he doesn't even look like he's 4 times larger than Kurama. He really doesn't even look like he's 4 times bigger. You can unironically just say that the 10 tails, if you think that like Kurama, again, about the same size as Gamabunta, so 17 to 20 meters, if you really want to just upscale it that big, the 10 tails is maybe like 100 meters tall. You could maybe say it's 100 meters tall, right? Isn't it crazy? You can cut Kishimoto's don't suck for it's not intentional. Ah, right. So if it's not intentional for Kishimoto, you can say the same thing for Oda. Now, Oda's 100% work. Some objects change in size in the shot, like the arc. I mean, it could change in size and shot. I don't know what to tell you. That's why I've been saying for years, pixel scaling is absolutely meaningless. When somebody uses pixels to scale a series, you basically have to go under the assumption that the author is drawing everything with pixel perfect precision. That whenever the author goes in there and draws every little character with every little panel, he is drawing the characters to the exact perfect size and scale of the giant fucking explosions or of the giant fucking creatures that they fight. That is why I've said for over 2 years now, pixel scaling to me is absolutely and objectively speaking meaningless. That's why I've been saying it for a while. Power scaling is all about interpretation. You can take you can take the character's canon sizes without pixel scaling. We don't know how big the explosion of the attacks are because you're not meant to know how big the explosion of the attacks are. You can say that pixel scaling makes them whatever, but you have to make so many assumptions for it that at that point, you have to genuinely say that whatever random value you got because you were randomly counting some number of pixels without knowing the author's true intentions, you're going to just randomly tell me that, oh yeah, it's supposed to be this big, when again, are they drawn to scale? Are they drawn to perfect scale every single time? The answer is no. It is impossible. It is impossible. See you later, Esther. It is impossible to scale. It is impossible for an author to scale everything to perfect pixel perfect measurements. It's impossible. There's no way you can fucking do it. So I will answer again. Why should I believe it then? Why should I believe that somebody who randomly goes in and tries to check how big an explosion is right? What's my favorite movie? Iron Man 1. Iron Man 1 or Iron Man 2? I like both those movies. Yeah, it's so simple to debunk. Pixel scaling calc sucks. Yeah, that's why I don't go by it. And that's why I also don't go by real world physics and logic. Naruto, by the moment that Naruto either moved at light speed or dodged a light speed attack, and the world itself wasn't destroyed, it automatically makes me believe that any argument you can make for Naruto where like, oh, well, real world physics and escapements and all that shit like that is supposed to translate, at that point I just said, yeah, fuck it, listen, I can agree to like, maybe, okay, Naruto's gonna be Mach 5, Mach 6, I can agree to all that stuff, I'm not gonna agree to like, oh yeah, but by like real world math and science, the tailed beast bomb should be island level. I don't have to believe in that at all. They blow up mountains. Why should I go higher than that? Why should I give them more than that? I have no reason to. To 5 kilometers and was buffed to 35 kilometers. Yeah, I don't know about any of that. I just rather not even talk about, I'd rather just not even talk about Zunesha as a whole. Yuba's still alive. Yuba will die. So, bro, I'm on your side, but at least the illustrations gives us a little perspective. Not an exact one, but just an idea. Exactly. So if it gives us an idea, but not an exact perspective, why would I believe some random calculation that a random person on the internet got then? Why should I believe that? Why should I say that their reasoning is exactly what the author wants them to do? Which big three MC will be the biggest problem with the verse if they were evil? Probably Ichigo, but that's just because no one kind of scales to Ichigo or Yubaba. You can maybe argue Naruto, but like Naruto is literally countered by Sasuke. You can literally see it in one of the like the Naruto Storm games where like Naruto was like equal to Sasuke or whatever. They were both like going hard back against each other. And then with Luffy, Luffy's just not the top of his verse yet, so it doesn't matter. Luffy, literally, you can't even put Luffy in the conversation. See you later, nothingness. Hope you have a good one, man. Like, I understand why Kishimoto's sizes are making sense because he's exhausted, but it's more reliable than Oda's. You can't really argue that. You can believe that, but there's objectively no reason for you to. If you believe that Kishimoto's sizes are more reliable and they make more sense and blah, 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 and you're going to give all of these reasons for Kishimoto and not Oda, that is the definition of bias. That is, objectively speaking, the definition of bias. Now, everyone here is biased to some extent. I'm biased to some extent. There is a level of bias for every single person here and every single person out there. Nobody is 100% truly unbiased in everything. But what I'm telling you is that if you can't give me an actual objective reason as to why you should give that kind of leeway to Kishimoto but not Oda, when they're both just manga artists, human beings with flaws, yeah. At that point, that just falls under the definition of bias. Ichigo is not beating Aizen or Yhwach. All right, then. So it's not Ichigo, then it's not Naruto. What do you want me to tell you? The question was who would be the biggest problem for the verse in canon if they were evil. I would say Ichigo would be, because there are far less amount of people that I feel like... Actually, that's interesting. There are far more people that I feel like can take on Naruto than there are people that could take on Ichigo, if I had to argue. Kaguya claimed that Naruto will destroy the animal kingdom. Yuba will die, the sandstorm will destroy it, the rebels will grow even more enraged, and the companions and misguided compassions will rip the kingdom apart. Water, it's filling the hole. Didn't I tell you, Luffy? This is a strong land. Yuba is still alive. We'll destroy Yuba. He's then stabbed by Croc, and the sandstorm is stated to potentially destroy Yuba. Don't ignore you. What did you say? Yuba. Yeah, that's true. Ishiki, Kaguya. Yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of characters that can beat Naruto. I'm not sure if there's that many characters that can beat, like, Ichigo. Like, who do you think actually is beating Ichigo? What? Like, I don't know. Yhwach, guess. Aizen, I guess. I definitely think Ichigo... I definitely think it would be Ichigo. Yhwach was scared of his Bankai, and Aizen was crying like a baby when he lost. Yeah. All human bitches are flawed. Yeah. They're all flawed. Kaguya can't beat Naruto? Well, end of series Naruto? Yeah, she can. How does Naruto beat the ETSO on his own? Do you think we'll see a normal Gear 4 Tank Man? Because he's used the Cracker was the stuffed version. I don't know if you'll ever see Gear 4 Tank Man again. I think that was a one-time thing. Can he beat the ETSO on his own? Can you give me an example of Naruto being able to beat the ETSO on his own? The big black ball that they had to stop, he blitzes? Okay, how does he kill her? Isn't she immortal? How does he kill her? The argument's usually like Kaguya's immortal. How does he kill her? JJK lightspeed scaling has appeared in Naruto in terms of feats and statements. She stated to have died in Boruto. She stated to have died in Boruto? Really? Is it in the fucking manga? Because I don't remember that in the manga. I will take the beans hit. Establish I don't curse. You don't see Waterman since Alabasta. I doubt Tankman. Yeah. Kaguya's an immortal. She dies in the same chapter they beat her. That's not exactly death. That's why they had to seal her. Or was it that they couldn't kill her? I think Ichigo can't counter the busted characters like Lily and Gerard, even though he's way stronger than them. I don't know about that. If Yhwach was scared, maybe. I don't know how he beats Lily. I don't know. Lily Bar. I don't know. Bleach fights are usual bullshit anyway. She's canonically dead in Boruto. Okay, so if she's dead, then fine. Alright. Then Kaguya is not immortal. So I guess Luffy can beat her now. Same goes for you, Straw Hat. You might have lived longer for not fully, if you're not for your foolish compassion. Water. You'll no longer feel gratitude for this. Okay. Luffy's hand. Pain in the snow. Leaves Luffy to die. Waste of time. You want me to go to Alubarna after... Am I to go to after Straw Hat crew? Or do you assist me in the royal? Up to you. Decide for yourself what you want to do here. Was that supposed to mean follow your own sense of justice and take responsibility for what happens? Captain Smoker, Tashigi, pay close attention to what becomes of this country. You shall be a fool. Events like these heralds a turning point in an era. What are your orders? We're after the pirate Straw Hat, Luffy and his crew. I want all soldiers armed to the teeth. I'm going to Alubarna. Approach, just you wait. We'll destroy. We won't let it destroy. I'll let you destroy it. Okay. Potentially destroy Yuba. Luffy's grip strength. Grip strength can hurt Croc. Dropped into a sand pit. Mount the cannon to the south. Lord Chakra. The enemy is well over. The enemy is said to number well over 2 million soldiers. What do you think of the Majesty attacking? No. Nohana, I've served His Majesty for 10 years. That's right. How can anyone believe something that bad has befallen him? That's why we'll win this battle. Numbers discourage us. We must defend this kingdom. There are over 2 million. You can't revive an alive person. Kaguya's death is one of the very top search images. Yeah. What seal drains the target's life force? Where is it stated that the seal drains Kaguya's life force? The civilians should evacuate. Unless Luffy has anything close to 6 paths, planetary devastation, or above, he can't kill her. I don't know about that. Punching Kaguya in the brain a ton of times, injecting the chakra, injecting internal destruction, I think it could probably turn her brain to mush. Kaguya can have her horn cracked by fucking Sakura, and she can be stunned by her punches. I'm pretty sure an internal destruction punch greater than that would possibly fucking hurt her. Why wouldn't he be able to destroy her brain? All civilians should evacuate the city. We cannot guarantee your safety. Let's get out of here. Looks like hell's finally breaking loose. According to Google, is considered dead because she is sealed and lost so much energy to the point of lifelessness. So she isn't technically dead, but that would need a ton of energy. Hurry up and start. I'm bored. He may be a king, but I'm afraid I'm getting tired of babysitting. Okay. Naturally speaking, past the kidnap him, something only we can do, but why do we have to be stuck with babysitting? It's so boring. Do you hear me? Always responds. My back hurts. Koza, Chaka, you must not fight. You are also this country. You must not destroy each other. Those who lament war, those who fight, those who incite war, those who know the truth and want to stop it. Has Googleplex levels of striking, Goggleplex, and it can bust stars, I guess. So Alucard is dead, but he's also not dead. What Alucard? What are you talking about? She didn't do any real damage. She broke her horn. She broke her horn. That's objective damage right there. Yeah, he broke a horn. That's just a horn? Still part of Kaguya. Why did none of the other attacks do anything? Kaguya's not that tough. Zetsu says he will work on Kaguya's resurrection to get sealed, so mean that she's dead and we see Kaguya go back to the 10 till she died sadly. I mean, getting damaged by Sakura isn't an anti-feat. She's on the same level as Naruto and Sasuke. She's not on the same level as Naruto and Sasuke. She is not on the same level as Naruto and Sasuke, especially when she doesn't have the mitotic regeneration seal active, and B, and most importantly, let's see, where the fuck is it? Minato shows up, all that stuff happens. Yeah. This bitch decides to do her thing. Yeah. Where this is quite literally her best feat. We can discuss it. It'll be civil. I just like to inform. No, it's fine. I don't want to talk to anybody right now. Anyway, yeah, this is her best feat. What? How strong is this? I'm down to discuss if you would like to. Won't be rude. It's fine. No, I'm not saying that you won't be rude, listen, I won't be rude, and I know you won't be rude. It's not a matter of like you being rude or not. I just don't want to talk about this, especially on stream. I don't want to have a discussion about this. It just wastes time, dude. Listen, I have 26 pages worth of shit that I've already written up for Luffy. I have exactly 990 what? 990 79 88 992 chapters I still have to go through, dude. I don't want to do this. On the same level as Naruto and Sasuke in the data books, big bro. Maybe as a shinobi, but not in terms of power. There is no way that Sakura is as powerful. There is no way and no implication throughout the entire story, throughout the action. Listen, when the data book says something, if you're going to say that she is an equal to Naruto and Sasuke, especially at this point, you're essentially believing that Sakura is as powerful, as fast, or as strong as Naruto and Sasuke with 6 paths powers. Nothing in the series implies that. Nothing in this. She has no feat to even remotely go in through it. She has no statements that even remotely implies this throughout the story besides her saying she caught up with them. Mind you, she says that when she was first activated the Byakugo seal. So she was saying that she was on par with them. She finally caught up to them when they were only with KCM1 and EMS. Which I don't even believe because she still does not have a single... It says power in its narrative, they're equal. They're not equal in terms of narrative. If you're saying that they're equal, then you might... All Sakura haters are just women haters like Naoya, Eon. That's a crazy overgeneralization because I don't hate Tamari. I don't hate Tsunade. I don't necessarily hate Hinata. I just think she's useless. I love Nami. I love Robin. I love Yamato. I love Perona. I love a vast majority of the One Piece cast. I like Orihime as a character. You're really going to take a single statement... You're really going to take a single statement that, at best, if anything, implies that she is an equal shinobi to them over her actual feats and statements? Come on now, man. Come on now. Sure, a statement from a data book, right? A statement from a data book that also says that Kirin is light speed. That Kirin is light speed, even though the manga states that it is not light speed, that it is lightning speed. Do you see where there is an actual level of, like, contradiction between these roles? Can you understand that there is a level of contradiction? Where the fuck is the Kirin stuff? Alright, can you understand that there is a level of contradiction when you have a statement in a data book that completely contradicts a statement in the manga, and then for you to say, oh, well, Sakura, with no statements, no feats, no implication whatsoever, gives a time frame. Sasuke amps the lightning with chakra. Sasuke just states his lightning itself. He doesn't ever state that he's enhancing the lightning in any way, shape, or form. He's only guiding it. So that's not an argument I'm going to take. That's not an argument even remotely close. Come on, man. That makes zero sense. She is not equal or on par with them narratively. There's no way I'm even going to remotely entertain the idea that Sakura, with no amps, he might be changing the shape, I'll give you that. I don't know why Kishimoto decided to call it normal lightning. I can't tell you why the fuck Kishimoto decided to make that choice. Or why he decided to call it normal lightning even though it's a fucking dragon. I can't tell you that. This jutsu guides the lightning striking down from the heavens. In short, I merely direct its power towards you. I merely direct. Merely direct specifically means that he's just aiming it. So why the fuck would I believe that Sasuke's amping it at all? Yeah, he can change its shape, sure. If he's guiding it, he's likely changing the shape as well. But it's basically now saying that the data books stand over the series itself. So that means that every single data book statement just matters more than whatever's shown in the series. Because at that rate, that also massively downscales Naruto's speed at that point. Massively downscales Naruto's speed at that point. With his chakra. You can amp jutsu? Where is it stated that he's amping the chakra? Where is it stated? Imply it. Where is it implied? Where is it implied that he's making the jutsu more powerful? I don't want to go through this. But we now have to go through it. I will sit here and I will wait for you to give me the statement or implication that Sasuke made the lightning bolt faster. Outclass you as a pirate. Was brought up. Why do people fight? One is an name Bear D's. I'm going to waste time. So you come here. What have you done to the princess? Now that I know your powers are, those will be willing. That's whose statement isn't a debunk either. He doesn't even Kirin exists. Yes, but he also states, just as I thought, which is why it cannot be evaded. The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than sound. And Black Zetsu has also been alive recording all of Shinobi history. So if he's saying that it makes sense why it cannot be dodged, then that means that most Shinobi aren't faster than the speed of lightning. Yeah, but you also cannot argue that it's faster. What makes it faster? What makes it faster then? Where is it stated within the context of the story that it's faster? You're just assuming that it's faster because apparently if it has anything to do with chakra, then it's being pushed all the way. Is a fraud. He's wrong in many cases. When is he wrong? Why is he wrong there? Why is he wrong? You're just saying that he is. You're not giving me any evidence. I do not care about interpretation. Interpretation. Dude, Kishimoto's writing is not in your face out loud like Oda or Toriyama. It's subtle? I don't know, man. I don't know. I was told the same thing about Bleach, and Bleach's writing is not that subtle either. Now we're moving the goalposts. Now we have to say that Naruto's writing is subtle, man. Now it's subtle. He gives a time frame, and Kirin in the data book says it's light speed. Nothing disproves it. No, they contradict one another. The source material is being contradicted directly by a supplementary source. So which should I believe? The supplementary source or the data book? You're saying that the supplementary source and not the very fucking thing that the author wrote is what I should believe in, even though the character here is literally someone who has known shinobi history the entire time, my guy. So by that logic then, nothing in Naruto matters. Because if I have to go by just the data books alone, at that point then, nothing in Naruto matters. Objectively speaking then, nothing in Naruto matters. I now have to just use the data books themselves. Doesn't give the speed of Kirin. It does. Literally does. Literally does. It is natural lightning. It is 1/1000th of a second. That's why it cannot be dodged. Wasn't Kirin mistranslated? Depending on what you're talking about. Dude, if you can't find any clues in between the line, then that's your fault, not mine, because we actually read the story unlike you. I've read the entirety of Naruto last month. I'm pretty sure I've read it more recently than you have, so I don't know what to tell you about that. Instead of giving me actual objective evidence, you're telling me look at something from this perspective instead of giving me evidence to actually change my mind. I need evidence. I don't care about your perspective. I care about evidence. I need objective evidence. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking. Just give me an objective statement that says Sasuke made the lightning move faster. Give me an objective statement that says Black Zetsu was wrong about the lightning strike's speed. Give me an objective statement. Don't just give me, you're supposed to believe one translation over the other. It's the same bullshit as it always is. If you don't agree with me, then you're not reading the story right. Haki negates chakra. Why aren't we talking about this? Because I don't believe that Haki negates chakra. I can't send messages? Tell me what to look up. I'll look it up. Give me the chapter number or page. Give it to me. Yeah, it downscales a lot of Naruto's speed. It downscales the fuck out of Naruto's speed. Anyway, I know what your powers are. It'll be different this time. Be careful. You're hurt worse than you think. But you're just in time. Why don't you help that kid? After all, the swashbuckling pirate who brought the precious princess home. Yes, your princess is alive and on her way to Alabarna. I don't know what'll happen to her, though. Creation of a match for her. We can protect meat. Okay. So the final clash. Princess Vivi, I must hurry. Igaram survived the explosion. Igaram survived the giant flaming explosion. Explosion from Whiskey Peak. Time's running out. Approximately 5 hours until the rebel forces reach. Not to worry, once the sandstorm ends, the rain will return like always. Do your worst, you blasted sandstorm. You will never defeat Yuba. The sandstorm that Croc made. The sandstorm that Croc made completely envelops the town. Yeah, guy can send out a punch that is literally just a fucking punch. No chakra, no nothing. It's shaped like a giant tiger. Sasuke can basically make lightning that he's redirecting look like a dragon. Why does it matter what it looks like? Do you think Sukuna can survive a single punch from Naruto? Yes, easily. Naruto does not punch as hard as you think he does. I do not believe that Naruto's punches can atomize a person, so no, yes, I would believe so. I swear to God, I'm gonna crash out at this thing. Someone find a video to explain this, Kieran. We can't cross the river. 5 hours to go. 5 hours to go before the thing. The crabs. They left prior to 5 hours, so we can say, like, what, 6 hours that they got? Rebel forces are approaching or awaiting Rachaka. Lubarna, approximately 5 hours. Where the fuck did it say it was 8 hours until the thing happened? Croc says it would take longer than 8 hours to reach Rain Base. In that time, the Banana Gators, they said that, would be within the hour. So the Straw Hats were left for at least 7 hours. Let's just say 7 hours max is what the Straw Hats spread. Maybe we could say 6 hours. So they left around like 6 hours. Assuming that the Straw Hats left around 6 hours. Assuming the Straw Hats left at about 6 hours prior to the start of the war. They must have crossed a 50-kilometer river. They have to have been going at over 50 miles an hour. They would have had to have been going at like over 50 miles an hour, especially considering the distance between those two. Emigrate crabs are creatures of the desert. They hate the water, but it's a crab. Crab, do something. The river is as wide as a sea. Start of the war. It's 5 hours now, and they are just reaching the Sandora River. They are just reaching the Sandora River. Which is described as wide as the sea. And look for after the river. We'll have to sink. We'll have to cross so much desert still. If this grab can't cross the river, what are we going to do? Are we going to side run? Are we going to make it? Splooge, the door. Do something, scissors. I've got a princess. Pincers likes dancing girls. Will this do? He's looking. He's picking up speed. Hubba, hubba, Nami. Those two are useless. It's the power of love. How's this going? Oh, yeah, the panel with the horizon scaling. Yeah. I'm not really going to go into, like, horizon scaling. I'm just going to say that, like, I mean... Then you're going to hate the famous fan-made Sukuna versus Naruto video. I mean, it's fine. It could be famous. I don't care. I don't care if people make fan-made shit. Foxy's beams. Bro, Naruto isn't meant for full-fledged power journey or hype fubs. Don't try to move the... Bogetsu, don't try to move the fucking goalpost. Stop trying to move the goalpost. Stop trying to say that Naruto isn't a power fantasy where they don't shoot giant explosions and they don't have characters that try to move at faster than light speeds and they don't try to do all this crap. Don't try to do that. It doesn't, like, listen, I'm not here to tell you that you have to believe what I believe. I'm just going to sit here and tell you that every single time that I give you guys a counter argument, you have to bring up some new shit like, well, Naruto is this, this, and this, which makes it different than One Piece. Like, come on now, man. Come on. At least have a little bit more respect for me and for yourself and just either stop trying to go back and forth or just say, you know what, Eon, I don't have any arguments that can convince you. This is just not worth talking about. And I will say it too, Bogetsu, this is not worth talking about. If you do not want to change your mind, and I'm definitely not going to change my mind, this is just not worth talking about. If you have actual objective evidence, again, something that I can read on screen that will say what you say is verbatim true, I can believe it. I could try to interpret it. I can believe it. I'm not going to believe just, oh, you have to, like, look at things this exact way and look at it like this and look at it like that. I don't have to believe any of that, dude. At that point, it's interpretation, and I don't care about interpretation. If it's interpretation, it is opinion, and opinion is somebody else's opinion is not something I have to even remotely adhere by. I'm just being honest here. It's literally 2 battle shonen. Exactly. What do you think of Loki's mythical devil fruit based on, unless it's confirmed it's Nidhogger? I would like it to be Nidhogger. I think it'd actually be really cool if it was Nidhogger. Isn't Nidhogger part of like Niflheim or some shit? It just seems consistent that the 10 tail, 6 tack are solar, are speed of light, with maybe some being nebulously faster. That's fine. I'm perfectly fine with 10 tails characters having light speed, movement speed. The problem is, Luffy was light speed by pre-time skip. And they're a boat. How far is it supposed to be a bank? 50 kilometers. Wide as the sea. And 50 kilometers wide. Do you buy stocks like Usopp stocks? No, I don't buy stocks. The only stocks I ever bought, the root of Eater of Yggdrasil. Nice. I don't really buy stocks. The level of obsession with energy people moving put into moving cartoons is crazy. Why is Zetsu a fraud? 1, he told Sasuke he's out of chakra and only redirected lightning. He said Kirin only lightning speed, which is wrong. In both the next panel, he is shocked. What does the next panel have anything to do with it? Again, interpretation. Swastik, I'm going to be so honest with you. You're the last person that I'll ever take any kind of scaling from. I'm going to be so honest with you. You make up so much stuff, it's not even funny. The next panel, right? He says in the next thing, what? Sasuke has tamed lightning. Oh, where is he surprised? Where is the next panel where he's shocked? You mean Itachi? Yeah, crazy. Yeah. Swastik, I'm just going to let everybody know here, Swastik's the last person you should try to even remotely argue with. He makes up the most inconsistent and disingenuous claims. A rare Sandorian catfish. It's a really rare to see one. Who cares about that? Its favorite food is man. Okay. A giant catfish got put down by the Kung Fu dugongs. Okay, a giant catfish. A giant catfish was taken down by the Kung Fu dugongs. Luffy befriended earlier. It's always some BS, man. Look, when we try to back up our scaling and give evidence, it's a problem. What evidence have you provided, though? What evidence have you provided? Because here's the thing. You say it should be light speed, and your evidence is, well, it should be faster than normal lightning, even though the page is quite literally contradicting what the data book entry says. You're not giving me evidence, you're giving me your opinion, your interpretation, and that is fine. Because I'm giving you what is literally stated on the page. That's the difference. That is the difference, Bogetsu. I am giving you what is literally stated on the page. I am telling you, it says right here, it is lightning speed. What do I believe? I'm asking you genuinely, what do I believe? A supplementary source or the actual raw original source? Which should I believe? I'm asking you this because you say that it should be light speed. Obviously, you would say it should be light speed because you want the character to be as impressive as possible. What I'm asking you is, why should it be light speed? Why should I believe that it's light speed when the fucking characters, especially, never says the speed on the page? The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second, is faster than sound. Sasuke has tamed lightning. He never says the speed of the attack. Come on now. Now we're being disingenuous. Now we're saying that he didn't say the speed of the attack. If they want to use the hyperbolic data book statements, can't you just use the SPS statement that says Enel's lightning is light speed? I could, but I don't need to. I shouldn't have to. Don't let these peeps know how PTS Luffy's blitzing Ten Tails Madara. Yeah, pre-time skip Luffy blitzes Ten Tails Madara. But you guys don't want to hear that because you guys don't like to hear. It's so funny. It's just so funny. It's just so funny. You say the same thing. Well, why when we give you our stuff? Because your argument is based entirely on interpretation. It's all right there. If Haki can turn the soul inside objects, that gives a personality. What the fuck is chakra supposed to do? You know, is unfair though? Why is it unfair? Why is it unfair though? Why is it unfair though? So you're telling me. So wait. An author's statement. So apparently this author statement that I don't even know if Kishimoto actually wrote it. I can't sit here and tell you if Kishimoto actually wrote the data books, but an actual statement written by Oda, is all of a sudden not possible, not fair, it's unfair to use. Oh man, it's totally disingenuous, even though he verbatim states that to dodge an L, you need to move at light speed, right there. What if Eneru shoots lightning at me? Duck at the speed of light, directly from the author Oda. Not even from a data book where somebody else could have written it. No. A data book that directly contums. I am consistent. Never says the speed of Kirin. It's the speed of a lake. That doesn't make any sense. That argument doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. The speed of the water dragon speed is the speed of a lake. That doesn't make any sense. And even if the water dragon jutsu moved at some arbitrary speed value that you wanted to make up, why should it move? What makes me believe that attack would even move at lightning speed in the first place? He says right here, just as I thought. What here contradicts this? Oda was joking? Oh, like how Oda was joking when he said, wait, I know. Just like how Oda was joking when he wants to talk about the way that Killer eats his spaghetti, right? Even though it's canon? Man, isn't it funny how canon, the way that Killer eats his food is canon, even though it's very silly? Yeah, Oda's totally not taking it seriously. Jokes can be canon? 100%. They can be canon. Because in the same way that Oda can talk about Killer eating food, the same way that Oda can talk about Nami's happiness punch, the same way that Oda can talk about devil fruits and upgraded versions of fruits, it all is still canon. It is all still canon. It's all canon. Pull up the hairy arms. Let me see if I can find it. Hypnotist. Not a hypnotist. The devil fruit. Oh, you mean how the guy who ate a mushroom grew a little stalk on the bottom of his chin that lets him hypnotize people? Yeah, it's all still canon. It doesn't matter if it's a joke. It's still objectively canon. It's childish and silly, though. I don't give a fuck. It's canon. It's canon. It comes directly from the author. So if Kirin is light speed, so is an L. Fantastic. Yeah. There you go. So if you want to use one, I can just use the other one. And I don't want to have to say that Luffy is light speed by the early portions of an L. I thought you meant Eon's arms, yeah. The fact that Eon isn't using the Horty pills shows how much he's downplaying Luffy. It still doesn't make sense. That's the point. Why do mud walls even stay up when the ground when they're made by the same material? Because a mud wall could be made tough. A mud wall could be made tough, but it's not going to tank every single attack in the fucking series. A water dragon doesn't actually deal damage. It's just a fucking giant mass of water. It's like getting hit with a giant mass of water pressure. It's like getting hit with a giant blast of water. You know that water, when pressurized, does a lot of damage, right? But does that mean that it's lake level? No, it just means that the amount of water in the lake was compressed into a unquantifiable amount of the water in the lake is compressed to a giant torrent of water that hits you with that much force. But I can't sit here and tell you that Kirin is faster. Why should I believe that Kirin is faster? Stop giving me bullshit and give me an objective statement that says Kirin is faster than the speed of lightning within the context of the story to back up the data book statement, instead of just telling me, believe the data book over what the series says. I'm over this conversation. Anybody brings up Kirin again, I am timing you out for 10 minutes. I'm tired of this shit, man. It's so fucking annoying to have to bring this shit up every time and just hear the same bullshit arguments every time, dude. God damn. God damn, bruh. You can believe whatever you want to believe. Stop trying to push your agenda on me when I'm not gonna fucking falter. And you know what the craziest part is? I give Kirin light speed in every fucking video either way. I give Kirin light speed in every fucking video either way. I'm gonna give it light speed regardless. It doesn't change the fact it is objectively not the speed of light as far as the manga itself states. Jesus Christ. Motherfuckers here trying to push a goddamn point that I still go for either way, regardless, even if I don't fucking believe in myself. Jesus Christ. But oh, if Oda says you can dodge, oh, but apparently the Oda statement doesn't make sense though. And this is why I don't even like listening to Swastik, because the dude just keeps breaking the same shit up over and over again, no matter how many times you tell him. The fucking manga contradicts it entirely. So what do you want me to tell you? So he's a fraud? Alright, yeah. You know what, Swastik? I'm gonna do this right now. I'm gonna do this right now, because you are really annoying. I'm gonna do this right now. Give me a statement that says Black Zetsu is a fraud. Give me a statement that says Black Zetsu is objectively speaking a fraud, or I'm going to time you out for 24 hours, and every time you comment on my channel, I'm going to time you out again. I'm tired of you. I'm really tired of this, dude. I'm really fucking tired of this. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Oh, Itachi wasn't... Itachi reacted to it. The motherfucker reacted to it, right? The motherfucker reacted to the attack, right? Yeah, Itachi lying there on the ground. Yeah, he reacted to it, right? He totally reacted to it in time. He just removed his cloak whenever the fuck he wanted, right? Jesus Christ. Even states, if it weren't for this, I would have been dead. Yeah, because he spawned a Susanoo. Didn't move out of the way. Didn't run anywhere. Just spawned a Susanoo. Not even fast enough to stop the whole fucking hit from doing it, man. Jesus Christ. It's just annoying how incessant people have to be about trying to convince you of something you're not going to be convinced by, because they're just trying to push an opinion that is completely subjective. Yeah, it's always just because. Why does Naruto beat Luffy? Just because. Just because the fan base would be really upset and cry like children if they don't hear that their favorite fox boy beats the funny rubber pirate. And you know what the craziest part was? If Kishimoto was actually a writer that went out of his way to give us quantifiable feats and statements, I could probably give Naruto the win. I could probably talk about how much closer it is. If he quantified his characters past the speed of light, like Oda did, I could probably do it, and I would have no issue with doing it. I would probably do it. I have no issue with saying that Naruto can beat Luffy in a fight. It's never been an issue for me. I believed that Naruto would curb stomp the fuck out of Luffy no less than 2-3 years ago. My opinion changed because One Piece scaling is objectively higher, man. What the fuck? If you use unproven or contradicted statements, One Piece characters still win. Jesus Christ, man. This feels pointless. Proof Chakra can take Haki's ability to turn off reality warping and Toon Force. MCU, Sentry versus DCU, Superman. I'd probably give it to Superman. Superman is crazy. In order of best friends. That's what I'm saying, but it always has to be a thing of like, oh well, Kishimoto's just a better writer. He's just more his subtlety in his writing just makes the characters scale higher. Like, no the fuck it doesn't. Isn't creating a Susanoo reacting to the attack? Let me ask you this. Maybe, but let me ask you this. Is Itachi taking the hit mean that does Itachi lying there on the floor, does Itachi lying there on the floor also objectively mean that he reacted to the attack perfectly? Did he react to the attack perfectly? Where did his cloak go? Where did his cloak go? Did he just take it off? Itachi just decided to take a nap. Yeah, Itachi just decided to take a nap. He was like, you know what, Sasuke? You are so powerful. You really are so strong, Sasuke. But that jutsu of yours, everybody knows that we Naruto characters are massively faster than the speed of light. So much so that your attack was so boring that I decided to take off my jacket and simply lie on the ground face down simply because I do. Oh, he has no chakra? Objectively incorrect. Objectively false. Objectively false. Literally summons the entirety of his Susanoo. Objectively incorrect. Once again, Swastik. Once again, I told you, Swastik. Give me the statement that says Black Zetsu is a fraud or I'm timing you out. Do it. Come on. Find me the page. Find me the chapter number. Can get rid of them once and for all. What do you say? Hold it, you two. Can't be serious. This is a job. Too much. The most important thing is we get rid of the princess. Alright. Yeah. No chakra meant he would be dead. Yeah. Craigie. Bro was eepy. He was also sick. Yeah, he was sleepy. He was sick. Your Zetsu statement state Itachi has no chakra. When was it stated that Itachi has no chakra? When was it stated that Itachi has no chakra? When is it stated? Where is it stated? They're going to collapse? You think they're out of chakra? Do you think they're out of chakra? Sure seems that way. Do you believe it? Do you think so? Yeah, maybe. It seems like it. Ian Akatsuki or pre-time skip. Worst generation. Pre-time skip, worst generation, blitz and one-shot the vast majority of the fucking Akatsuki. Not even close. What's up, Six? How you been, man? I don't know if you read this, but the Baki franchise, yeah. He keeps using unlikely interpretations to make a point for Lightspeed clearing. Yeah. Because they are disingenuous. That's what these people want to do. They want to be disingenuous. Can you prove Chakra can do anything to Haki? I don't care if it can. That's never been part of my argument. It can do whatever it wants to Haki. I don't really care. Chakra can interact with Haki. Haki interacts with Chakra. There you go. Sighted 15 kilometers out. It would take about 15 minutes. So that means they're running at... If they're 15 kilometers away and they're 30 minutes from running, that means they have to be moving at 30 kilometers an hour. Okay, yeah, they're moving about 30 kilometers an hour. So wait, it would take about 8 hours, 30 kilometers an hour. That means that Alabasta from... Wait. Time out. Koza. Is it Goza or Koza? Koza, right. Koza and his men are 30 minutes out from reaching... Or 30 minutes out from reaching Alubarna. About 15 kilometers away. 15 kilometers away. Which means they have to be traveling at what, like 30 miles an hour? Because if they were 30 kilometers away... No, it would actually have to be much faster than that, right? 30 minutes out from... So wait. If they were an hour out from 30 kilometers... Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're running at about... Which means they are traveling at about 30 kilometers an hour. And they were traveling for 8 hours straight. There was a panel earlier, meaning that they were traveling about 38 hours straight, because that's when they headed out. Koza and the others headed out. So they're the whole fight. How the fuck is Naruto hurting Luffy? He just hits him with chakra-based attacks. That's really it. How is A of all people slower than Light when he can handle being moved at that speed? He might be able to handle moving it, but that's just because his body's incapable of handling it. That doesn't mean that his running speed is that high, or else why would he need to be teleported at light speed? If he really was light speed, why would he need to be teleported and take damage? I don't know about him making a face of great agony. He didn't make any face in my opinion, but all I'm saying is, dude, I'm begging you to check what a dude said over here. What did he say? You tell me. You gotta tell me, man. So you can't accept that Oda can be inspired by Kishimoto, or what? What does inspiration even remotely matter for any of these conversations? What does it matter even remotely that Oda is inspired by Kishimoto? What does that add to the conversation? If he was, okay, fantastic. What does that add for a conversation? Okay, the rebel forces are going from Nanohana to Alubarna. They were traveling for 8 hours. The rebel forces were traveling for 8 hours. They have been traveling for 8 hours because that's when they took off for it. Which means the distance between Nanohana and Alubarna is about 240 kilometers. It has to be about 240 kilometers. Is undodgeable as it covered the whole hideout and Itachi was too fatigued to dodge. Ah, so now Itachi was too fatigued to dodge. Interesting. Right, yeah, he's still going. Alright. And now, I told you to explain to me how he's a fraud. You could not do it. I'm timing you out now. You can no longer talk here for 24 hours, dude. I'm not listening to it, Swastik. Swastik, believe whatever you want to believe. Stop trying to make us believe in your rhetoric. Stop trying to make us believe in your rhetoric. I'm literally so mad. Spirit fire, not powered by literal reality warp. They're not reality warping, but sure. He said Gear 5 was inspired by Choji? Fucking definitely not. Third Gear, maybe. Not Fifth Gear. And you can't even say Third Gear. And you can't even say that Oda was inspired by Choji. He just asked Kishimoto if it was okay for him to do that. I can't tell you, Spiderbug. I can't tell you when it's going to come out. In the context, he was verbatim stated as cannot be evaded. Yeah. Gear 5 giant form? Why does he... How does that even remotely pertain to Choji at all? Especially when he should be larger than Choji. So I guess Kishimoto invented the only giant characters, Peter. Peter, come on now. You're always trying to make some kind of comparison that, like, well, at least this guy is inspired by... Like, inspiration means nothing. Inspiration objectively means nothing. What does that add for a discussion? What does that add for an argument? It doesn't really do much. I need to find a panel that specifically... Okay, Crocodile was talking about it at some point around here. He was talking about how the rebels are going to be going... It was take like 8 hours or some shit. I think it was prior to all of this, actually, because it must have been from yesterday. Rebellion, you'll not have to mean. You can stand there. I accidentally dropped the key. Little time was still prevented. You have about 8 hours before the slaughter begins. Yeah. So it took 8 hours to travel from Nanohana all the way to there. Okay. It takes about 8 hours to travel from Nanohana. Cool. Hello, hey Jeff, thank you so much, man. Take a few deep breaths, drink some water. Don't let the frustration get to you. Also, Smoker and Toshiki inspired Andy and Fuko from Undead Unluck. That's cute. I like that. That's cute. Thank you so much, guys. Can we get some W's for Jeff? And yeah, guys. Yeah, I shouldn't let this type of shit get to me. Absolutely W community. Thank you. I really actually did need to drink some water. Thank you. Thank you guys for reminding me. Okay, when exactly does Koza and the others, like, step out? I know that they step out at one point to, like, finally head out. No, that means that they've already headed out, right? Because it would be, like, 170... Let's go back again real quick. 170... What is it? 172? 171? Defend Alabasta. Defend Alubarna. Okay, so yeah. They basically made their move. We can get there before the rebel army. Just leave it to me. Ask your father a question. Here's the key. But I don't think you're going to make it. It would take longer than... It'd take you longer than that to reach Alubarna from here. So it would take longer than 8 hours for them to reach Alubarna. So that means they must be traveling at over 30 miles an hour for them to be able to make up the distance. Yeah. Yeah. It's time for Providence. Alright. We're launching an all-out assault. So yeah, it would take about 8 hours for them to get there. Don't be absurd. There's no such thing. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. That means that the distance already from like just... That means that the distance... Not so much. You read the fuck out of One Piece and you don't know the Vegapunk said that it clearly composed of dreams. Reality, I'm going to put it like this. Devil fruits are dreams made manifest. They are the natural next advancement in human evolution that pushes people to basically evolve into a version of humanity that would have turned into that point. To say that they are literally warping reality, I would not agree with that. You can interpret it as such. I'm going to tell you the same thing. You can interpret it as such, reality. You can interpret it as such. After the stream, likely not. I have to go run some errands. I do have to run some errands later today. Maybe in like it depends. I don't know if my girlfriend's going to want to chat today because I'm not seeing her this weekend. You can believe it, but I'm not going to believe that they're just naturally just all reality warpers. I just don't believe that reality. So if you want to believe it, I'm going to tell you the same thing, but don't try to like push that belief system on me. Okay. So the difference alone between Nanohana and Alubarna is about 240 kilometers. Okay, so now we know about the distance between the lands. That means the Straw Hats have been consistently covering about that kind of size. Alubarna, Westgate here. Are you sure about this? And One Piece World existed, so any dimension. Countries that are 240... How many countries? Many countries are 240 kilometers wide. Republic of the Congo. The English channel will not agree. Okay. No, but I don't care about, like, the land. Uh-huh. So just the distance alone from one portion of Alabasta to the other would still make it larger than all of these locations, which is fine. 240 meters across, yeah. So it's like running from one of these small countries from one side to the other. Yes, bingo, the operation for you're missing your heart, lungs, and fucking insides of the box, and you still... I just consider that hacks. I just consider that hacks. Just kind of random question, but are you into any card game stuff like Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, or stuffed paper? If we're talking paper card games, I'm into Magic the Gathering. I love Magic the Gathering, specifically EDH. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! I grew up with it. I keep up with it in terms of like Yu-Gi-Tubing channels. I can show you my YouTube recommended. It's a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff usually. I love the Digimon card game. I'd probably say I like it the most from like a mechanical standpoint. The games do take on a while, but I like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, and Digimon. I've tried Pokemon TCG. I've tried like the app and stuff like that, and it's fun because it gives you decks you can already start to play with, but it doesn't give me like the same kind of like mechanical, flavor-based series, flavor-based like manipulation of cards that like all the other card games do. Yu-Gi-Oh's better than Pokemon, if you believe it. What's your opinion on the One Piece card game? I've tried it a couple times, but usually card games in their infancy don't really follow like actual gameplay mechanics that like adhere more towards like what the characters do. I've seen that like the One Piece card game, especially for like the Gear 5 Luffy deck, allows you to like take an extra turn, like how when Luffy restarts his heart. But overall, the card game doesn't really the card game hasn't really like done much to like make me want to play it. Like, I don't know, it's something about the mechanisms. I don't know what it is about the game. Maybe I just have to sit down and play it for a while longer. I would like to wait until an actual online client comes out before I'm able to like sit down and truly like put time into it. I do play Yu-Gi-Oh! I play Yu-Gi-Oh! On Master Duel. I don't play the physical card game just because cards are expensive and I can get gems online. And Master Duel gives you a good chance of doing it. I've never got into card games, so I may get into the One Piece TCG soon. It's a fun game. From where I played it around the time when like the first few like Gear 5 Luffy decks came out of. I like the Nami deck. It was all about like milling your opponent out, but like I don't know, it doesn't feel like I'm playing a card game that like is very flavorful in terms of the card game towards like the actual gameplay. Like with Digimon, there are Digimon that like literally allow you to like turn the Tamer cards. There's only like 3 card types. There's like Digimon decks that let you turn the Tamer cards into like actual Digimon, or you attack with Tamers, or you can fuse Digimon together. Like it does a bunch of stuff. You do Yu-Gi-Oh? I have the game on my tablet. I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't make Yu-Gi-Oh contact. Bakugan is fun to watch. I do not know how to play that shit. Won't have anything to do. Once the battle begins, they in principle be able to stop us. All we have to do is eliminate our target. So that's so hard for you to forget, you queer motherfucker. You have to taste of my queer kempo, huh? Go back, you're coming. Why don't you say this? Slow-minded fools. Ducks. What are the ducks we talk about? Miss Merry Christmas. I'm scratching Luffy off the list. There should only be 4 left. Did you hear that? Did you hear what the boss said? There's a guy named Mr. Prince with them and his partner. That makes 4 and 2 make 6. Who cares about them? There they are. Our target is the princess. Look, it's time for the rebels. There are millions. Look over there. It's the rebels. There are millions of them. Yeah. Favorite deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Most hated deck, and do you hate Max C? I absolutely love DDD. I love Yummy. I love just the concept of the Yummy cards. I think they're cute as fuck, and I just like the gameplay style. I do despise Max C. Max C completely over-centralizes the card game around it. If your garbage-ass deck can't play the game without Max C, well, imagine it playing against good decks with Max C. There is objectively no reason why Max C should be in the game. It over-centralizes the game, it makes it less fun to play, and it only allows you... Yeah, you can add me. It's just Eon. My name on Master Duel is straight up just Eon. I can probably pull it up for later for you guys if you guys want. Do you think Kakashi, not DMS, is Lightspeed? No, I don't think Kakashi has a single Lightspeed feat while not using DMS. Which one is it then? They're all wearing identical capes, but they're riding spot-billed ducks and the fastest creatures in Alabasta. Oh, yeah. Karoo and the other and his duck friends are called the Supersonic Duck Squadron. The Supersonic Duck Squadron may or may not be a hyperbolic name. Do you like basketball? I do not like sports. I do not like Duel Links, and I do not like sports. I do not like playing sports, and they bore me when I watch them. Every time I've sat down and watched a sports game, whether it's UFC, whether it's fighting, whether it's basketball, soccer, they all bore me. I do not care for sports. They have never really, done much for me. Being faster than Obito and Aoi is funny as fuck. Possibly. Okay. They dodged, so those birds are fast. 2 brokes off south. They're splitting up. They're heading for the south gate. That's where the rebels are, so that must be Vivi. Leave those 2 to us. Let's go, Mr. 4. Sure kill Flamestar. Okay. 2 more broke off from that side. 2 of them would be with BB. Blast them. They're headed for the west wall. Let's get them. Huh? Okay, so Usopp fires a flame star at Mr. 1, and it doesn't do damage. He stops it with his hands. Because every single fandom wanks its cast. It's not just a One Piece fan base. It's not just the Naruto fan base. Every single series has a fan base that absolutely undermines and completely goes based. Master Duel take, but don't like Yummy. Too cutesy for me. But I could tolerate. You could tolerate Malice. Malice was intolerable. Malice fucking sucked to play against. The thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! That I don't like is that I think that there should be a rotation. I think there should just objectively be rotation in Yu-Gi-Oh! Card design is going to consistently get more powerful because Konami doesn't want to simply ban weaker old cards that genuinely do not add much to the card game. And yeah, but I could use a really old card. I want to debate you right now. I'm not debating you. Whether you're for Naruto or whether you're for Lightspeed or for One Piece, I don't have to debate anyone. I don't like debating. I'll sit here and listen to your claims. I'm not going to debate anybody on anything. The 3 of Alubarna's 5 gates. I feel like debates are meaningless because it's just your opinion versus the other person's opinion, and neither of you 2 are objectively correct. Whoever wins the debate isn't objectively right. Debates are just a way to say, well, I kind of know how to argue my character better than you do. At the end of the day, debates are it's never objectively right. You can't, if somebody's trying to debate me on, Goku versus Luffy, objectively speaking, it doesn't, even if Goku can blow up a universe, only the author has a right to say which character wins. Yugi is objectively better duelist than Jaden. I don't know about that. Yugi was being saved out the wazoo by a fucking Millennium Puzzle, giving him the power, whatever card he needed at the top of the deck. That shit was crazy. You managed to follow us. You guys have good intuition. I am indeed Princess Vivi. No, you're not. I'm the real Princess Vivi. That should be far enough. Let's show them who we really are. Thank you, everyone. You got hurt. Let's go. Okay. Got hurt by a bullet. Luffy is 5D. The agenda is now. Type shit. I forgot about this. I forgot about the fucking camel riding on a supersonic duck. That's so fucking funny. God, I love these dudes. A camel? And you're that guy from... Sorry. Okay, Zoro, get it over with. You keep quiet. Save that right now. Luffy took no damage from Goku in episode 590. It's true, I guess. Why the fuck aren't we talking about the Noro beams not following the laws of physics and being negated by hockey? When do they negate hockey? Really old cards sometimes come back in unique strategies, but like it also affects later cards that are going to be released because now every single card has to be more powerful than the last set. The only way that cards are even remotely limited, or the only way that they can remove some level of power creep, is by literally just banning decks outright and hoping that they can come back later, little by little, like 6 years down the line, when you wanted to play the deck, but now you can't because everything's banned because the deck is too strong. Like, I hate Konami's approach to like just banning everything that's good and just limit the sets. And if anything, old cards can come back. Old cards can come back because with rotation, there is always a series of cards that can consistently come back, and that way we can have weaker Yu-Gi-Oh decks that are more interactive without it all being just the massive special summon fest where people can just combo out for 30 fucking minutes with slop engines doing all this crazy shit. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things about Yu-Gi-Oh that I love, but there's a lot of things that I will 100% say. There are some things that I will 100% say Yu-Gi-Oh just straight up needs to change if I were to actually sit down and play. Even with like Genesis format. Why aren't certain cards just 100 points just so you can't play them at all in Genesis? Certain strategies are just fucking toxic, especially with... And Yu-Gi-Oh has like the biggest issue of like floodgates I have ever seen. Floodgates, I will never, ever... I personally enjoy stuff like Mitsurugi, that's fine. I don't like Mitsurugi personally. I have it in my Yummy deck, but I don't personally care for Mitsurugi. Dragon Maid's fine. Labyrinth is a fun deck. Mid-range decks are fun because you get to have a back and forth. Honestly, I wish Konami just cares to milk their fans by wishes. Sometimes Dark Magician could be playable at least Diamond rank. No, they will only give that to Blue Eyes because everybody knows that Blue Eyes is apparently Konami's favorite love child, and it's the one series where the main protagonist's signature card doesn't get any love whatsoever. But then again, Dark Magician is also a deck that basically just says you can't interact with my back row. I special summon a monster that is unaffected by all your card effects, and you can't destroy my back row because the monster prevents my back row from being destroyed. So it's also like, I don't know what to tell you. In my opinion, Konami kind of crazy. Konami's kind of crazy for that. I don't know. Dark Magician's not a deck that I personally care for. I'm fine with it being non-meta. I personally just like DDD because it uses all the summoning mechanics. I like being able to summon everything from the extra deck. My signature deck is Fluffles. Fluffles is a very hard deck to use. Fluffles, if you're doing like the combo version, from what I understand, is a very hard deck to use. Like, you really have to know how to use specific points of interaction to like really get through Fluffle to break through in the first place, especially in your opponent's turn. And you have to time out your Orca Whale at a good time in order to disrupt your opponents if you don't have any other hand traps. Although, to be fair, I also don't really like the concept of hand traps. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Talk. Noro beams are negated by hockey and they don't obey the laws of physics. I mean, it's a series. One Piece is a series that doesn't obey the laws of physics anyway. So why would they have to? Never gave the order to cannon fire. Sorry, sir, my hand slipped. Wait for my command. It was an accident. Quack. Don't falter, it's only dust. For the sake of the country, the king must pay. What is it? Koza. What was the final battle? Vivi got charged. They're coming in. Don't let them intimidate you. Okay. Karoo. Stops it with a hand. Karoo was run over by multiple men riding camels. There we go. Who is smarter and richer, Iron Man or Batman? You'd have to bring up some random feats from either thing. So you admitted Chakra has no power on Haki or Devil Fruits in real time? No, I didn't. I don't admit to that. I think Naruto with a jutsu can still hurt Luffy. I have no reason to believe that he can't. Unless his actual attack potency wasn't good enough. Unless his actual attack potency isn't enough to actually hurt Luffy, I have no reason to believe Naruto's jutsu can't hurt Luffy at all. Eyelashes, wake up. Morning, Sanji. Hey, Usopp. Lashes, wake up, morning. Here's my report on the battle, jerk. Worry about that. And then he clobbered us in 2 seconds. Hey, you should have held out longer. Okay. What are you doing here? Your ducks came calling for help. I assume Sir 2 got away. This is bad. VV's in danger. Forget the bird. Forget that bird. It's a goner. We have to stop this battle before it's too late. That bird. Let's go, Karoo. Quack. What's the matter? Hop on. Usopp, how did you know? How do I know you're the real Russo? Are you doubting me? Look, it's not him. Quack. Karoo. Zero Poo said they were wearing a handbag on their arms. I wonder what gave it away. But you can't escape me, Queer Dash. Okay. Listen up. That queer fella can impersonate people perfectly, meaning that someone who shows up on the pose, one of us in order to be Vivi. So anybody's acting suspicious, have them remove their bandage and show the symbol underneath. If they don't do that, they're an imposter. A double bluff. Very clever. Too clever for the likes of you. Maybe you're the queer fella. I'll kill you. What are these mechanics? I was chakra hurting Luffy when nonsense Noro beams can be turned off like that. When has Luffy turned it off? When has Luffy turned it off with his haki? I hope that Doomsday is amazing. I hope that Doomsday is amazing as well. I hope that Doomsday is a movie worth watching. Don't overexert yourself, Karoo. You're in no shape to run. I told you can't escape. I said wait. I'm going to eat you. Not that way, Karoo. He'll take us on the steps. Karoo, quack, but the wall. Karoo literally scaled the side of the wall. Yeah, haha, now come down and taste my queer Kempo. That's funny as fuck. What the? Karoo, that was incredible. You flew. Not even Mr. 2 could follow us up here. You pretty little wrench. What? You know what the queers can do? Queer Kempo, relief of blood, sweat, and tears. Kuro, can you make it through this mob? How will I ever find this? Koza, by riding camels. He picks up Vivi to run away from Mr. 2 and literally runs fast enough to scale the side of the Alubarna walls. But Mr. 2 can keep up with them and do the same. Okay. I don't believe that Haki negates chakra. Why would I do that? Can you give me the feat or statement that implies that Haki negates chakra? Give me the feat or statement that says Haki can negate chakra. Where is it stated that Haki negates chakra? I don't believe that it can. I have no reason to do it. I have no... What reason do I have to do it, though? We're the most overrated characters in Big 3 power scaling. Yeah, probably Itachi. Probably Itachi. I'd probably throw Itachi up there. I just remember I never asked what your profile picture is. For what? Oh, my profile picture? It's just a symbol that I had before. I had an original symbol that I'd made when I was working as a graphic design major in college. I paid some guy or some chick, I don't know. I never got in contact with them again. Like $250 to make like a rig for me and to like make a new symbol so that I could have like a logo and stuff for my channel. But they ended up, I ended up felt like I got ripped off. I ended up feeling like I got ripped off. Not to say that $250 for a rig and everything that I didn't use. I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't use it myself. Feed or statement chakra doesn't bend reality. Devil fruits do. Not every devil fruit bends reality. Olens, not every devil fruit bends reality. I don't believe that devil fruits literally bend reality itself. And even then, bending reality is not attack potency, so why would I believe that? Oh yeah, Kenpachi Zaraki's definitely overhyped. He's definitely overrated. The guy got taken down by a blast that could bring down a building. Each big 3 though? Yeah. For One Piece, I honestly, in a way, I would probably say, honestly, let me think. I would say that just the old generation in general. I would just say the old generation in general feel a bit overrated. Like I would say that to an extent they probably still stronger, but I don't think that the difference between like the strongest of the old gen and the current strongest now are that much crazier. I really don't think that the difference is that much crazier. Itachi dick suck is crazy? Yeah. Not because of the bending reality or whatever. Because devil fruits, no matter the swords, gives powers that are independent to each other. Yeah. Reminder, Kazan Koji felt fire could kill Ishiki. That's what I'm saying. In terms of power. You think Rukia is the most overrated? Why do you think Rukia is the most overrated? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, why do you think Rukia is the most overrated? Didn't I tell you it was useless? Yes. Quack, quack, go, quack. Ah, you stupid duck, don't interfere. Quack. Okay. It's you two. The rebel horde will be stopped. Well done. You're a real man. Sanji, quack. You two are dismissed. I'll deal with this. Oh, come on. I don't have that Edge Imp hand trap or Cruel Whale yet. I gotta summon Fright for Sheep if going first. You gotta go through the... I don't know the Fright first. I don't know the game plan without Cruel Whale. Might surpass Roger at this point. That's what I'm saying. Like, Shanks could very well be stronger than Rogers for all I know. I'm not saying that I know which one is stronger. I'm just saying, I feel like have been amazing post-ban list to toxic metas where the most dominant decks have had firepower banned. Examples when Ryzeal and Malice got hit. Yeah, but the thing about Ryzeal and Malice that got... The issue I have with that is that, like, Ryzeal was specifically targeted because all of its engine essentially just set up for broken-ass rank 4s like Baguska or like, what's his face? Abyss Dweller. But once you get rid of them, like, what do you really have? A detonator that, like, is annoying to get rid of? I mean, sure, ban detonator to, like, 1. Limit detonator to, like, 1. I think detonator at 1 is fine. But don't limit the rest of, like, Ryzeal's fucking... Don't limit the rest of Ryzeal's, consistency for it, because otherwise you get rank 4 slop, like with the Onomat stuff. The Onomat stuff is so boring, because all you do is just set up a bunch of negates, man. At least with Ryzeal, you had pops. Sure, you could say that the pops were annoying in and of itself, but, like... He also just straight, like, Detonator also just loses to a bunch of cards, too. She gets compared to characters she isn't even close to inverse, and is scaled to Yudi from absolute 0. Cool, I guess. Haku has only shown to suppress Devil Fruits. We have to wait until it's stated or shown to surpass powers in general, and to say it nullifies Chakra. Yeah. Naruto Ishiki's here, get Pearl. Yeah. If someone keeps turning this Naruto into discussion to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Fest, they'll fucking pop. Why? Why can't people also talk about other things that they enjoy? I enjoy talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I can enjoy talking about it without getting upset that somebody's trying to push their bullshit rhetoric on me. You won't have such an easy time with me. So you're one of the Straw Hats. It must be the infamous Mr. Prince I've been hearing so much about. No. I'm Sanji, a top flight sea cook. A cook? I'm a top flight queer. I love that. I love how confident Mr. 2 is. But cooks shouldn't mess with criminals. I'm a criminal too. I'm a pirate and a cook. So we're 2 peas in a pod. That's right. Now stop trying to wreck this country. Calm down, dude. No need to pop. Chakra is too complex to say without that, though. But the powers of Devil Fruits are a legit power system on their own. That's why, for now, I believe hockey works outside of the verse. Yeah, but you are saying that Devil Fruits all reality warp. I don't agree with that. That isn't even remotely backed up. You can believe it. You are very much welcome to take that statement hyper literally. Stop trying to make me believe it because you're not going to. Until I see an actual statement that says all Devil Fruits legitimately warp reality in and of themselves are not just sand, water, fire, lightning, make someone big, stretchy powers, unless you have somebody to provide that, because Devil Fruits work with different levels of limitations, I have no reason to believe it. It's that simple. I don't know nothing about reality warping, Eon. Not my argument. I'm not saying it's your argument. I'm telling Olens over here. Live in their own reality. Yeah, that doesn't mean it literally. He is not stating it literally. He is not saying it literally. Luffy does not live in a separate reality. And even then, that does not translate to attack potency. Jesus Christ. I hope you guys can understand that, like, I'm not just biased towards One Piece. I just don't like bullshit arguments that where people are trying to say, well, this guy stated it must be objectively fucking true that Devil Fruits users live in their own reality. It doesn't translate to power at all, dude. The Noro means make no sense. Most Devil Fruits make no sense at all. There is a Devil Fruit that lets you swim on pavement. When did you start thinking that they were making sense in the first place? Devil Fruits, my god, dude, One Piece does not abide by real world physics and logic. Most anime do not abide by real world physics and logic, so why would I count it as such? Alright, you know what? Olens, you can continue to do whatever you want to believe. Stop adding me for this. Stop talking to me about this. Stop trying to push it on me again. Just, Olens, listen, I'm not telling you to freaking not believe this. I'm not telling you that you are objectively wrong. I'm just telling you, stop trying to push this onto me because it's not fucking true. Objectively speaking, it is not fucking true. You can believe it. I'm not going to tell you not to. Stop trying to make me believe it. Stop trying to do some kind of weird thing. Jesus Christ. I hope you guys can see, by the way. I hope you guys can see this. I hope you guys can see that again. When it comes to the One Piece side, I am going to say that the wanked out bullshit scaling, I'm still not going to agree with it. Just because I think Luffy wins does not mean that I'm going to just abide by any random wild ass One Piece scaling. I don't agree with it. It's that simple. I have a very good idea of where Naruto and Luffy scale. I'm going to stick to that idea. Unless I actually see Luffy and every other Devil Fruit user in their own literal reality, I'm not going to just believe because Vegapunk said that Devil Fruit users live in their own reality, that all of a sudden they're reality warpers. Because they're not reality warpers. There's nothing to debunk. There's nothing to debunk. My God. Listen, Olens, I'm going to be real. I'm going to be serious about this. Continue to try and push this. Continue to try and push this, and I'm just going to time you out the same as the other guys because you're pulling the same kind of bullshit that they are. You're pulling the same kind of bullshit that they are, and I just don't fuck with that, dude. The funniest part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the fact that the Edition God cards are trash. Yeah. Imagine cards that are hyped up so much by the context of the series. Imagine cards that are legitimately hyped up so high up within the context of the series just for them to do nothing, and then for Konami to literally make extra support just to give the cards even half of the effects that they would have had before. Where did the enemy go? Where'd Mr. Four and his partner go? I'm here to help. You're alright. What about me? Are you alright? They're still close by. Usopp finds Chopper covered in blood. Usopp finds Chopper covered in blood. Okay. Are there any black cards by any chance? What are you talking about? What are you referencing? Are there any black cards by any chance? What does that mean? I heard Eon dislikes Superman. I do. I don't think Superman's an interesting character at all. I don't like Superman. I don't like his power set in general. I mean, I know a painter that could use more upscale. Are you talking about Xyz cards? Are you talking about the Xyz monsters? I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, so Haki negates Chakra. Here we are. It does not. It does not, and you are not going to convince me that a power system naturally just ignores and negates another power system from another verse. Why would I believe that? Why would I believe that? What piece of evidence even remotely makes me believe that? And so it was a recap episode. Hey Con, it was a recap episode. What can I tell you other than, I mean, we're back. Hopefully next week's chapter is great, but it's just a recap episode. I don't know. I'm like, I read it as soon as I woke up around like 10:30. I read it. I was like, dude, this is not it for me. Like, the chapter was okay. Waited 2 weeks for it. Fine. Whatever. It existed. Chopper covered in blood. Underground is a mole human. The other one is a cleanup hitter, and he has a dog that works with him. Okay. Gasai Yuno. Who is Gasai Yuno? I don't know. Devil Fruit Awakening can be considered reality by limitations, though if we can turn strings into that. The Gunko panty shot was worth it. If you think it's worth it, then sure. Yuno is the main girl of Mirai Nikki. Yeah. Eon, if the future Emu or Luffy absorbed the Mother Flame, how vast would that scaling for One Piece change? However vast you think the Mother Flame is, I don't know. It's probably infinite energy, so you could probably shoot them up in scaling to a crazy-ass extent. I don't get what you're talking about. Okay, covered in blood. Blood. Mr. 4. Mr. 4 hits baseballs that are actually bombs and can move so fast fast between the underground holes the mole lady made that he can catch and hit his own baseballs. That's fair. I can see why Oda would do a recap chapter. It's been months and people can't just look up the past chapters. It's good for reminding people where the setting and where everything is. I agree. I 100% agree with that. I like it because of that specifically. I like it because of that. I can say that like it's a no harm, no foul. Like you can, like as long as you're not like actively upset that you waited like 2 weeks for it, which I mean it's been a case for like the last few years now. I think it's completely fine. Thanks for saving me. What the hell was that? Like I said, Mr. 4 is a cleanup hitter with a dog. And like I said, I don't understand what that means. Wait a second. Duck, what are you talking about? Oh. Actually... that are actually bombs. And can move... yeah. That are actually bombs. How is it that hockey can make light slow? How does it make light slow? How does hockey make light slow? Hockey doesn't slow down light. Since when does hockey slow down light? Give me an example of when hockey slows down light. Okay. Also, Usopp tanked an explosion. They're actually bombs. Usopp tanks one to the face. Usopp tanks a massive explosion to the face. It's not a recap chapter per se, but the characters themselves do not know where they are going to face. Yeah. It's not exactly a recap chapter, but I get what the person that told me it was a recap chapter yesterday meant. It's like, we're just going over all of the information over again. What's happening with the kids. Everyone's like trying to like figure out the situation for what it is. And you say like, you will jump out of a window of the recap chapter or something like that. I never said anything like that. Don't go quote me on that. Don't go back and look at that. Kizaru should be MFTL plus, but not around Shanks. What about Shanks is making Kizaru slower? What about Shanks is making Kizaru objectively slower? Since when can Shanks just make somebody else slower? The Black Clover's ending is really ass. I don't think it's ass, but I do think it's not the best. I probably would have liked at least a bit more from like the final end of Lucius's fight. Personally, but it's fine. Achoo. It's coming. Hockey negates devil fruit powers. So, show me the panel. Show me the objective panel or video image of Shanks making Kizaru slower. Jesus Christ. Now we got a One Piece fan just like all those other Naruto dudes, bruh. Dude's just trying to get whatever he can to say that the characters are super fucking fast or super powerful without actually having anything to back them up, man. Shanks has never slowed down anybody with his ability, dude. Get away as fast as you can, Usopp. Thanks for saving me. Oh, no. Usopp was going to get hit directly in the face by one of these explosives, but Chopper moved him out of the way. But Chopper moved them out of the way before it hits. Before it hit. He wouldn't have to accept Green Bull Shanks didn't turn off his powers. It would be Rayleigh, except Green Bull. The One Piece ending will be 10,000% not satisfy the entire, well, what, 100,000% not satisfy the entire fan base. Nothing will ever satisfy an entire fan base. I don't even know why you would bring that up. That's like a no shit Sherlock. It's like a no shit Sherlock statement. Rayleigh comes by Kizaru, remember, Ian? How he didn't kill Zoro? Because Rayleigh blitzed him. Because Rayleigh was fast. That's why. It's not that Kizaru, it's not that he slowed down Kizaru, it's that he was fast enough to keep up with. But the ending expands upon the plot points. I like it. Yeah, I think it's fine. I hope that the next like 6 chapters, the next at least 4 to 6 chapters, at least add something. We're in the end game now. Haki does not slow down light speed. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. It does, objectively speaking, he did not slow down Rayleigh. For it hit, Usopp evades another ball that explodes above him. That explodes above him. Alright. They're time bombs. They explode even if they don't hit you. They set them to go off when they reach us. But since they won't explode until the timer goes off, I thought about catching them and throwing them back, but they're not easy to catch. They're as heavy as cannonballs. Above him. The baseballs are as heavy as cannonballs. I mean, it's fine. Listen, you can believe whatever you want to believe, Drago. I'm not saying that you can't, and I'm not saying that your interpretation about this is wrong. Saying that they would potentially interact like raw energy and would be relative to their stats is completely fine. I think that interpretation is completely fine. But here's the difference between you and the other dude, Drago. You're not trying to constantly force that rhetoric on me. You're not trying to constantly force that entire interpretation on me saying that, oh, hey, Ian, but look at this, but look at this. What about this one instance? And then what about this other instance? And then what about this? Just for me to keep telling you, that's not an example that even remotely backs up your claim. That's not an example that backs up your claim. That's also not an example that backs up your claim. We're not having a back and forth about this. That's the issue. Guys, I have no issue with anybody thinking that Shanks meets Mihawk beats Shanks, Haki can turn off Devil Fruit powers, Haki can turn off Chakra can turn off Haki, TSO, I don't care about any of that. You guys can believe whatever you want to believe. I've said this over and over again. It is up to you as an individual to come to a conclusion on your own. However, when I start to get a problem is when someone is trying to be consistently incessant and just try to tell me that I have to believe their interpretation of something. That is the only point that I have an issue. If you genuinely believe that like forms of raw energy, they should be able to interact with one another, that's completely fine by me. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you I disagree. I'm just going to say, okay, that's fair. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to believe that. I just don't have a reason personally to believe it myself. That's really just where I'm trying to come from. The thing I don't like is when people like Oleg or where people like Kay or where people like Bogetsu or whatever try to constantly push the narrative, constantly push the narrative or trying to push the goalpost into something else. How is this a fight then between Naruto and Luffy? Because Chakra can hurt Luffy and Haki can hurt Naruto. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's simply that simple. Very simple. Haki can affect Naruto. Chakra can affect Luffy. There it is. When did the stream start again? Around like 12 something, almost 1 p.m. Their bombs are set to go off. They're as heavy as cannonballs. And timed explosives. It's simply simple. 3 hours ago, about 4. How many tons is that bad way that he's swinging around even food, Mr. 4 over a slug? Okay. Mr. 4 lays his bat next to rubble, next to a brick wall, and it completely crumbles under its weight. Usopp wonders how many tons it must weigh. Can affect Haki? How? He throws a massive chakra and he hits Luffy with it. That's how he hits him. Eon says he doesn't believe ACLC probably can't stop regeneration, yet in Naruto I personally think it does. I understand why he says it. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, listen, let me give you guys an example. Halo Jeff and I, for months now, have had discussions back and forth. Not even very long discussions, just he believes that Haki can turn off Naruto regenerative abilities. I have said I simply haven't seen enough to believe that yet. And you know what he and I have done? We've respectfully said, yeah, I can see why the other believes that. I see why he believes that. He sees why I believe that. We're not having a constant back and forth. He's not constantly coming at me saying, hey man, here's a feat of like Haki negating devil fruit. Here's the power of Haki negating immortality. And here's another example. Eon, look at this chapter. Eon, look at this fight. Eon, look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at all these things. Look at all these things. Eon, this is why it can affect. Like, no, dude. This is why I say it is up for interpretation. Believe whatever you want to believe. Stop trying to push it on me. That's all I'm asking. Depending on the power system, Naruto's Haki is stronger than Luffy's durability. Haki can hurt him. If Luffy's Haki is stronger than Naruto's durability, hurts him. Yeah, basically. How can chakra affect his rubber body? He slams him with, I don't know, if he used a fire style jutsu, do you think Luffy wouldn't at least burn? Do you think Luffy at least wouldn't say, ow, hot? If Naruto used a wind style jutsu, just like how Kaido was slashing him with his wind blades, would Luffy at least not go, ow, 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 those tiny little wind blades are tearing me up? Why would it not work? It's that easy. It's not a very difficult concept. It's not a very difficult concept to understand, guys. This is versus Battle Wiki standard nonsense. I don't go by versus Battle Wiki. I go by my own means because power scaling is a subjective topic and some random people on the internet aren't going to tell me how I can do it or how I can't. Power scaling is subjective, dude. Since when are versus Battle Wiki the guys to make it clean? So if Naruto infuses chakra into his fist, will that work? Is it still a blunt force attack? Maybe. Sure. It won't hurt Luffy. Naruto could put all of the chakra into his hand. It'd still be a blunt force attack. The Rasen Shuriken, it attacks with thousands of little blades. So yes, that would work. A fire style jutsu lights Luffy up on fire. It would probably fucking hurt Luffy at least somewhat. If Naruto uses magma, well, can Luffy grab onto magma? Maybe, but it would still say, ouch, hot. That would work. That's exactly how I think it would work. Like, come on, man. It's not that complex of a topic. What are we saying now? That Naruto slams Luffy with, I don't know, a tailed beast bomb? The tailed beast bomb is just gonna do no damage? Luffy's just gonna, like, phase right through it? I'm not saying that either. Who here actually believes that if Luffy takes a tailed beast bomb straight to the chest... Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like if Naruto shoots an explosion at Luffy, even if the explosion doesn't kill Luffy, I would still say, oh man, Luffy would probably be covered in soot. Look at how Usopp takes an explosion. If Naruto shot Luffy with a tailed beast bomb, yes, it's chakra. I would say, yeah, Luffy would probably be covered up in some kind of damage because it's an explosion. Like, come on, man. Like, come on. It's not that hard of a concept to understand. Transformed again. Idiot. You id. Okay, why are we bullying Deku? Naruto one-shots Toneri with a Kurama-infused punch. Yes, and Toneri is not immune to physical trauma. A woman back into a fucking man. Rasen Shuriken, that's... I'm just... You know what? You're annoying. I'm just gonna time you out. You're annoying. I'm just gonna time you out. Here's 10 minutes. You can stick around if you want. If you keep up with the bullshit, if you're gonna continue... If you can't understand what I'm telling you... If you cannot understand what I'm telling you, then just simply say, okay, Eon, I will agree to disagree. And if you're going to keep going back and forth with me, if you're going to keep going back and forth with me, I'll just time you out again. Don't bring it up again. You're more than welcome to stay with the stream. You're more than welcome to talk again in 10 minutes. But if you keep going in and if you just do not want to understand it, I'll just time you out for 24 hours and then we'll leave it at that. Dude, I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be like this. I really fucking don't. But it's like, dude, You keep spouting your nonsense and you can't, and you just don't want to understand it. It's fine. Why would Toneri scale to a chakra-absorbing orb that's been charging for God knows how long? Luffy is consistently immune to blunt force attacks. Deku has no chance. Yep. You'll have to take it from here. Just bury my body at sea. But you said you were going to help me, but what's with that dog thing? How are you supposed to fight a creature like that? I'm only human. I'm human too. You're a monster. You're speaking with that nose. His name is Lasso. He ate the dog fruit model Dachshund. Unironically, Tanjiro might have a better chance against Luffy, specifically because he doesn't use blunt force trauma. Deku does. None of Deku's attacks can harm Luffy, yeah. A gun? It's a new technology developed by a certain scientist on the Grand Line to feed devil fruits to inanimate objects. That's ridiculous. It was originally a gun. Why is he moving? It's not as if devil fruits have will of their own. Yeah, and then we find out that they do. Vegapunk. Yeah. I'll bring this up. Wore black ones. You know what that means. You're as good as dead. What should I waste my breath explaining it to you? There's nothing you can do except about it, right, Mr. 4? You're on our turf now. You're not getting out of here alive. Yeah. Who do you think wins? Yuji with domain working cross-verse or Deku final arc with powers? Probably Yuji. Actually, what's Deku's speed again? What was like Deku... What is Deku's speed again? Isn't he like light speed or something? Isn't Deku like FTL? Probably Deku at that point, right? His danger sense should also be able to get him out of a domain expansion because it has to close the barrier first. Deku is FTL, then probably Deku. The thing is that like Yuji has to land hits. It's sub-relativistic. Deku's sub-relativistic. What does Yuji's domain expansion even do? It can attack the soul directly with dismantle slashes. A penguin? I keep telling you I'm a mole. If these characters were actually continental, why did Luffy use Red Rock on Kaido to crack the continent or Kaido's Ragnarok attack when they do their ultimate attacks? Because they can control their AoE. I've shown the panels a lot of times before. One Piece characters can objectively control their AoE. Luffy could destroy an entire city earlier in the story, but doesn't do the same with Red Rock when he hits Kaido into the ground. That's because he only focuses the damage into Kaido's head. Kaido's Ragnarok is stronger in terms of AP than Enel's Raigo. Yet, oh man, Kaido only destroyed the ground, the ground that was slightly above, what was it? Onigashima's skull. Like, come on now. It's not a hard concept. It's not a hard concept to understand. If you want me to show you the panels, I can show you the panels. One Piece characters can focus damage into small points. It missed a curveball. He hits. Whoa, above. It's a fly ball. What's that? What's this? Not even a cleanup hitter? That's 1,000, eh? Huh. I can dodge with my eyes closed. Okay. It's spinning behind you. Mr. 4 is no ordinary cleanup hitter. Oh, a Zoan type. I thought you were some odd thing about him. Messed up the climate across the globe. Okay. Yeah, probably Deku then. I'd probably give it to Deku. Must weigh a ton. He can also hit. He can also hit. Usopp. Chopper moved Usopp out of the explosion's range. When Kaido got stabbed through the hand and chest, he regenerated with Zoan High Recovery. When Zoro attacked with Ashura Laced, you said you have qualities of a king too. This wound will remain with me. Yup, he did say that. Right, if we stay still, we'll be blown into smithereens. But if I can just take you out. What? Chopper. Can dodge. Damn you, mold lady. Damn you, snowman. Usopp. Struggle to land blows against 4 and Mole Lady because they keep using the holes to escape. Deku is definitely faster, but I'm pretty confident in Yuji is relative in strength and durability. One Piece characters can condense and compress their DC to start to amp their AP. I don't know about amping their AP through that, but yeah, they can focus their monumental amount of force into a single strike. Usopp, you guys aren't the only ones who can use underground tunnels, you know. That past Usopp, 5 pound, Mr. 4, a 5-ton hammer. Where'd that scrawny kid get that kind of strength? I've sunk countless number of warships. People call me the Destroyer King. What entire nation? 5 tons. I am awesome. Captain Usopp. Usopp, thank you very much. I'll be signing autograph, Mr. 4. He's not moving. Did it actually work? No, here's my chance. Mo Lady, now's your turn to get whacked by a 5-ton hammer. Pound. I'm over here. Pound, 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 pound. Damage, it keeps moving around full. It's just completely useless unless you actually hit me. You must have heard all the Baroque War agents have been taken out. The truth is, it was all me. What? And I've had 8,000 men working behind me. Really? 5 tons. Wow. Pound. That hurt? Are you kidding me? But how? You got hit with a 5-ton hammer. He's a monster. Mr. 4 doesn't have a bump on his head at all. Something's not right here. How could he survive a blow like that without an injury? Yikes. Achoo. Okay. 4. Paper mache. It was a fake. Of course it was. You think I can lift 5 tons? Even 5 kilograms ain't easy for me. Okay. There's a Mach 10 All Might speed feat. Due to the creator highballing the speed of the wind that traveled across the globe. Okay. No mercy. Mole digging hill. She went into the tunnels again. What's she doing? Usopp escaped. She's dug a new hole. Save evidence for Usopp's superhuman strength. The underground. The underfeet is like pool to me. Mole banana. Okay. So last we'll take out the reindeer man. Let him have it for 400 punk knock. 400 punk knock. I can't run forever. Rumble. It's all or nothing. I just have to take a chance. Brain point. I've got the chance. Mr. 4 is so fast he can hit multiple cannon baseballs at the same time with after images. Should work by yourself. Mandana bowl. Mo. Perfect. The wall. Perfect. There's a wall to run through. If the wall keeps going at the speed she's in, she'll hit the head hard. Bust your head wide open. Brain point. Explosions. Mole Lady hits the side of the ruins, of the nearby ruins, nearby stone ruins. Nearby stone ruins. Come crumbling down. Down. Her name is Miss Valentine. Her name is Miss Merry Christmas, but yeah. She's Miss Merry Christmas. I told you I'm a mole. Stop, let go. Mole highway. Look ahead. There's a wall. Stop. Mole impact. She then grabs him by his ankles and slams him through a wall, leaving a comical outline. She's your Valentine? Nice. 13 calls Yuga's laser light. Fat lady is Merry Christmas. Oh god, Usopp. Forgot he endures in this fight. Yeah. Got it. Your weakness. Okay. Usopp, stay away from that mole. You don't have to tell me twice. The weakness of the molehill is that all the tunnels are connected. Oh, is that so? Stay down. Usopp can still move and run after being slammed through a wall. Chopper makes the dog sneeze a ton of bombs underground that explode the entire tunnel network and the agents. Okay. Stay down, I'm begging you. 4, he's alive. This isn't good. I've only got a half of the Rumble Ball's power left. No more, no more. Usopp, I've had it. I don't want to die. There's no way I can beat this. Stop running. You punks tried to get cute with us, eh? Usopp, you're not going to run away now, are you? How fitting, that feeble captain of yours, a cowardly man. Our boss finishes Luffy off hours ago. The rebellion is no match for him. Mole Lady also took no damage. Mole Lady took 0 damage. Jesus. Could have died. There's no way to lose to Croc. Maybe you'd be Pirate King some way. There's no way. Ah ha 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 ha. Pirate King? Ho 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 ho. Pirate King, don't make me laugh. Don't ever spout shit like that in the Grand Line again. That uppity upstart deserved to die. That idiot. Listen, Chopper, there comes a time for you to die, Long Nose. Molehill Highway. When a man, even if he's up against an enemy he's scared to death of, Molehill Impact. If there's no chance of winning, grab your 4-ton bat. Alright. Bat. Okay. Mole grabs Usopp again, slams him against the second wall. Slams him into a second wall and tells 4 to pick up his 4-ton bat. To smash Usopp in the face. A an image of his skull cracking. No, a man's got to fight. He's still left standing. He still stands. And there's impossible. You were cracked over the head with a 4-ton bat. You shouldn't be standing. You shouldn't be alive. With Trick is Luffy can't die, but he's gonna be the Pirate King. There's one thing I won't let you laugh at. One more time, Mr. 4. I won't let you do it. I'll show you my extra special transformation. Horn point. No matter how mad you get, no matter you'll never beat us. Get behind me. Better batter up. Take it. Smoke Star. Okay. Chopper's all yours. She's all yours. Right. What the kid slipped out of the shoes. Intersection. Wait up, Mr. 4. It's me. Ack. Okay. Usocho. Comet Hammer 4. Jesus. Stands. A smoke diversion. Usopp and Chopper have Mole. Mole take a hit from 4, and then Usopp launches a hammer at 4 that had so much force. Usopp slingshot launches. Shot launches a hammer at 4 that has so much force that it sends 4, sending several meters into a pillar that cracks from the force. That kind of felt like bullshit, I'm not gonna lie to you. I felt like they kind of got too easy scot-free off of it. How hard do you guys think Usopp had to hit? Luffy sees moments in the future, turning Kurama into a Tom and Jerry. Tom from Tom and Jerry? Yes, I'm aware of that. What's your point? Usopp and Chopper. Oh. Several meters into the pillar because cracked with the force. 4 and the dog cannon. Are there any defense feats for Mr. 4 before this? Nope. Actually, yes. Yes, Mr. 4. Mr. 4 tanks a massive amount of explosions before this. Usopp can still move. Chopper, Mole Lady takes 0 damage. Mole Lady and 4 take 0 damage. 4. They don't take damage from that. At least I don't think so. Actually, they kind of do. Mole Lady and 4 take relatively no damage. Yeah. They take like very little damage. Usopp hammer over explosions, I guess. Yeah. Tank their own bombs. Yeah, no, they tank the fuck out of their own bombs. This is the only time like these two actually get hit. Yeah, this is the only time these two get hit before that. The mom from Home Alone died today? No way! Catherine O'Hara died? No way! That's so sad. Fuck. I remember watching that movie as a kid, but I also remember watching all of Schitt's Creek with my mom. I remember she and I would sit down and watch Schitt's Creek during the pandemic. We used to love her. We used to love her so much. She was one of my favorite characters. Fuck, man. Damn. Well, rip, I suppose. Fuck. The bullet you took. Forget that. This is the battlefield. I need a horse. I have to get through the center of the city. Black where the palace stands. The palace, what are you going to do? I'm going to give Cobra one last chance to surrender. That's suicide. The North Blue is blocked out. Our forces isn't at full strength yet. The reinforcements will be here soon. There's no need to rush in there alone. I'm already be too late. Give me a hand. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. You there. Halt. This is North Block, the Gateway Palace. What are you trying to do here, all civilians? You hear me, woman? This isn't playground. No, that Princess Vivi, take me to Chaka. There's something I need him to do. Okay. Can Pell survive a Biju Blast? KM 2 miles. 4 kilometers? Probably. He survived a 3-mile long explosion. He survived about 3 miles worth of an explosion. Tailed beast bombs usually only blow up mountains, which are like 200 meters tall at best. I didn't ask you to ask me. You asked me to ask you, suggesting I didn't know. I forget the Pell survived the nuke going off. Yeah, I suggested you know because you asked me to ask you. Okay. Probably not. I guess it kind of depends. Sanji and 2 kick each other so hard they are sent flying into the sides of buildings. Luffy is in Gear 5. Naruto and Bear Meal tells Naruto about the ramen shop and the fight ends. Okay. Cool. Bastard, what a kick. He countered my queer Kempo. Get out of the way, you brute. If you want to get past this, it'll be over my dead body. I'll be happy to indulge you, but I never know. I'll let you know I've never skipped dance lessons a single day, sweetie. That's how perfected my queer Kempo is, so ain't no way I'll lose to the likes of you. Take this, don't mind my transgressions. You can't escape my fist, queer Kempo. Drunken swan soiree. Okay, I better settle this right now. This idiot could go on posing forever. Collier deux un deux gigo. Okay. Mouton shoots swan arabesque. Buildings. They are extremely relative. And continue to knock each other into buildings. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see. Now I'm serious. Maybe you don't know the power of my clone fruit. What's this about? It's the scope of my memory. For example, I can use it to create a montage of parts. Once I've crippled you with laughter, you'll be a mercy. The world's weirdest head, weirdest nose, weirdest eyes, weirdest mouth. For the first time anywhere, the clone montage. That was 90% you. That's crazy. Now it's my turn. Playtime's over, shithead. Have you no feelings? Are you made of stone? I don't have time for your act. Nothing but that. This ain't no act. In the past, I've fought against one such foe who couldn't bring himself to harm a friend. So that's your game, fine. You would stoop that low. Now just try and attack. How could you? This is the face of your friend. How could you? What's wrong with you? No matter how many times you change your face, you're still you. You're an idiot if you think I'd fall for your goofy illusions. It's what's inside that counts. The inside? He's so cool. Fine, I see your friend's faces won't work. You're so obvious, you little dummy. Yeah. Wrong. You asked to ask you. And you asked me to ask you to ask me to ask you. No, damn. Unk's been streaming for 4 hours already? Yeah. 4 hours? Holy shit, actually. Yeah, you can't be serious, Princess. If we do that, the princess return. If we do that, this is not... Of course not. This is not Alabasta, Chalk. Alabasta, all of these people hurting each other are Alabasta. As long as they live, the kingdom will live on. We have to stop fighting. We can only do that. Destroy the palace. Can you leave the rest to me? Destroy the palace. Okay, destroy the palace? Are you mad, princess? The palace represents 4,000... Right? So you can't be serious, Princess Vivi. Princess, Lord Chaka, listen to her. The king would never consent to this outrage during his absence. A country is its people. As you wish. Wahaha, there's your bravado now, tough guy. Do you even have the strength to stand up to Mr. Top Flight Chef? How am I getting fooled like this? No matter how much similar, it's still the bastard on the inside. You weird bastard, don't get carried away. Damn it, she's so cute. God, it's just hot in this country. I feel like taking off my clothes. The Naruto character designs look way cooler than One Piece whackness, but yeah, that's a win in the bucket. That's a win in the bucket for that regard. I mean, if you care enough to say, if you need like some kind of, what is it, consolation prize in saying that you like Naruto designs more than you like One Piece designs, you're more than welcome to believe that. If that's some kind of consolation prize for you or anybody else, that's more than fine. I have no issue with people thinking that Naruto's a cooler design. This has never been about which character or which series looks better. It's kind of irrelevant, honestly. Like, oh man, Luffy can beat Naruto because of all these different reasons. Yeah, but Naruto's cooler looking. Okay, cool. Absolutely. That's fine. Yeah, One Piece has wacky designs. Who cares? That has nothing to do with their power. Need some help? Queer chop. My eye. Kick point. Yeah, why you dirty? Massacre boomerang. Okay. Oh, please don't kick me. Gak. And then they slice him. Okay. Relativity. He turns into Nami. And the fight completely goes in his favor. Two throws his eyelashes as boomerangs that can cut Sanji. That can cut Sanji. Unk status, I thought you were maybe around your mid-20s. I'm on my late 20s. I'm closer to my late 20s than I am my mid-20s. Oda can draw a bunch of cool stuff consistently if he wanted to. He made Gear 4, Law, Zoro, Crocodile, One Piece is a goofy story, but there can't be cool characters in it. People just harp on this. No, it's always just about moving the goalposts because, I mean, it's a consolation win. You know what I mean? It's like, well, Naruto's a cooler looking character. I'm not even gonna say I don't agree with that. I think Kishimoto's art style in most cases is more satisfying to me as a viewer than anything else, but like mascara. It's mascara. Mascara. So I'm gonna finish off. I'm gonna tell the ballet. Queer Kempo, Grand Follette Memoir of Summer Days, huh? Wait, you're... Shoot. I found the flaw in your power. How presumptuous. That's absurd. My power has no flaws. You can't use your queer Kempo when you have Nami's body. I admit that I can't bring myself to attack you then, but there's a moment when you're vulnerable just because you attack, and you always turn back into yourself by touching your face with your left hand. What's that? I can't hear a word you're saying. So what? So what? Yeah. I might like only be able to use it in the body I took all those lessons in, but what are you to beaten up to do anything about it? I'll show you my ultimate queer Kempo move right now. Prima Ballerina. First, let me tell you this. The one on the right is a male and the one on the left is a female. Who can tell? Whatever. Just sit there and watch you lose. Bombardier. Queer Kempo. Bombardier. Okay. Sanji. Sanji. 2 puts his swan heads on his feet in order to use kicks that can punch holes in buildings. They can punch holes in buildings. Does the Naruto you're using have TSO? Yes, and the TSO do not change. Punch holes. They have beaks of steel and there are no cracks around the hole. When enormous power is directed at one point, it doesn't cause extra damage. One Piece characters. Extra damage. Let's make this a different color, actually. Let's make it like this. One Piece characters can manipulate their area of effect. Okay, you Collier, you can't win. Blast him, his reach is too long. Looks like this match is over. Fly, I'm taking Winter Sky, but the longer his reach, his recovery, the slower his recovery will be. If I can just evade his first attack in one instance, I'll have the advantage now. How do I look? What's that look on your left cheek, huh? Basset coat, longe, tendron, flanchette. Sanji tanks. Sanji tanks a few of 2's swan kicks. The shot bombardier arabesque. They start to kick each other with. They start to kick each other. Until their last strike. 2 brings Sanji to his knees, but Sanji finishes him off with a delayed blast through a house. I'll just put building. I don't know, these are buildings. I don't know if these are houses or not. Okay, through a building. This is yet merely a non-secular. What the hell's going on? So discombobulatingly disingenuous, and everyone's asking you to corn chord to yeah. You guys are just having a small bit right now, aren't you? You guys are just going back and forth with a bit. I need to stretch real quick. I think I have to run errands later. Fuck me. You guys are having fun? I assume you guys are having fun. Okay. I think these are faulty translations, blatantly doing extra damage. It's just not doing any unnecessary damage. I think you're misinterpreting what he means by extra damage. Extra damage doesn't inherently mean that that the attack isn't more powerful. Extra damage means that there are no cracks on the walls. The attack is simply focused directly into the small hole over here. There are no cracks anywhere. That's what he's talking about with extra damage. It's like all of it is being focused into a point. Have a good one. Have a good night, Al. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. I hope you get some rest, man. Have a good weekend. The organization will eliminate me anyway for failing. What are you waiting for? Hurry and finish me off. It was a good fight. There's nothing more to be said. This man is living proof of grudging respect between enemies. I'm not gonna cry. Later, I'm taking back the goggles. So you are gonna finish me off. Looks like I broke some more bones. Sanji walks away with some broken bones. Sanji walks away with some broken bones. What's up, Akadin? It's been a minute. Gather all. Are you serious about this? Be patient. Everything will be ready shortly. Imagine a building scale power punch with making only a fist-sized hole on what you strike. Basically. Now we're just talking like Emu at this point. I don't know what to say. It's all right, Chalk. I'd understand where there's no resolution, but to counterattack the rebels, you dealt with the violence admirably for more than 2 years without Igaram to guide you. Be patient. I'm sorry I had to leave like this, like I did. But it isn't over yet. Even if we succeed in putting down the rebellion, as long as he remains alive, this kingdom will never know peace. I'm so worried. Sorry I had to survive for the rest of us. 2 years you've been away. You've grown wise as well as beautiful. When this war is over, we must throw a grand celebration for those pirates. Then feed me, yes? After Crocodile? Lord Chaka, what? What is it in the palace? What is it? You're playing a dangerous game this Wednesday. This is my new home you're trying to demolish. I've always liked palaces. It's the perfect place from which to look down on vermin. Yeah, where'd she go? I told her not to hide I told her to hide and keep quiet. That stupid girl is nothing but a nuisance. Hey, will you guys look? Go look. Wait, there she is. Alright, let's take a shortcut. Quack. No, what's that super swordsman doing? Rule 1 of the guide to killing. Crush the weaker target first. Let's show how professionals operate. Gasp, that's it. I can't run anymore. I'll have to fight. Here we go again. So Rash can't. Watching. Okay. Zoroch. Okay. Zoro saves Nami last second from an attack from 1. His attack split the giant pillar behind them in 4. I need that Modulo chapter. Let's see. Modulo. Nope, still not out yet. Still not out. The stone column broke vertically. Broke, not likely. That was the sound of a sword meddling. What? You cut that with your arm, didn't you? Quite a weird body you got there, so... Figured it out. Thanks to the slash fruits, I have become a full-body blade man. And you're the swordsman who took down 100 men at Whiskey Peak. A few years ago in the East Blue, you also turned on an offer for Baroque's work. You're the pirate who took down Mr. Seven, right? Right, brings back memories. It wasn't my fault. You guys rejected my conditions. I told your agents if I could be the boss, I joined if I could be the boss. He's funny. Instead of agreeing to my demands, he attacked me, so I dealt with him. Do you have a new offer for me? Of course, I'm not interested in being the boss anymore. Only an idiot would want that job. Okay, don't get cocky with me. You're just swordsmen with a little band of no-count pirates. So if I am, what are you? You're a mindless puppet who's been sold to a fantasy world, or maybe you're a hollow-like soldier. Miss Doublefinger, you want me to stay out of it, don't you? Be my guest. I'll deal with the girl. Nami! Damn it, she's gone? Okay. 4. The fact that the action showed Zoro killing Seven was quite funny. Hauling half of his body in a bag, yeah. Disposition, I pray thee, my words, repent this folly, discourage, hath neither rhyme nor reason, shall I provide a biting retort, or thou wish to end this quarrel here. Yeah, you guys have been going at it for a while. 1 ate the slash fruit. Mr. 1 ate the slash fruit, which makes him a full body blade man. Yeah. Build you a weapon. That's right. I want him a special weapon for me. I know I'm not a fighter like the rest of you guys. I'm stylish and attractive, but what are you talking about? I don't want to be a burden. Yo, Chopper in the background, just chilling there, just vibing it out. Nice. Usopp's workshop. I don't want to burden anyone in a fight anymore. For Vivi's sake, I need something that can take the enemy on myself. There's not much time. We'll be in Alabasta. You're right. There's no way I could become stronger so fast. Sorry to bother you. Stop right there. Don't you know there's no task too difficult for Usopp? You'll do it, Usopp. I love you. Now about the cost of materials. Thank you so much. Yeah, but the weapons like this don't come cheap. I'm counting on you, or... That's right. What's right am I doing? Running around and hiding. I said I was going to fight. I won't let Baroque works have their way in this country anymore. I guess Vivi wasn't able to stop the rebels at the city gates. I hope that she's all right with the others. Okay, I just have to do it. She's the only woman I can take. She's only a woman. I can take her. Okay. Nami is pierced from behind through a building wall. A building wall is pierced from behind through a building wall. Turn of affairs type shit. By double fingers. By Spiky. It's no use, little girl. No matter where you run, where you hide, Miss Double Fingers, what sort of spear? Is this one of her weapons? Figure it out. I'm a spike human. I eat the spike. Spike fruit can produce spikes from any part of my body. The spikes that can pierce stone walls like they were cardboard, and she wants to make me a pin cushion. By double fingers, she can shoot spikes through stone walls as if they were cardboard. Oh, are you going to fight me? I'll fight you. And I might even win. Get a taste of my new weapon, the climb attack. It summons the clouds. I can make rain. I can stir up the wind. Once In position, this miraculous bow staff can cause extraordinary changes in the weather. I'll start with sunny and now press the button. Ooh, what a surprising pigeon. That idiot. Are you alright? No, I have to trust him. According to the instructions, this is a rifle. This is more like that. It's all over. Cloud tempo. Oh, what pretty flowers. How can I win with this thing? Poor thing. Ha! Bullets are more dangerous than a punch with the same speed. Interesting how Nami felt more useless than Usopp, and Usopp helped her. Yeah. Double stinger. Okay. What an obstinate girl you are. You realize it's useless to keep running away. You can't win and no one's going to rescue you. Now hold still and I'll make it quick and painless. Or do you insist on continuing your little magic show? I still have lots of tricks up my sleeve. One of these has to work. I have to keep trying till I find it. Forecast thunder. Thunder tempo. Stinger fingers. Yeah, my cheek. It's bleeding. Am I going to die like this? That long-nosed fool, all cursed. It's supposed to be a weapon. Alright, time to die. Gasp. Okay. What? She's upside down? Stinger hedgehog? Okay. That was close. I said, wait, just 1 minute. Just give me 1 second. There's no cover around here. Maybe inside. Give up. Okay. Nami can't outrun DB. DF. Nami can't okay. Such a horrible death. Weave. She's not a total novice when it comes to fighting. Okay. A trained assassin. I refuse to die. Such a horrible death. Okay. Can't outrun. DF. Dub. Miss DF. But she does state that she isn't. It doesn't matter. You seen any chapter for One Piece? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a new chapter. It was pretty good. It was okay. It was only okay. It's really just like a recap of everything that's going on and just giving us like the characters, just basically setting them up to where they're gonna go. What was it earlier? I just saw something about it. So the aforementioned tricks, when performed at a party celebration, would live up to any event. That idiot. Note, combat mode instructions can be found on the reverse side. You enjoyed it? I'm happy you enjoyed it, man. The reverse side. Where are you going, kitty? I won't run and hide anymore. I've been a thief for 8 years. In a life or death situation, I've always survived by my own wits. Don't mistake me for a helpless little girl. Oh, forgive me. What happened? Why are you suddenly so conflict? Rule 1 of baton basics. Know the special qualities of the 3 batons. I'm through playing around. Ja Rule, who do y'all think you're going up against? Made me tear. Just a joy. Fuck around and find out. Directed at Emu. But shaking or blowing into the baton will release air bubbles. The first baton creates hot air. It feels a bit warm. The second baton creates cold air. Nice and cool. And the third baton creates electricity. Thunderbolt. Ouch, I felt a little shock. 3 batons are not perfected yet, but you can use them at parties. Who cares about parties? Are you done yet? Let me find something I can use. Sewing stinger. Okay. Cyclone tempo. Okay. Nami starts to figure out how her weapon works. And but is pierced through her leg. By Miss DF. She uses Cyclone Tempo, which blasts her away. which creates a torrent of wind. A torrent of wind that blasts DF away. Ball cool. When they stop spinning, the colder and ball collides form a bigger bubble that it releases explosive winds. Even its creator doesn't realize it. Cyclotop is a boomerang that can go outside for everyone at a party. Even its creator doesn't realize. Blast that weird weapon, but maybe. Fine, tornado tempo packs a knockout punch. Once struck, no human enemy will be able to get up. It's absolutely a weapon of last result. You have to one shot. Okay. What are you looking? You never look away from a fight. Mortal Kombat is like nothing to take lightly, dear. Fooled you. I used the cool ball to change the density in the atmosphere. Drastic difference in the temperature causes light to refract in unusual ways. I think this weapon suits me perfectly. A mirage. At such a short distance, I finally understand the climate act. Now surrender. Nami figures out her weapon and can make mirage illusions even at close range. Damn, that would have been a horrid hit on Nami also. How the heck did Usopp make this thing? I've always wondered that. I always wonder how the fuck. Wonder if we'll ever discover Nami versus Sakura. Nami will curb stomp the living dog shit out of Sakura. Negative difficulty. Speed difference, power difference. What the fuck is Nami? What the fuck is Sakura gonna do? She's gonna punch Nami. She's gonna make up the difference in speed when Nami can just make literal mirage clones of herself with Zeus that packs a stronger punch than Don Chinjao and Don Sai, who can split continents. Yeah, alright. Hey, look. Do you like to collect manga? I don't like collecting manga. I just like reading it. Collecting manga usually resorts to just having a bunch of space filled up for books that I'm not going to check out even remotely as much on my own. Collecting stuff is fun and everything. I'd rather collect, like, card game cards, but I'm not going to sit here and be okay, collecting manga isn't bad. I do have a few myself, but it's like, you know, once you read them once, I'm the type of person that, like, if I'm going to read them again, I'll do it on a screen, because if I have to, like, pull out the book and do it myself, it's just not the same. It feels like very novel. It's like one of those, like, novelties, you know? Like, owning the book is more of a novelty than anything else. They're broken, why you? These are the latest goggles from North Blue. Do you have any idea how much they're worth? They're probably Rebel reinforcements. More of them looks like it. Where have you been hiding eyelashes? Let's go to the palace, Vivi. Okay, come on. Can't you see I'm injured? And Usopp didn't make anything as OP for himself. To be fair, Nami kind of like perfected the climb attack on her own when she made like the perfect one. The perfect climb attack. If Sir Crocodile is here in Alubarna, then the rumors about him trying to take over Alabasta must be true. Open the gates. Princess Vivi is in danger. DSC fluid. Hands from the gate. What is that? There seems to be quite a commotion going outside the gate. Papa, your majesty. Jesus. Forgive me, you've risked your life for the sake of this kingdom, but I ruined it. Free them, Crocodile. The king is correct, however. Miss Wednesday, you were able to make it back here because those Straw Hat Pirates helped you. Be grateful to them. How did you get here? Where's Luffy? I told you he's dead. That's a lie. There's no way you could have defeated him. That fool. Let me make one thing clear. I have no intention of sparing you or your father. When a kingdom perishes, its royal family perishes with it. That is the natural course of things. However, Cobra, there's one thing I need to do before I take your throne. Since this is what I was after all along, where is the Pluton? You scoundrel, where did you hear of that name? You're... I would hate to, like, be in bed with her, because at anything, she could just, like, poke you. There's an interesting weapon, that's an interesting weapon you have, unless it helps you when you're fighting. It's better than a toy, it's no better than a toy, whatever its original purpose, anything can be used to kill. No wonder Cobra's in a wheelchair bound. Injuries like that be lasting. That's what I'm saying. Like, you see the way he's just being held up? Jesus Christ. Alright. Anything can be used to kill a weapon is a weapon. Even a face. If you don't do something quick, I'm dead. But you'll never kill me with this toy. A wool sweater generates more electricity than this does. There's only one way to find out. Give it back. I have to think of something. The last trick, according to Usopp, can only be used once, and if I can find the right opportunity, it might just work with the 3 types of air bubbles. I need to be able to make use of this country's parched climate. If only I had a little more moisture. There's a trick for making rain. Rain tempo, a water show, sprinklers. That's not it. I do have a plan. It's time to draw the curtain. Sea urchin, a sea urchin, stinger, cool ball. I'll poke you hole right through the beehive. Okay. Miss double finger. Close range. Miss DF can make a perfect hole through a wall when she charges at it with her head. You're into that? You guys have problems. You guys have problems. You guys are just still going back and forth with this bullshit? God dams. Fans are as delusional as Naruto fans. Okay. That would have been a lot worse than a beehive. The wall is scorched. Pay earlier, I'll show you something interesting. Your head. Apparently, the wall is scorched. Okay. Now's my chance. Heat ball. Cool. Spike doping. When moist, hot air rapidly cooled by descending cold air, the moisture in it condenses and then spike that. I warned you about looking away. Stinger flail. Miss double finger can make her arms grow and can smash pillars. Smash pillars. I must say, your dodging ability is truly exceptional. My leg, it's hurt bad. What about the air bubbles? I've made it. It's not very big yet. What's that? It's not finished yet. I'll make it bigger. Cool ball, heat ball. I've had enough. Stinger rampage. Okay. Nami is grazed. Can smash pillars. Nami takes a hit, which causes heavy damage on her arm. Well, are you ready to die? Are you? Still defiant. Thunderbolt Temple. Thunderbolt Tempo. Okay. She generated a small storm cloud that dropped a thunderbolt on DF. Watch out for tornadoes, and for now, for today's weather, humidity are moderate, both high pressure should be a fine tornado. However, in particular, is one thing, possibility of mirages and storm winds. Watch out for tornadoes. Tornado packs upon, however, it's absolutely last resort. It's all over. Beware of tornadoes. Your left foot looks pretty bad. You won't be able to stand much longer. She can still move. Sea urchin. Ooh. DF is still conscious and rushes at Nami, who move well because of her legs. Her leg injury, but Nami stops her advancement with the same leg. So Nami stops an attack that leaves perfect holes in a wall with her foot. Yeah, she stopped it with her foot. Doesn't hurt a bit. Do you have any idea what suffer that BB's gone through? A foot or 2 or 3 is nothing. Take that, tornado tempo. The pigeons are tangling. Boom. Oh. Knocks both Nami and double fingers. Tornado. Tempo. tornado tempo, launches DF with enough force that it makes a perfect hole in the wall. Nami is knocked back herself, crashing into a wooden box. You haven't missed much. I've just been sitting here waiting, and has a bruise from an attack that breaks pillars. Yeah. Yeah, Nami's kind of crazy. Has been abused by Arlong for 8 years. A few spikes ain't gonna stop her. You guys think this attack could have taken down... You guys think Arlong could be taken down by a tornado tempo? You think that attack could one-shot Arlong? You sure? I don't know. Interesting. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not gonna say that's... Humans are strong. Can't imagine, to be honest. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it could. I don't know if that attack specifically, but hey, maybe. I think Arlong would probably take more damage, not from any kind of like weakness or anything, but I think Arlong might take more damage from my own affairs. Pluton, the ancient weapon, capable of vaporizing an entire island in one shot. Like, is it crazy to say Arlong over double fingers? Is it that crazy to say that Arlong is over double fingers? You guys think Arlong could take down double fingers? Because she is kind of an assassin agent in the Grand Line. Arlong kind of had to go to like the weakest of the seas. Of course, he's a bum. I don't know. Sorry, I need to stretch my neck real quick. Yeah, Arlong is not even fast enough. Arlong is shown to be able to rapidly spin, so he may have resistances for it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not that close. Like, it's not that, like, that simple. Oh, it's a shame you deleted Fortnite because regular show is coming to Fortnite tonight. I saw Mordecai and Rigby in the game kind of looks kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. They look kind of crazy. Mr. One bullies and it's not even close. Daw's Bones, yeah, probably. It is the ancient weapon capable of vaporizing an entire island in one shot. Okay. Croc says that Pluton is capable of... is an ancient... weapon capable of one-shotting an island. Named after a god, it is one of the worst, most terrifying weapons created ever in history, and it rumors its location can be found here in this kingdom. That's been my goal from the very start. That thing alone, in my possession, would be the most powerful military nation there is. Such a weapon exists and a location is here. Even if we had heard of it, a royal secret, when I become king, it'll be a simple matter of recruiting pirates to serve under me. Our power and influence will grow to surpass the world government, something you could only dream of. The world government will never allow it. Of course they won't. That's why we need the might of Pluton's military. I have no idea. Yo, you guys think... Yo. Let me be honest here. You think if Croc succeeded, he could take on the world government with Pluton? If he... You guys think Crocodile could take on the entire world government if he succeeded? Like, let's just say under the assumption that Pluton is on the island and we know how powerful the ancient weapons are. You guys think the Crocodile could succeed at power that can rival the... Which one is Pluton? The boat? The airship? I think it might be... Some people assume that it's like a giant mole. Let's just say it's like a giant battleship or something. Definitely not. Emu would have killed him. You think that he would have been able to fight the... You think the Emeralds would have just like showed up and just like fucked up Crocodile? I don't think he's fighting, like, sure, maybe the weapon's stronger than an admiral, but, like, what if, like, what's stopping the admirals from just, like, jumping in from, like, all directions? Nuclear power of a battleship, most likely. I realize that the very existence of such a thing is questionable. By the way, you know the palace square where the royal army is now gathered. At 4:30 or 30 minutes from now, a powerful cannon will fire a projectile into it. What about those hands? Are you mad? It's a special shell whose blast radius will reach up to 5 kilometers. It will instantly alter the view from the palace. What was miles? Miles to kilometers. How much was 3 miles again? Oh. Yeah. Wasn't there anyway? It's in Wano. I'm just saying, if it was. If it was. He's also going to fire a special artillery shell that will cover 5 kilometers or about 3 miles. The admirals, Pluton, the admirals will dog him, not gonna lie, you missed a bit, known test. Such in-depth application of... Anything in scale, what took Lelouch is so debatable. Taking the scale for what took Lelouch, it's debatable? You think it's actually debatable? If he shot Pluton at, like, the world government headquarters, at, like, Marine headquarters, what are they gonna do? I think a couple of vice admirals and a hose would be enough, much less an admiral. But you got to remember that like Crocodile's also gonna have like just a giant weapon with him. So it will instantly alter the view from this palace. 30 minutes from now, but if you do that, aren't you pleased? You've tried so hard to put an end to the rebellion. By my calculations, in 20 minutes, the rebel forces will reach the square and the fighting will begin. Destroying the palace was such an indirect method. It's much faster just to blow the rebels up. How can you do such a thing, Princess Vivi? What did they ever do to you? They're inconsequential. Wait now, hold on. He activated Pluton without the mother flame? Assuming that he can fire the weapon. Assuming that he can fire the weapon. We don't have to think about it too hard. We don't have to think about all the conditions that Crocodile needs to meet. Let's just say Pluton is underneath the castle. Let's just say it's fully charged up. He just needs to fire it whenever he wants. The poneglyph, that historical text. Why would he need that? Record that history if I tell you where it is. Papa, no, I'll take you there. King Cobra, the famous ruler, you're a wise man. I can't stand by anymore. Okay, Shaka also challenges him. Shaka also challenges him. Capable of one-shotting. Considering what we know, the weapon could evaporate the world government for sure. That's what I'm thinking, right? Didn't it take 3 admirals to null Whitebeard's quake attack? Yeah, it took the one that was going straight for the scaffolding. Yes, the giant wave, wave that was going to cover in all of Marineford. That would not so much. What does Croc do with one holy knight comes literally any of the holy knights. I mean, yeah, he doesn't do much, but still. Of him fighting Pluton, just being like, well, shit, how do I use this thing? I would love that. Like, oh, shit, I have a giant fucking battleship. Wait, how does it turn on? How do I get this thing to work? Bull, Spice Beam. Zoro's Sword Slashes. Zoro's Sword Slashes. Your body's as hard as sword metal. Through one yet. As sword metal. But if I want to cut you, I have to be able to cut steel. He needs to be capable of cutting steel. That's right, slashing and happing have no effect on me. That's too bad. I can't cut steel yet, so I can't defeat you. So what will you do? I feel sorry for you. I've been waiting to be driven into a corner like this so that I can take it up a notch in strength. When I defeat you, that means I'll be able to cut through steel. He states that a fight like this will result in him being capable of cutting through steel. Also, as much as we try to assume it's gonna be Croco Boy alone because his crew is so garbage, honestly. Yeah, but like imagine Crocodile just living inside a giant ship, trying to blast people because he can't turn it on. Disappoint you, but ever since I gained my slash powers, no swordsman has ever scratched me. No swordsman can defeat me. Yeah, I understand, but you should put your stories from the past in a photo album. I have no idea how many swordsmen you fought over the years, but you've never met someone like me before. Zoro literally states that he's built different. I was trying to think Imu is based on power scaling right now. The strongest character in the series so far, with crazy ass hexes. I don't know, like when people ask me how strong a character with like no definable quantifiable feats yet, I just don't know what to tell you other than like maybe stronger than Whitebeard. So planetary, should be planetary. How long can you last? Right back at you. Okay, claw cleave. Okay, the thing that no matter how you highball stacks, he loses when Goro says more than enough to deal with him. Maybe, but can you imagine a Gorosei showing up to, like, Alabasta? The world government would probably not even try to kill Crocodile. They'll just be like, okay, we're taking this for ourselves now. Okay. Onigiri. Tiger Trap. Tiger Hunting. Through steel. Zoro. He blitzes one and lands a combo of his best hits but he doesn't do damage. I told you, not even a scratch. That's depressing. And you gotta, after I flatten you, that's a first for me. Of course, you never met someone like me before. It's a trap. It's a trap. This moment right here proves the whole problem with battle experience. Shing, 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 shing. Both seem extremely relative. Doesn't do damage. Both seem extremely relative. Considering it's Alabasta and its history, oh yeah, he's gonna suffer real bad. They'll pretty much wipe out Alabasta alongside him. That's what I'm saying. You really think Year 5 Luffy was actually trying against the 5 Elders? Why wouldn't he be trying? I think he was. This guy is a human blade. Every part of his body is a cutting edge. Okay. Fresh cut daisies. Fresh cut daisy. Zoro blocks an attack where the shockwave. Zoro blocks an attack that splits a 3-story building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pieces. Almost like a shockwave. You guys think that this attack right here was more like you guys think that this attack was more like a shockwave? I feel like this attack was more like an air slash or a shockwave. Cause Zoro blocks it. Zoro completely blocks it. Tried to seduce Miss Monday. Who the fuck is Miss Monday? I think we have that chapter somewhere. Who the fuck is Miss Monday? Miss Mother's Day, Miss Father's Day, Mr. 8, Fuck you! Fuck you! Yo is most definitely trying versus Kizaru. Zoro looks constipated. I think this attack might be like an actual like air slash, honestly. How the fuck did he slash through the building without being close to it? Well, not close, but how did he do it without being like... I don't know. Almost like a shockwave. I'll just leave it like that. Zoro gets knocked back. Zoro gets knocked back. From the attack. And the building falls on him. This is kind of a crazy feat. I pushed myself harder than anyone. I've been to the brink of death 1,000 times. So what am I lacking? Sensei. I heard there are men in this world who can cut through anything, even steel. Is that true? Yes, that's true. Watch this sheet of paper very carefully, Zoro. You didn't cut it. Listen, Zoro, there are swordsmen in this world who are able to not cut anything. These swordsmen also have the ability to cut through steel, and with the same instrument, the pinnacle of swordsmanship is the power to protect what one wishes. To protect and cut with what one wishes to cut. A blade that injures all that it touches isn't really a sword. Do you understand? I'm going to be a swordsman that can cut through anything. Zoro, did you hear what I said? Go ahead and try to wound me. You'll never cut me if you're always taking the beating. Unfortunately, you're not going to see me cut... Unfortunately, you're not going to see me cut steel. You're not going to see me cut steel. Zoro lifts up an entire fall. He gets back up and lifts a portion of the building. Because when I do, that'll be the end for you. Oh yeah? I'll dice everything in sight. A sword that doesn't cut anything. Then throws it at 1. Geez, yeah, Zoro forgot. Yeah. Forgot Zoro would do this. Like, what ninja in Naruto has this kind of lifting feat? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, come on. Didn't need Gear 5 versus Lucci. He could have washed him in his ass in his base form. Meanwhile, Bird just needed a Devil Fruit to lift them out. Miss Golden Week looks thick. In post time skip. English or Spanish? How about neither? How about neither? I'm just getting. How about I just remove the comment? How about that? I know what you're trying to do, Lapis. I know what you're trying to do. Fuck that. Nope. Nope. Not answering. But you're an imitation. A sword that cuts nothing. It cuts nothing, but it cuts steel. I don't know what it all means, but to push and keep pushing. There's a secret to becoming a swordsman. Just using Kisar doesn't really mean much. Atomic Slice. Throws it at 1. Who slices it into pieces. Shing, 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 shing. Swing, swing. Stops the blow. Okay. Glides it along. Grab. Swing. Okay. Huff, huff. You're an irritating man. So are you. Don't mistake me for a swordsman. I have lots of other weapons to dismantle you with. Spiral Slicer. If you're not a swordsman, then maybe you're an excavator. I'm an assassin. Sparks. How fast are those blades spinning? 1 creates spinning blades around his arms. that spin so fast they create sparks when they clash with Zoro's blades. You could have just answered, nope, not gonna answer that. It's always some bullshit. Damn, bro, you missed out on the skips and Mordecai in your locker. I appreciate the skips and Mordecai in my locker. I really do appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, Lapis. But I hope you can understand that whenever you ask me English or Spanish, it's usually some bullshit. I feel like it's always some bullshit. I'd rather just like get ahead of it. Though I am sorry if it does come across, at least in my end, as kind of ungrateful. But I am grateful. Really, I am. I appreciate skips and Mordecai. All things granted, though. When somebody asks English or Spanish, the next thing they usually say is, do this or you're gay. Or you eat beans or you're XYZ. I'd rather just not do that. I've been around the internet a little too much time, a little too often. I know usually what happens when somebody goes English or Spanish. Mr. One could master armament hockey, he'd be crazy, deadly in both attack and defense. I agree. I think that if he could learn armament hockey or any of the other applications, he'd actually be kind of crazy. Excavation work is impossible for me. I'd make way too much of a mess. Oh, shit. An instant miscalculation brings death. Okay. With Zoro's blades. Think Mr. One has hockey currently? Nope, not at all. Currently, no. Zoro's blades. He ends up landing... Well, you didn't when I hit you with it and answered English one stream. Did you? I just remember something happened, something about that being bullshit, and I was just like, next time Lapis does that, I'm muting the answer. Sorry about that, Lapis. My apologies then. And answered English one stream. Yeah. Mr. One most likely does have it since it looks like Crocodile does. Do you guys think Crocodile has hockey? I don't know. Ends up landing 2 hits on Zoro's midsection. And sends him flying with a bladed claw. Zoro slams into a pillar. It would be really funny if Croco Boy requested Mihawk to train Daz Bones to master hockey to a fair matchup against Zoro. That would be so funny, but Daz Bones would have to make up more than that just in some training, just to keep up with Zoro at this point. Isn't Daz Bones and Zala comparable? So if she should defeat Arlong? Zala? You mean Paula? You mean Miss Doublefingers? Maybe. If you think she's about as strong as he is. You're still alive. Don't turn your back on him. Don't go unarmed. You're unarmed. Why keep struggling? Spar gash. Pillar. He then goes for a double arm strike. That hits Zoro dead in the chest. How the fuck did this not become a scar for Zoro, by the way? Also, completely shreds the pillar behind him. Zala, by the way, not Paula. I thought the same thing. Oh, it's Zala. Okay, that's fine. Shreds the pillar behind them. The pillar crumbles. Okay. I wonder if the others are okay. Zoro stands up. Zoro stands up. And one is baffled. That's such a funny word, baffled, because Mihawk's scar overrid this one. Mihawk's pre-power scaling. That's what I'm saying. This is all just like Mihawk upscaling. Mihawk's the only man who's been able to actually scar Zoro and leave him like, and leave him with a near-death wound. Everybody else was like, oh, we pushed Zoro, but not enough for him to almost die. Can you possibly? I cut you to ribbons. How did you dodge all that falling rubble? Dodge? No, that's not it. I knew where the stones would fall. My sword is under that rock. I know it. He was baffled. Zoro moves. He moves. He moves. A large rock in his condition to pick up his sword. I had this feeling before. Everything around me was eerily silent and my heartbeat was so loud, and this they call near death. The falling rocks, I could feel something alive in them, a presence, something to stick breathing. The rocks breathing. Listen, absorbs not what not to hear. That's like hearing the breathing. Is this the power to cut steel? What's your trick, swordsman? You took too many hits. You've lost too much blood. Don't you know you're dead? I can't hear it. The breathing of a steel. Alright, fine. Zoro alludes to him being capable of sensing his opponent's breath, likely a foreshadow for hockey. My sword understands my will. He casually slices a piece of stone with a single sword slash. I got 10k in Clash. Are you proud of me? You got the 10k in Clash? Lovely. Hey, yeah, I'm proud of you, man. What deck were you using? It's lovely, man. All that is left is for me to find out whether I possess the power to cut through steel. You think you can defend yourself with just one sword? It's alright. I don't need to defend myself anymore. Prepare to die. Suit yourself. Itoryu. Secret technique. Shik Song. Lion Song. Atomic Slice Dice. Zoro. Casually. He then clashes and one-shots one with a Lion Song. Thanks. Now I'm stronger. Please wait. Log bait with Knight, Goblin Gang, Princess, and Goblin Barrel. Nice. Sweet. Good old log bait. Nothing beats that. Alright, guys. I think I'm done. I am tired. I am actually freaking tired. Let's reload this one more time. Fuck off. One Piece. Here. We should acknowledge that Mr. One performed multiple feats on Ichigo's level after regaining his power. Probably. It's also a good moment to show flexibility with the sword style. The one-shot also... Does that mean that Dazbone's unarmored durability is low or his AP was insanely high? You could probably just say that, like, Zoro... You could probably just say that Daz Bones isn't used to taking hits anymore. You can probably just argue that, like, Daz Bones just is not used to taking hits after that. I mean, Ace wasn't used to taking damage anymore, especially after years and years of... Especially after years and years of being fire. Next stream, don't engage with Naruto fanatics. Yeah. Alright. Good stream, guys. Good stream. Thanks so much for joining. Thanks so much for being around. We got up to like 60 people at one point. Holy shit. Sweet. Anyway, if that's the case, we say them the same for Katakuri. I mean, you can. You can say that Katakuri hasn't taken a hit in a while. So, yeah, you can. Peace, going to read the Epstein files now? What the fuck are you mean you're going to go read the Epstein files? What's going on here? Oh, yeah, this. What's going on here? Man, I'm so tired of these twin-aid animator bears using the N-word so loosely, and I bet you dude was white as hell. I really can't stand that racist as hell, but I respect and fuck with Eon so much. Not only are you one of the best scalers to come across, but by far my fave. You're really respectful. I try to be, so I fuck with that. I try to be. I try to be. I appreciate that, Zoro Juice World. That means a lot. Chapter 67. Alright. Somebody made a 6-7 joke. And he's got a capybara, a smiling capybara. That's so funny. Beating her dog, abuse her dog on stream. That's crazy. I gotta watch this. 50 million will die. It's ridiculous. The most dystopian thing I've ever heard. I've got to check this out too. Alright. Guys, how a cheater sabotaged a 500 player Pokemon tournament? That sounds rough. You didn't see my comments? They leaked the files hours ago? Did they now? Yes, the real government leaked it on their website twice today. Have like people... I'm just going to wait. Listen, over the weekend, I'm probably just going to wait to see like what the videos come out for. I don't know if I'm going to read them myself. I don't really care to read the Epstein files myself. That's just a lot of reading. I already do a lot of reading. I'd rather just leave it at that. Grown men, by the way? Yeah. Yeah. Guys, take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Do whatever it is you need to do to just get yourself... What is it? Rokuju Hachi? Sorry. Rokuju Nana. Rokuju Nana! Roku Nana! 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, Roku Nana. Nope, I didn't read it. 6, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care for like the whole like Black Clover 9D scaling. If you think it is, you think it is. I don't really, like, if you can prove it, you can prove it. That's fine. I don't really care to like find out about it. I'll figure out Black Clover scaling when I'm there. It's fine. 6-7. Anyway, guys, have a good night. Take care of yourselves. Peace out. Like, the conversation was not really for me anyway. Say dozy? Dozy? No, I don't want to say that. Roku Nana. 6-7. 6-7. What is it? 1, 2, 3. Wait, what is it in, 1, 2, 3? I don't know. Let me know if you can play Night Ring. No Night Ring tonight. No Night Ring tonight. I don't think I might actually have the time. I have to go do a couple of errands after this because I woke up late today. Did you not just say it? 6-7. 6-7. 6-7. Alright. We'll figure out how to say 6-7 in other languages. 6-7. Yeah. Alright. See you guys.